just a week ago. Betrayal was a venomous serpent with two beautiful, smiling heads. Princess Elira of House Villainess. Boomed the Archmage, his voice unnaturally amplified by a great, fist-sized crystal that made the words echo off the stone buildings. He unrolled a long, important-looking scroll. You stand convicted of conspiring against the crown, of using abyssal magic to harm your own father, the king, and of plotting the assassination of His Royal Highness, Prince Kale. A laugh, hysterical and broken, tried to claw its way up Elira's throat. She choked it down, swallowing the sound like a shard of glass. It would only feed their narrative. Harm the king. She had spent sleepless weeks by his sickbed, secretly weaving her own life force into gentle, restorative magic that the royal physicians, in their puffed-up ignorance, could not comprehend. Assassinate Kale. The irony was so bitter it burned more than the thought of the flames. She loved him. Gods, she had loved him with a devotion so absolute, so blindingly idiotic, it had led her directly to this splintered post. He had whispered to her of love, of their shared future on the throne. He called her his clever shadow, praising her unique affinity for the ancient arts. He encouraged her to delve into the very tomes that were now stacked as evidence against her. He had explored her body with a reverence that felt like worship, and explored her mind with a hunger that felt like partnership. He had called her his queen, his soul, his dark and beautiful star. A pawn, she now understood. A powerful queen on the board, but a pawn in his heart, one he was all too willing to sacrifice to checkmate the world. For these unforgivable crimes, the Archmage declared, his voice ringing with righteous finality, you are hereby sentenced to purification by holy fire. May the gods have mercy on your blackened soul. A robed priest approached, his face a bland mask of piety, a lit torch held aloft. The crowd roared its approval, a guttural, bloodthirsty sound. Elira's gaze locked with Kale's one last time. For a horrifying, heart-stopping second, the mask on his face cracked. She saw a flicker of something in those blue depths, not regret, not pity, but a ghost of the boy who had once traced the constellations on the bare skin of her back with a single, trembling finger. The boy who had ridden for 3 days into the sunken mountains to retrieve a single starlight lily, its petals glowing with faint phosphorescence, simply because he knew it was her favorite. The memory was a phantom, there and then gone, replaced by the cold, polished steel of a prince securing his reign. I would have burned the world to keep you safe, she thought, the words a silent scream directed across the square. A colder, sharper thought answered her from the abyss of her own heart. And now, you burn for him. The priest touched the torch to the oil-soaked wood. The flames erupted with a hungry, explosive whoosh. A wall of heat slammed into her, stealing the very air from her lungs. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, then cheered even louder, their voices a feverish, hellish choir. The acrid smell of burning pitch and oak filled her nostrils. Panic, sharp and frigid, tried to seize her, but she crushed it with a will she didn't know she possessed. She would not scream. She would not cry. She would not give him the satisfaction of breaking her. Pain, absolute and elemental, began to lick at her feet. It was a searing, biting agony that raced up her legs, igniting every nerve ending in a symphony of torment. Her simple white prisoner's shift caught fire, the flames crawling over her skin like fiery, malevolent insects. Smoke, thick and suffocating, clawed at her throat. Her lungs were on fire. Her vision began to blur, the faces of the jeering crowd, of Kale and Serafina, dissolving into a shimmering, heat-distorted mirage. In the inferno, her life didn't flash before her eyes. The lies did. Kale's hand, resting on Serafina's arm just a second too long at the summer ball. A coded letter she found and dismissed as a logistical trifle for his knighthood. The Archmage's strange, scholarly questions about forbidden soul-binding rituals. All the tiny, disjointed pieces of the puzzle, now snapping into a hideous, perfect picture in the light of her own funeral pyre. They had played her masterfully. Her final thought was not regret. It was not sorrow for a love that had been a lie. As the fire consumed her, scorching flesh from bone, her entire being, her soul, her very essence, coalesced into a single, incandescent emotion. Rage? A rage so pure, so potent, it felt more tangible than the fire itself. It was a living entity, a swirling vortex of fury at the sheer, calculated injustice of it all. They would build their golden kingdom upon her charred bones, her name a curse whispered to frighten naughty children for 100 years. No. The word was not a thought. It was an act of will. A desperate, final prayer, not to the benevolent, smiling gods of light and order, but to whatever dark, forgotten, and ancient things lurked in the cracks of creation. To any god who appreciated a truly magnificent grudge. Give me another chance, she raged into the dissolving void of her consciousness. Give me one more. Not for redemption. For revenge. The fire reached her heart. For an endless instant, the world was nothing but blinding light and unbearable pain. Then, there was only a vast, silent, and surprising cold. Elira's gasp was a ragged, desperate sob for air. It wasn't the searing, smoke-filled atmosphere of the pyre that filled her lungs, but air that was cool and still, scented faintly with lavender soap and old paper. Her eyes flew open. She was not in a public square. She was in a bed. Her bed. The familiar pale blue silken sheets were tangled around her legs, soft and cool against her skin. Moonlight, pristine and white, streamed through the tall, arched window of her chambers in the palace's western wing, painting silver stripes across the plush rose-colored carpet. Everything was correct. Achingly, impossibly correct. She shot upright, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird trying to break free. Her body felt wrong. It was weak, fragile. Her limbs were slender, almost frail, lacking the quiet, dense strength she had cultivated over years of swordsmanship and riding. She held her hands up in a sliver of moonlight. They were small, her fingers delicate and unblemished, her skin smooth, without the faint, silvery scars left by a training accident, or the calluses from wielding both a blade and potent magic. They were the hands of a girl. A phantom agony still echoed through her, a ghost of the fire licking at her bones. She could almost smell her own burning flesh, a scent she knew she would never forget. Shaking violently, she threw back the covers and stumbled out of bed. Her nightgown, a simple garment of white cambric with delicate lace at the collar, felt flimsy and foreign. Her eyes landed on the full-length, silver-gilded mirror in the corner of the room. She stared. She had shattered that very mirror 2 years before her execution, in a fit of impotent rage after a particularly venomous argument with her stepmother, Queen Isolde. But here it was, whole and pristine, its surface reflecting the moonlight like a still pool. Hesitantly, she took a step closer, then another, until she was standing before it. The breath she was holding left her in a choked whisper. Staring back at her was a girl. A child. A girl with wide, haunted violet eyes, a face still soft with the last vestiges of girlhood, framed by a cascade of untouched, gleaming silver hair. A face she hadn't seen in a decade. She was 14 years old again. No. The word was a breath, a denial. This was a trick. An illusion. Some final, cruel torture devised by the gods. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for proof. There, on her writing desk, was a small, leather-bound diary with a silver clasp. She ran to it, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the lock. She didn't need the key. She knew the simple combination of pressure points to open it. Inside, the last entry was written in a flowing, immature script that was painfully her own. 12th day of the frost bloom month, year 832 of the imperial calendar. Year 832. She had been executed in the year 842. 10 years. The gods had given her 10 years. Her silent, burning prayer had been answered. A slow, chilling smile spread across her young face, an expression of such cold, predatory delight that it didn't belong on a 14-year-old girl. It was the smile of the villainess they had created. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from her chamber door. Elira froze. Her mind, the sharp, calculating mind of a 24-year-old strategist, spun wildly. Who would be visiting her chambers at this hour? Her stepmother never bothered. Her father was bedridden with the wasting sickness that would, in this timeline, claim him in 3 years. Servants would not dare. That left only one person. Her blood ran cold, then hot. "Come in." She called out, her voice higher and softer than she was used to, but steady. She forced her body to relax, turning away from the mirror to face the door, schooling her features into a mask of placid innocence. The heavy oak door swung open. And there he was. Prince Kale. He wasn't the 30-year-old commander who had condemned her, his face hardened by politics and command. This was Kale at 16. Still a boy, but already possessing the breathtaking beauty that would make kingdoms sigh. His golden hair was slightly tousled, as if he'd run a hand through it. He wasn't wearing his formal uniform, but a simple black tunic and breeches meant for training, the fabric stretching across his broad shoulders and lean torso. He looked vital, alive, and utterly, damnably innocent. "Elira," he said, his voice a lower tenor than she remembered from this age, already laced with the smooth charm that would become his most dangerous weapon. "I am sorry, did I wake you? I saw your light on." "My murderer," her mind screamed. "The man who smiled while I burned." But the body remembers differently than the mind. A treacherous warmth bloomed low in her belly. Her skin tingled with a phantom sensation, the memory of that very scent, of leather, clean sweat, and the sharp, cold air of a winter night, clinging to his skin as he lay beside her in the dark. It was the scent of her own ruin. She dipped her head, a gesture of shy deference she hadn't made in years. "Your Highness." "No, I was just... I couldn't sleep." He crossed the room in a few lithe, silent strides, his presence filling the space, dominating it. He stopped a mere foot from her. His sapphire eyes, so much warmer and less guarded than they would become, roamed over her, taking in her simple nightgown, her bare feet, her loosened hair. A boy's curiosity, mixed with something more possessive, more knowing. "A bad dream," he murmured, his gaze soft. "I dreamed I was burning alive because you put me on a pyre," she thought, a vicious, silent retort. "Something like that," she whispered, letting her eyelashes flutter down. He reached out, his hand hesitating for a moment before his fingers brushed a silver strand of hair back from her face. His touch was warm. Gentle. The very same hand that would, 10 years from now, sign her death warrant without a tremor. The contact was like being struck by lightning and caressed by velvet all at once. Her mind reeled with hatred, yet her treacherous body shivered with the ghost of a pleasure she had long associated with that touch. He was so close she could feel the heat radiating from his body. She remembered that heat. Remembered how he would pull her against him on cold nights, his body a furnace, his hands tracing lazy, illicit patterns on the curve of her waist, his lips whispering the most exquisite, filthy promises into her ear. Promises of how he would worship her, cherish her, make her his and his alone when she was old enough. Such a perfect, untouched little doll. He had murmured to her once, years later, his voice thick with desire as he unlaced her gown for the first time. But so much fire inside. "Don't worry. I know how to handle fire." The irony was a blade twisting in her gut. "You look pale," Kale said, his brow furrowed with what appeared to be genuine concern. He let his knuckles graze her cheek, a soft, intimate gesture. "And you're trembling. Are you cold?" "Play the part," the 24-year-old woman in her head commanded. "He sees a fragile bird. Be a fragile bird." She let out a small, shaky breath and leaned into his touch almost imperceptibly, a moth drawn to the flame that would incinerate it. "A little," she confessed. His eyes darkened slightly, a subtle shift she was now an expert at reading. It wasn't just concern. It was the thrill of possession, of seeing her vulnerability, and knowing he was the cause and the cure. "Here," he said, and before she could protest, he was shrugging out of his thick, wool-lined training tunic. The scent of him intensified. He draped it around her shoulders. It was huge on her small frame, enveloping her in his warmth and his scent, a suffocating intimacy that was both heaven and hell. The rough wool scratched softly against her neck. "Better?" he asked, his voice a low thrum that vibrated through her. Her mind was a maelstrom of conflicting signals. Revulsion warred with a primal, deeply ingrained response to his closeness. He was the enemy. He was the target. But he was also the boy who had once been the sun in her sky, and a part of her, a foolish, girlish part she thought had burned to ash, wept for what had been lost. No, for what had never truly been. She clutched the tunic, pulling it tighter around herself. Her small hands were hidden in its folds. She looked up at him through her lashes, letting a hint of a blush, so easy to fake now, creep into her cheeks. "Thank you, Kale," she murmured, deliberately using his name instead of his title, just as she had when they were younger and their friendship was just beginning to bloom into something else. It worked. A slow, pleased smile spread across his face. It was the smile of a predator that had just seen its prey willingly walk into the palm of its hand. "Anything for my little shadow princess," he said, the old pet name sounding so innocent on his 16-year-old lips. It wouldn't become a slur for another 6 years. He leaned in closer, his mouth near her ear. She had to fight the urge to flinch, to drive a knee into his groin. His breath was warm against her skin. "You know," he whispered, his voice a conspiratorial, naughty caress, "Queen Isolde would have my hide if she knew I was in your chambers at this hour. Alone." There it was. The game. He was already teaching it to her. The old Elira would have blushed furiously and stammered. The new Elira saw the move for what it was. A test. A claiming. She didn't pull away. Instead, she turned her head slightly, her lips now just inches from his. She pitched her voice to a fragile, breathless whisper. "Then it will be our secret, it." She watched his sapphire eyes widen almost imperceptibly, then darkened with an intensity that sent a thrill of pure, unadulterated power through her. He hadn't expected that. He had expected a timid girl, not a conspirator. Oh, this was going to be even more delicious than she, Dee imagined. He straightened up, that charming, princely smile firmly back in place, but she had seen the flicker of raw desire beneath it. He had taken her bait. "Our secret," he agreed, his gaze dropping to her lips before meeting her eyes again. "Sleep well, Elira. I'll see you at morning instruction." He turned and strode from the room, leaving her wrapped in the lingering warmth of his tunic and the cold promise of her own vengeance. The moment the door clicked shut, the fragile girl vanished. Elira walked back to the gilded mirror, her posture transforming. Her shoulders straightened, her chin lifted, and her gaze turned to ice. She stared at the reflection, a small, silver-haired girl swimming in a prince's black tunic, a haunted look in her violet eyes. But the look was changing. The fear was receding, being replaced by a terrifying, crystalline clarity. Kale hadn't come to her room because he seen a light. He come to plant a seed, to reinforce the bond that he would later use to control and destroy her. He was already shaping his prize, his weapon, his sacrifice. He had started the game. A slow, truly chilling smile touched her lips. She brought her hand up to her mouth, the phantom smell of smoke and burning flesh still clinging to her senses. A ghost that would now be her constant companion. "You taught me how to play, my love," she whispered to the empty room, her voice a low, dangerous purr. "This time," she promised her reflection, "I write the rules. And every single one of your pawns, your castles, and your precious king. They will all fall. And I will be the one to watch you break." Her story began and ended with fire. But this fire would not be for her. This time, she would be the one holding the torch. And she would burn his entire world to the ground. The new day dawned cruelly, just as it always had. Sunlight, pale and thin as watered-down milk, streamed through her windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Elira lay still for a long moment, Kale, heavy tunic still pooled on the floor where she, finally dropped it, the scent of him a ghostly accusation in the room. The memories of the pyre had not faded with sleep. They had solidified, settling deep in her bones like a winter chill, a permanent companion to the fire in her soul. This body, this weak and unformed 14-year-old body, felt like an ill-fitting costume. But a costume was exactly what she needed. The world expected a fragile, melancholic princess, lost in the shadow of her vibrant, politically savvy stepmother. Today, she would begin giving them exactly what they wanted. She dressed with the help of a nervous maid, selecting the plainest gown she owned, a dove-grey wool that made her look washed out and thin. She plaited her own silver hair into a simple, severe braid, ignoring the maid's fumbling attempts to style it. The reflection in her mirror showed a pale, serious girl, her violet eyes wide and somber. Perfect. She looked like a ghost haunting her own life. Breakfast was a trial by silence. It was served in the Queen's private solarium, a glass-walled room that was always cold, no matter how high the fires were banked. Her stepmother, Queen Isolde, sat at the head of the long, polished table, a vision in crimson silk. Isolde was a woman carved from ice and ambition, her beauty sharp and severe. She hadn't borne the king any children, and so her power rested entirely on her husband's life and her own political maneuvering. Elira had always been a thorn in her side, the living, breathing reminder of the first queen, the woman the king had truly loved. "You look particularly dreary this morning, child," Isolde commented, not even bothering to look up from her plate of spiced pears. Her voice was like the chime of cracked crystal. "Do try to add a bit of color to your cheeks. The northern emissaries arrive next week. I will not have you looking like a wraith at court." In her first life, a comment like that would have sent a spark of defiance through her. She would have traded barbs with her stepmother, earning a day of silent, simmering fury from the queen and a lecture from her father. Today, Elira simply lowered her eyes to her bowl of bland, lukewarm porridge. "Yes, your majesty," she murmured, her voice soft and trembling just enough to be convincing. "My apologies. I did not sleep well." Isolde finally glanced at her, her sharp eyes narrowing. She saw the grey dress, the downcast gaze, the listless posture. She saw a defeated child. A small, cruel smile touched her perfectly painted red lips. "See that you do," she said dismissively, waving a hand adorned with glittering rings. "A weak princess is a liability." And with that, she returned to her pears, the subject closed, the girl already forgotten. Elira felt a cold knot of satisfaction tighten in her chest. Isolde had seen weakness. Good. Let them all see weakness. Let them underestimate the girl, who was already plotting the complete and utter destruction of their world. Her stepmother was a nuisance, a petty tyrant who would be swept from the board in due time. Her focus, her true and burning focus, was on the king and the prince. After the miserable breakfast, she made her way to the royal library. In her previous life, she had spent countless hours here, immersing herself in forbidden lore and ancient history, a passion Kale had actively encouraged. A queen must be more than beautiful, Elira. He had told her, his voice a seductive murmur. She must be wise, powerful, my equal in all things. It had all been a lie, a way to guide her towards the very knowledge that would condemn her. This time, the library was not a sanctuary. It was an armory. The room was vast, a cathedral of books. Sunlight streamed through high, arched windows, illuminating the floating dust in golden shafts. The air smelled of aged paper, leather bindings, and beeswax polish. She walked past the towering shelves of poetry and philosophy, her destination a secluded alcove dedicated to military history and cartography. She pulled down a heavy, leather-bound atlas, the same one Kale had once tutored her from. Her heart gave a painful lurch of remembered affection, a ghost she ruthlessly quashed. She spread the great book open on a heavy oak table, the map of the northern provinces staring up at her. The Frost-Fang Mountains. The pass at Dragon's Tooth. In 8 years, Kale would lead a glorious campaign here, a heroic defense against the savage northern clans. She knew the truth. Kale would provoke the war himself, using a treaty her own father had brokered as a pretext, all to secure military glory and consolidate his power before his ascension. Many good men would die for his ambition. She traced the thin blue line of the serpent's river with a delicate finger, her mind racing, replaying battles that hadn't happened yet, recalling troop movements and supply lines she only knew from Kale's proud recounting of his victory. "Lost in your studies again, my lady." His voice. Her entire body went rigid. It was smoother than it had been last night, the public, princely voice he used in the daytime. She turned slowly, her carefully constructed mask of shy surprise sliding into place. Kale stood there, leaning against a bookshelf with a lazy, confident grace. He de-changed from his training gear into the crisp blue uniform of a palace cadet. It made his shoulders look broader, his waist narrower. The sunlight caught the gold in his hair, creating a halo effect that made him look like a fallen god. The sight was so painfully beautiful it made her want to vomit. "Your Highness," she breathed, dropping into a small, perfect curtsy. "You startled me." He grinned, a flash of white teeth against his tanned skin. "A poor soldier who can be startled so easily. I thought you had better senses than that." He pushed off the shelf and walked towards her, his boots making no sound on the thick carpet. He moved like a predator, all coiled energy and fluid motion. He came to a stop beside her, his hip brushing the edge of the table, his presence instantly shrinking the cavernous space. The Northern Marches. A rather grim subject for a girl who should be reading sonnets. His tone was teasing, but his eyes were sharp, analytical. He was testing her again. "Why are you here? What are you thinking?" She looked down at the map, letting her silver braid swing forward to partly hide her face. "Queen Isolde said the emissaries are coming. I thought I should be better informed. So I do not seem foolish." It was the perfect excuse. Plausible, timid, and centered on pleasing her stepmother. Kale's smile softened into something that looked like affection. It was a practiced look, but devastatingly effective. "That's very diligent of you, Elira." He leaned closer, ostensibly to look at the map. The warmth of his body seeped into her, chasing away the library's chill. She could smell the faint, clean scent of his soap, mixed with a hint of something uniquely his, like fresh air after a storm. It was the scent of betrayal. The scent of her doom. His arm brushed hers as he pointed to the map. Her skin prickled where he touched her, an involuntary reaction that made her curse the wretched memory of her own body. "You see this pass here?" he said, his voice lowering to a more intimate murmur. His finger, long and elegant, traced a narrow line between two formidable-looking mountains. Dragon's Tooth. It's the key to the entire northern territory. Our strategists say it's impassable in winter. They fools. I know, she thought, her heart hammering. He was giving it all to her. The key to his future victory, served up on a silver platter with a condescending smile. In her past life, she had been fascinated by his military genius. Now, she saw the arrogance, the utter certainty of a boy who had never known true failure. He leaned in further, his chest pressing lightly against her back, his head bent next to hers. She was enveloped in his heat, his scent. His breath stirred the fine hairs at her temple as he spoke, his lips almost touching her ear. It was a calculatedly intimate gesture disguised as a lesson. The snow melts on the southern face a full month before the northern. A small, well-supplied force could slip through while the northern garrisons are still socked in. They wouldn't know what hit them. His voice was a low, seductive rumble. A single, decisive blow, right to the heart of their defenses. It's a risk. But the greatest victories always come from the greatest risks. He was practically pinning her between his body and the heavy table. Any other 14-year-old girl would be a flustered, blushing mess. Elira had to actively focus on making her breathing a little ragged, on letting a tremor run through her hands. She turned her head just slightly, her cheek brushing against the rough fabric of his uniform. But what if they were expecting it, she whispered, her voice full of innocent curiosity. What if they mined the pass? Or set a trap? He chuckled, a low, confident sound. Why would they? They think it's impassable. Their arrogance is their weakness. It's the one variable you can always count on in a man. He pulled back a fraction, just enough for her to turn and face him. He held her gaze, his blue eyes intense. Never forget that. The dramatic irony was so thick she could taste it. He was warning her about arrogance while displaying a breathtaking amount of it himself. He was teaching her the very lesson she would use to destroy him. Her heart was a block of ice, but she forced a shy, adoring smile onto her lips. She looked up at him through her lashes, the very picture of a young girl mesmerized by a prince's wisdom and charm. You're very clever, Kale, she breathed. His smile widened. He had swallowed her performance hook, line, and sinker. Just trying to make sure my future queen isn't completely defenseless. He gave her a soft, almost brotherly pat on the shoulder, but his fingers lingered for a moment too long, a subtle act of possession. As he turned to leave, another figure appeared at the end of the aisle. Lady Serafina, her honey blonde hair bouncing, a bright smile on her pretty face. There you are. She chirped, gliding towards them. I've been looking all over for you, Eli. Oh, hello, Your Highness. She curtsied gracefully, her eyes darting from Elira to Kale, a knowing glint within them. Serafina. The snake in the garden. Seeing her now, so full of life and false friendship, sent a wave of nausea through Elira. She remembered sharing secrets with this girl, braiding her hair, weeping on her shoulder when her father's illness took a bad turn. She remembered Serafina's hand squeezing hers in the dark corridors of the court, whispering, "You and I, Eli. Against the world." What a fool she had been. Lady Serafina. Kale acknowledged with a charming nod. I was just giving Princess Elira a lesson in statecraft. She is a most attentive student. He winked at Elira, a shared secret that made her stomach clench. I leave her in your capable hands. He strode away, and Serafina immediately rushed to Elira's side, grabbing her arm. A lesson in statecraft. Is that what the children are calling it these days? She whispered conspiratorially, giggling. He's completely smitten with you, Eli. He never looks at anyone else that way. Elira forced a blush, letting her gaze fall to the floor. Don't be silly, Sarah. He's the crown prince. And you're the first princess. It's perfect. Serafina hugged her, a warm, friendly gesture that felt like a spider's embrace. You two will be so happy. I know it. And I'll be right there beside you, always. Yes, Elira thought, her voice a silent, venomous echo in her mind. You will. You'll be standing right beside him, as he gives the order to light my pyre. She gently extracted herself from the hug. Let's go for a walk, Elira suggested, her voice soft. Tell me all the court gossip. My head is full of maps and mountains. She spent the rest of the day playing her part. She listened to Serafina's chatter, feigned interest in the latest scandals, and smiled her gentle, sad smile. She endured the whispers of the nobles who saw her as a tragic, powerless figurehead. Each sympathetic glance, each condescending remark, was another stone she laid in the foundation of her fortress. They were burying her alive in their pity, unaware that she was digging a tunnel out, right under their feet. That night, alone in her chambers, the performance ended. The fragile girl was put away like a doll. The schemer emerged. Kale's words echoed in her mind. Dragon's Tooth Pass. The key to the entire Northern Territory. It was priceless information. A seed she could plant, nurture, and let grow into a poison tree that would one day choke him. But information about the future was volatile. The timeline was already changing because she was alive. She needed more than just foreknowledge. She needed power. Her own power. In her first life, Her pursuit of magic had been scholarly, encouraged by Kale, and ultimately used against her. She had dabbled in the ancient arts, but never fully embraced the forbidden. They called it black magic. She now knew it was simply true magic, the kind that didn't ask permission from kings or priests. She remembered a story. A rumor she had dismissed in her first life. Her ancestor, Queen Elira the Wise, her namesake, had been a powerful magic wielder. When the new, more restrictive dogma of the Archmage's faith had taken hold centuries ago, they had purged the libraries. They had burned the old texts, the grimoires of House Villainess. But Elira, they said, had been too clever for them. She rose from her bed, her mind whirring. The royal library was a censored collection. But a palace as old as this one had secrets. Hidden rooms. Forgotten passages. The architect of the West Wing, where her chambers were, had been a Villainess loyalist. An eccentric man who loved riddles. Her gaze fell on her personal collection of books, gifts from her father over the years. Mostly bland histories and approved texts. But her father had been a quiet scholar. He knew of their family's legacy. Perhaps he'd left her something. She ran her fingers along the spines, her memory, now her greatest weapon, sifting through years of information. An Architectural History of the Imperial Palace, Volume 3. A dreadfully boring book her father had given her on her 12th birthday. She'd never opened it. She pulled it from the shelf. The binding was stiff, the pages thick and smelling of dust. It felt heavy, heavier than it should. She flipped through the dry, technical diagrams and mind-numbing prose. Nothing. Disappointment washed over her. Was she wrong? Was this a dead end? She was about to put it back when she noticed the inside of the back cover. The heavy parchment was thicker there, almost swollen. She ran her finger over it. A faint line, almost invisible. Using her fingernail, she carefully prized the pasted-down paper away from the leather. It tore slightly, revealing a small, hollowed-out space within the cover. And inside lay a single, flat, tarnished silver key. It wasn't a key for a normal door. It was small, intricately wrought, the head of it shaped into the Villainess family crest, a serpent coiled around a blossoming lily. It was beautiful, ancient, and humming with a faint, dormant energy that made the hairs on her arms stand up. Elira sank to her knees, the key cold and heavy in her palm. This was it. Not just a clue. This was the first concrete step. A key to a door somewhere in this palace. A door that led to the knowledge she had been denied. A door that led to power. She clutched it so tightly the serpent's edges dug into her skin. A sharp pain, real and immediate. It anchored her, pulling her away from the phantom flames of the past and into the cold, thrilling reality of the present. The gods had given her a second chance. Her father, a key. And Kale, a map. The game was on. And for the first time since her impossible rebirth, Elira smiled a genuine, joyful, and terrifying smile. It was the smile of a queen, ready to take back her kingdom, one secret at a time. The silver key was a cold, hard promise in her palm. It was the first tangible piece of her new future, a future she would forge herself, not one that would be handed to her and then violently ripped away. For 2 days, the key lived in a small satin pouch tucked against her skin, a constant, secret reminder of her purpose. It was a tantalizing mystery, but she was no longer a foolish girl who rushed headlong into the unknown. A key was useless without a lock. Her search began where all her quests for knowledge did, the royal library. She couldn't very well wander the palace, trying the key on every ancient door she found. That would attract the one thing she could not afford, attention. Instead, she spent the mornings playing the part of the studious, melancholic princess. She requested texts on Villainess family history and palace architecture, framing her interest as a sudden, pensive curiosity about her heritage. The old, wizened librarian, a man named Master Villainess, a distant, poor relation from a cadet branch, was only too happy to oblige the lonely princess. He saw her interest as a touching, if somber, pastime. He brought her dusty, leather-bound tomes filled with architectural plans and dry dynastic records. The West Wing, where your chambers lie, is one of the oldest parts of the palace, Your Highness. He explained one afternoon, his voice a dry rustle of old parchment. Built by Elira the Wise. They say she was a peculiar queen. She loved her secrets. A thrill, cold and sharp, went down Elira's spine. Secrets? She asked, keeping her voice soft and girlishly intrigued. Oh yes. Riddles. Hidden compartments. Passageways. Most were sealed up centuries ago, during the Great Reformation, of course. Deemed structurally unsound. He sniffed, as if even the memory of the magic-fearing priests offended his scholarly sensibilities. With the palace's original, pre-Reformation blueprints spread before her under the guise of historical study, she found it. A faint, hair-thin discrepancy. Her own chambers, according to the ancient diagram, had a small antechamber, a meditation room. Accessible from the wall behind a large tapestry. On the current plans, that wall was simply a wall. Solid stone. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had found her lock. But now was not the time. Patience. The girl who burned had lacked patience. The woman who returned would master it. Her patient observation was rewarded 3 days later. The great hall was buzzing with the sycophantic murmur of courtiers gathering before the midday meal. Queen Isolde held court from her gilded chair, accepting flattery like a greedy god accepting offerings. Kale stood near the dais, looking magnificent and bored, a golden prince among glittering peacocks. Then, a commotion erupted at the far end of the hall. 2 burly palace guards were dragging a man forward. He was tall and leanly muscled, with unruly, shoulder-length hair the color of dark copper, and eyes like chips of flint. He wore the battered leather jerkin and worn breeches of a knight, but the crest on his shoulder, a snarling wolf's head, was one Elira recognized. It was the crest of Sir Orin, a minor knight from a minor house, known for 2 things. A swordsmanship skill that bordered on artistry, and a tongue sharp enough to flay a man's pride from his bones. In her first life, Orin had been an inconvenient man. He spoke uncomfortable truths, refused to flatter, and held to a rigid, almost fanatical code of honor. He had been quietly and unceremoniously transferred to a frozen outpost on the northern border for insulting a powerful duke, and she never heard of him again. Seeing him now, struggling against the guards, his face a mask of defiant fury, Elira saw something new. Not an inconvenience. An asset. Your Majesty, bellowed Duke Valois, a pompous, red-faced man whose belly strained the fine silk of his doublet. He was a key ally of Queen Isolde. This brute. He insulted my honor. In front of half the court. I demand satisfaction. He called your new wife a beautifully wrapped, empty box. And suggested you purchased her by the pound, my Lord Duke. Orin drawled, his voice loud enough for the whole hall to hear. A wave of scandalized gasps and suppressed titters went through the crowd. I was merely making an observation. Is truth now a crime in this court? Queen Isolde's eyes glittered with fury. Insolence is a crime, Sir Orin. You will offer the Duke a full and public apology, on your knees, or you will forfeit your titles and your spurs. Orin laughed, a short, bitter sound. I'd rather forfeit my tongue than apologize for speaking the truth. Gods, he's magnificent, Elira thought with a detached sort of admiration. He was also a complete fool. He was committing political suicide in front of the entire court. It happened faster than anyone could react. Duke Valois, his face purple with rage, sputtered, his hand flying to his chest. He gasped, his eyes wide with a terrifying surprise. A wet, choking sound escaped his lips. Then, with a strangled sigh, he collapsed, his opulent weight hitting the marble floor with a sickening thud. Screams erupted. Chaos bloomed. Queen Isolde rose, pointing a trembling, accusatory finger at the still shocked Orin. He's killed him. The knave threatened him and then struck him down. Poison. Oren stared at the dead Duke, his own defiance momentarily forgotten, replaced by sheer disbelief. I never touched him. Seize him. Isolde shrieked. Take him to the dungeons. He will be questioned and executed at dawn. The guards subdued a stunned Oren, and the court descended into a panic of gossip and fear. Elira stood perfectly still amidst the swirling chaos, her mind a cold, calm ocean. This was wrong. This was not how it had happened. In her memory, Duke Valois had lived another 5 months before dying of what the physicians called a sudden, violent apoplexy. In his bedchambers. His death was a minor scandal then, but Oren had been long gone, already freezing at his border post. Someone had accelerated the timeline. Her memory, sharp and eidetic, dredged up the old gossip. Whispers about the Duke's young wife, Lady Annalise. Whispers of her affair with a court alchemist, a quiet, ambitious man named Master Ferren. They had spoken of a rare, 2-part poison. Ghost bloom. The first part, derived from the root, was a tasteless powder that could be mixed into food or wine. It was a slow-acting agent that settled in the blood, harmless on its own. The second part was the key, the pollen from the flower's petals. When inhaled by someone with the root poison in their system, it triggered a massive, violent cardiac event that perfectly mimicked a heart seizure. Instantaneous. Untraceable. Unless one knew what to look for. Someone had planned this. Someone wanted the Duke dead today. And Oren, with his perfect, public outburst, had been the perfect scapegoat. Elira slipped away, a grey ghost in a tumultuous sea of color. Oren could not be allowed to die. A man with nothing to lose, who valued truth above all else, was the exact kind of weapon she needed. And she, in turn, would be the benefactor he would never be able to identify, yet would be eternally bound to. She didn't go to the dungeons. Oren was too hot-headed. He'd never stay put. He'd fight, get wounded, and make things worse. She knew his nature. Instead, using her intimate knowledge of the palace's servant passages, she made her way to a series of little-use storage rooms near the West Guard barracks. A place a desperate man might hide to catch his breath before attempting a full escape. She found him in the third room she checked. The space was dark, cluttered with old furniture covered in white dust cloths, smelling of decay and disuse. Oren was slumped against a stack of crates, his left arm clutched tight. Blood, dark in the gloom, stained his sleeve and dripped from his fingertips onto the grimy floor. He had clearly fought his way free, at least temporarily. He looked up as she entered, his flint-like eyes narrowed with suspicion and pain, his good hand instantly going to the hilt of his sword. "Princess," he rasped, his voice raw. "Come to gloat before they drag me back." Elira ignored him. She set down the small satchel she'd hastily prepared, which contained clean linen, a bottle of harsh-smelling antiseptic wine, and a jar of marigold salve from her personal stores. "Hold still," she commanded, her voice low and steady, entirely unlike the timid murmur she used at court. "That wound will fester." He stared at her as if she'd grown a second head. "Your Highness, with all due respect, I have larger problems than a scratch." "A scratch won't kill you before dawn," she countered coolly, stepping closer. "Septic fever will. Now, take off your jerkin and shirt. Or I will cut them off you." He blinked, a flicker of shock crossing his features. This pale, quiet little princess, who always looked as if she might be frightened by her own shadow, was giving him orders like a battle-hardened field medic. The absurdity of it all seemed to drain some of the fight out of him. With a pained grimace, he holstered his sword and, using his good hand, began to awkwardly unbuckle his leather jerkin. He winced as he pulled it off, hissing as the movement tore at the wound. Elira knelt before him, her practiced facade of the fragile girl melting away, replaced by a calm, focused competence she hadn't felt in 10 years. When he hesitated with the laces of his linen shirt, she brushed his fumbling hand aside. "Allow me," she said. Her fingers, small and nimble, worked the knots of the laces. They were close, so close the tiny, dusty space felt charged with heat. She could smell the metallic tang of his blood, mingled with the scents of sweat and leather. It was a raw, masculine scent, so different from Kale's perfumed civility. She tugged the shirt open. His chest was broader than she had imagined, the skin tanned and stretched taut over lean, hard muscle. A lattice of old scars, thin and white, crisscrossed his torso, souvenirs of a life lived on the edge of a blade. There was nothing soft or courtly about him. He was a weapon, honed and sharp. An unaccountable flutter, a stir of something entirely unwanted and unexpected, moved in the pit of her stomach. She ruthlessly crushed it. This was an asset, not a man. Her fingers brushed his warm skin, as she eased the bloody linen off his shoulder. He flinched, not from pain, but from the contact. His flinty eyes watched her, no longer hostile, but filled with a wary, intense confusion. She was the king's daughter. Untouchable. And she was touching him, tending to him, in a dark and forgotten corner of the palace like some common camp follower. She cleaned the gash on his upper arm, a deep, ragged slice from a guard's blade. Her movements were sure and efficient. He sat perfectly still, his jaw tight, his gaze never leaving her face. "Why are you doing this?" he finally asked, his voice a low growl. "Because Queen Isolde is a manipulative harpy, Duke Valois was a bloated fool, and you were a convenient diversion," she replied without looking up from her work. She began to pack the wound with the marigold salve. "You didn't kill him." His breath hitched. "How can you be so certain?" "Because the Duke was poisoned, yes, but not by anything you could have administered," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. She looked up, her violet eyes meeting his. It was a petal. The pollen of a ghost bloom flower, to be precise. Harmless to most. Deadly to someone who has already ingested its root. His eyes widened, understanding and horror dawning on his face. "But how would you know that?" Elira offered a small, mysterious smile. She began to wrap his arm in clean linen, her touch gentle but firm. "My mother was from the old houses of the south. The women in my family. We have a penchant for botany." It was a half-truth, plausible enough to be believed. "The scent of ghost bloom is very faint, like bitter almonds and nightshade. I smelled it on Lady Annalise when she fainted into her new lover's arms." A complete lie, but a necessary one. His gaze searched her face, looking for any hint of deception. He found none, only a calm certainty that was profoundly unsettling. "The alchemist, Ferren?" he breathed. "I would imagine his workshop contains more than just alembics and beakers," she murmured, tying off the bandage. Her fingers lingered for a moment on the hard muscle of his bicep. The contact sent a jolt through them both. She pulled her hand back as it burned. The air thickened, charged with an unspoken awareness. Her job was done, but neither of them moved. She could feel the warmth radiating from his skin, see the pulse beating strong in his throat. "You need to give them a trail," she whispered, forcing herself back to the plan. "Not a confession. A piece of a puzzle. If you accuse them outright, they'll say you re a desperate liar. But a clue. A clue can be discovered." "They won't listen to me." "They won't be listening to you," she corrected. "They'll be listening to an anonymous tip, delivered by a stable boy, who was paid a silver coin by a man in a dark cloak." She reached into her satchel and pulled out a single, withered petal, one she had painstakingly procured from the Queen's own hothouse just an hour earlier. "A petal just like this one will find its way into Master Ferren's personal chambers. And you, when you are recaptured, will do nothing but rave about a strange floral scent you smelled on the Duke's clothes. Can you do that?" He stared from the petal back to her face, a new light in his eyes. It was awe. He was looking at her not as a princess, but as a general. "Yes," he said, his voice firm. She nodded, rising to her feet. "Good. Stay here until the second bell. The shift change will cover your escape." Back to the main dungeons. Let them find you weak from blood loss near the South Tower. She turned to leave, her part in this done. Your Highness. His voice stopped her at the door. She looked back. He was still sitting there, a magnificent, half-naked, and thoroughly bewildered knight, framed by shadows and dust cloths. Why me? Elira allowed herself a small, true smile. It was cold, and sharp, and utterly devoid of pity. Because you speak the truth, she said. And I find myself in sudden need of a man who isn't a liar. She slipped out, leaving him alone in the darkness, her words hanging in the air like the scent of poison and petals. The next morning, the court was aflame with news. An anonymous tip. A damning piece of evidence found. The Duke's young wife and the alchemist, under harsh questioning, had confessed everything. Sir Orin, found weak and delirious in a corridor, was publicly exonerated, his name cleared, though his disgrace for the initial insult remained. Whispers flew. Who gave the tip? Who knew of such a rare poison? Elira sat in the royal gardens, reading a book of vapid poetry, the picture of innocence. She felt his presence before she saw him. I hear you, V.E. taken an interest in stray dogs, Elira. Kale's voice was deceptively light, but she could hear the steel beneath it. He stood before her, blocking the sun, casting her in his shadow. Your Highness, she said, looking up, her eyes wide and guileless. I don't know what you mean. Don't play the fool with me, he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. He reached down and took her chin in his hand, his grip a little too tight, forcing her to look at him. His thumb stroked her skin, a gesture that was meant to be affectionate, but felt like a brand. Sir Orin. The disgraced knight. Servants gossip. They say you were seen near the barracks yesterday. That you, V.E. developed a charitable streak. The old Elira would have trembled. The new Elira met his gaze, letting a flicker of fear show, just enough to be convincing. He was hurt, she whispered. It was only a kindness. I couldn't just leave him. Kale's blue eyes searched her face, looking for the lie. He was suspicious. Possessive. He didn't like one of his possessions showing an interest in another toy, especially a broken one. Kindness is a luxury, my love. And it is often wasted on the unworthy, he murmured, leaning down, his face close to hers. He is beneath you. A disgrace. You are a princess. You will be a queen. Remember what you are. And remember who you belong to. He released her chin and straightened up, his handsome face once again arranged into a mask of princely concern. But the warning had been delivered. As he walked away, Elira gently touched her chin where his fingers had been. He thought he was putting her back in her box, reinforcing her chains. The fool. He couldn't see that he had just handed her another key. He sees Orin as a threat to my purity. My loyalty. A rival. It was a weakness she could exploit beautifully. That night, the palace was quiet. The drama was over. Her first move was a success. She had a new, unwitting ally, and she had sown the first seeds of mystery around herself. She went to the great tapestry in her room, the one depicting the founding of the Villainess line. She ran her hands along the cold stone wall behind it, counting the blocks just as the ancient blueprints had indicated. Her fingers found it, a stone with a slightly different texture. Pressing hard, she felt it give way with a low groan, revealing a small, dark cavity. Inside was a keyhole, old and black and filled with shadows. Her heart hammered in her chest. With a trembling hand, she retrieved the silver key from the pouch around her neck. She pushed it into the lock. It slid home with a satisfying, perfect click. Taking a deep breath, she turned it. There was a grinding sound of stone on stone, a sound that hadn't been heard in centuries. A section of the wall, an entire man-high slab of it, receded silently into the darkness, revealing a steep, descending flight of stone steps. A draft of cool, ancient air rushed out to meet her, smelling of deep earth, of dust, and of something else. A clean, electric scent like the air after a lightning strike. The scent of raw, undiluted magic. She peered into the oppressive blackness below. This was the legacy they had tried to bury. The power they had tried to erase. Her true birthright. Taking the candlestick from her nightstand, she held the flickering flame aloft and took the first step down into the forgotten history of her house. The stone door slid silently shut behind her, plunging her into the thrilling, absolute dark. The darkness at the bottom of the stairs was ancient and absolute, a living presence that had not been disturbed in centuries. It was a physical cold that seeped through the thin fabric of her nightgown, raising a field of goosebumps on her arms. Her single candle flame trembled, a tiny, defiant star in an oppressive velvet void, casting long, skeletal shadows that seemed to writhe on the circular walls. The air was thick and still, carrying the scent of deep earth, sealed off time, and that thrilling, electric hum of dormant power. This was no mere hidden room. It was a crypt of knowledge, a forgotten sanctuary. The walls were lined not with wooden shelves, but with deep stone niches carved directly into the bedrock. In each niche lay a single object, a book bound in dark leather secured with a silver clasp, a scroll sealed with the deep blue wax of the Valerius household, a crystalline orb that seemed to drink the candlelight, remaining stubbornly dark within. This was the source of her family's whispers and legends. This was her true birthright. She approached the nearest niche, her bare feet silent on the cold stone. The book within was bound in a strange, unidentifiable leather that felt supple and strangely solid to the touch. There was no title on its spine. As her fingertips grazed the cover, a jolt, sharp and tingling, shot up her arm. It wasn't painful. It was an acknowledgement. A dormant thing stirring in its sleep. The cautious, calculating mind of the 24-year-old woman urged patience and study. But the raw, hungry soul of the girl who had burned on the pyre craved this power with a desperate, all-consuming need. She took the book and, with fingers that felt clumsy and mortal, undid the intricate silver clasp. The pages were not paper or vellum, but whisper-thin sheets of hammered, alchemical silver that shimmered with an oily, rainbow luminescence in the candlelight. The script was archaic, flowing and elegant, written in the old tongue, a language she had only touched upon in her most advanced historical studies. It spoke of magic not as a gift begged from distant gods, but as an inherent part of the world, a force to be connected with, guided, and commanded. The blood of Valerius is a key. One passage read, the ancient letters seeming to shift on the silver page. A conduit to the world's heart. Do not ask for power. Command it. Command it. The words resonated with the core of her new being. She closed her eyes, and for a terrifying second, she was back in the fire. She remembered the sheer force of her rage, that final, desperate command she had hurled at the universe. Give me another chance. The universe had answered. Focusing, she held her free hand over the open page. She didn't read the words aloud. That was the crude magic of the priests. Instead, she focused on their meaning, on the intent behind the incantation. It described a simple ward, a shield of pure force woven from the caster's own essence. She pictured it in her mind, an invisible barrier, like heat haze on a summer road. She pushed her will into the image, fueling it with a sliver of the cold fury that now served as the ever-burning furnace in her soul. Nothing happened. The air remained still. The candle flame did not waver. Disappointment, sharp and bitter, pricked at her. Was it a lie? Was she too weak? Had the magic in her bloodline thinned to nothing over the silent centuries? The blood is the key. The words from the page echoed in her mind. Hesitantly, she took the small silver pin she used to secure her braid. Her hand shook as she pressed the sharp point against the soft pad of her index finger. A single, perfect droplet of blood welled up, a dark ruby in the candlelight. She touched her finger to the silver page. The crimson smear sizzled, vanishing into the metal, as if it were a thirsty sponge. The effect was instantaneous and staggering. A wave of pure energy surged up from the book, not through her hand, but into her very soul. The air crackled around her. The candle flame roared to life, leaping to 3 times its size and burning with a brilliant white-blue light. A chilling, vibrating energy spread through her veins. It was not a pleasant warmth, but a terrifying, clarifying cold, the feeling of absolute potential mixed with profound risk. For one dizzying second, she felt the sheer, crushing weight of the power she had touched, like standing at the bottom of the deepest ocean. Then, just as quickly, the power receded, leaving her gasping, her knees buckling. She slammed the book shut and slumped against the cold stone wall, her heart hammering against her ribs like a war drum. A sheen of cold sweat coated her brow. A faint, violet shimmer, the ghost of her ward, flickered in the air around her hand before dissipating like smoke. It had worked. But the cost was immense. The magic took a heavy toll. It fed on her essence, her stamina, her very life force. Using it carelessly would leave her weak and vulnerable. This was a stiletto, not a broadsword. A power to be honed, respected, and unleashed with surgical precision. A slow, determined smile touched her lips. She finally had a weapon. A weapon Kale, in all his arrogant glory, knew nothing about. 2 weeks crawled by. Elira spent her days playing the part of the sad, meek princess, and her nights in the secret library. She did not rush. She started small, learning to feel the life in a potted plant, to gently nudge a candle flame with her will. Each attempt left her exhausted, a deep ache in her bones that sleep could barely touch, but each success was a sharpening of her new blade. Then came the summons. The annual masquerade of petals, a celebration marking the end of a bountiful harvest, was upon them. It was the glittering jewel in the court's social crown, a night where masked identities encouraged intrigue, and secrets could be exchanged behind the anonymity of a silken domino mask. In her first life, Elira had dreaded this night. This time, she saw the ball for what it truly was, a hunting ground. Indigo. Serafina wrinkled her perfect nose. They were in Elira's chambers, surrounded by a rainbow of fabrics. Eli, it's so? Samba. A masquerade is for bright colors. Pinks and golds. Elira smiled her gentle, vacant smile. I think it's the color of the evening sky, she said softly, just before the stars come out. Serafina sighed, a theatrical puff of air. She dismissed the choice as another one of her friend's melancholic quirks. The apathetic, grey princess was no competition for the cream and rose gold confection she had chosen for herself. Elira let her chatter, her mind 1,000 miles away, meticulously planning her costume, her words, her every glance and gesture. The night of the masquerade, she waited until the festivities were in full swing. She preferred to slip in, to observe from the shadows before making her strike. When she finally emerged, her handmaiden, Lyra, let out an audible gasp. The indigo gown was a masterpiece of deceptive simplicity. Its cut was modest, with long sleeves and a high neckline, but the fabric was woven with threads of pure, spun silver. It didn't sparkle, it shimmered. As she moved, it seemed to drink the light, rippling like a captured galaxy. Her silver hair was swept up in an intricate cascade of twists, threaded with tiny, flawless diamonds that looked like starlight caught in its depths. But the transformative piece was the mask. Fashioned from filigreed silver, it was in the stylized shape of a lunar moth. Its intricate antennae swept up to frame her eyes, and its delicate wings were dusted with more of the tiny diamonds. It hid her identity completely, obscuring her famous hair and recognizable brow. All that remained visible was her mouth and the sharp line of her jaw. The girl who stepped into the ballroom was not Princess Elira. She was a mystery. An apparition of the midnight sky. The Great Hall was a living kaleidoscope of sound and color. Elira moved along the edge of the throng, a silent, indigo shadow in the brilliant chaos. Her eyes, sharp and analytical, scanned the crowd. She saw Queen Isolde, unmistakable in a blood-red gown and a severe harpy mask. She saw a profoundly miserable Sir Orin on guard duty, wearing a simple black leather mask that did nothing to hide his stiff, proud posture. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. She saw surprise and a grudging respect dawn in his. It was a silent, fraud acknowledgement, before she deliberately looked away. And then she found her prey. Kale was not hard to find. He stood near the grand fountain, a golden lion holding court. His mask was gilded gold, covering his eyes, but leaving his handsome, arrogant mouth exposed. He radiated a lazy, confident power, fielding flirtations from a flock of masked ladies. Elira did not approach. She waited. Taking a glass of water from a servant, she found a spot and this was her opening. They have told me that you are a man who sees the world as a chessboard. That you are already looking 10 moves ahead. You are not thinking about this dance. You are thinking about the future. About war. His grip on her hand tightened almost imperceptibly. He missed half a step, a minuscule stumble that no one else would have noticed, but to Elira it was a seismic victory. You are perceptive, he said, his voice losing some of its easy charm, replaced by a sharper edge of curiosity. And what makes you say that? The northern emissaries, she replied coolly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Their arrival has made everyone else nervous. But not you. You look at them with the eyes of a man who already knows how he will defeat them. She let her voice drop to a confidential whisper. You have a plan. Something bold. Something no one else expects. He was silent for a full 10 seconds, guiding her through the intricate steps of the dance while his mind was clearly racing. He had revealed his plan for Dragon's tooth pass to a timid 14-year-old girl, never imagining she understood its full implications. He believed his secret was safe. Every good prince has plans, he finally said, his voice cautious. Of course, she agreed softly. But are they good plans? What lies beyond the mountains you intend to cross? You plan for the army you know. But do you plan for the whispers on the wind? The tribes that owe no fealty to the northern lords. The ones who might be an unexpected flood once the dam is broken. She was pulling details from her memories of his own proud stories of the campaign, stories of the troublesome mountain clans he had to spend months subjugating after his great victory. A detail he always glossed over. Cale was truly thrown off balance now. He had expected flirtation, coquetry. He was getting a political and military analysis from a masked mystery. You speak with a great deal of certainty. For an observer, I merely ask the questions that a prudent commander should ask himself, she countered smoothly. She could feel his mind working, re-evaluating. The seed of doubt had been planted. The simple, elegant plan he had been so proud of suddenly had new, complicated variables attached. The music swelled to its finale. He spun her one last time, drawing her in close. For a heart-stopping moment, his masked face was inches from hers. She could see the confusion, the frustration, and the unwilling spark of respect in his eyes. He thought he was dancing with a rival mind, a hidden power at court. He had no idea he was dancing with a ghost. You have given me a great deal to think about, my lady, he said, his voice a low, serious rumble. That is what the stars are for, my Lord Lion, she whispered back. To make one think about the vast, unpredictable darkness. The music ended. Before he could ask her name, before he could demand she unmask, she slipped her hand from his, curtsied deeply, and melted back into the swirling crowd, her shimmering indigo gown disappearing into the sea of people like a drop of ink in water. She didn't look back. She made her way to the shadowed terrace, her heart pounding not with fear, but with the cold, pure thrill of victory. She had done it. She had laid the first crack in the foundation of his future. She had taken his greatest strength, his arrogant self-confidence, and begun to turn it against him. She leaned against the cool stone balustrade, taking a deep breath of the crisp night air. She could feel a pair of eyes on her. Not Cale's. A different, steadier gaze. From across the gardens, standing in the shadows of the exit he was meant to be guarding, she saw Sir Orin. He was no longer looking at her with confusion, but with a dawning, sharp-edged comprehension. He couldn't know the truth, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The timid, tragic princess he thought he knew was gone. And in her place stood something new. Something dangerous. Elira met his gaze and gave him the barest hint of a nod. Then she turned her back on him, and on the ball, looking out at the dark, sprawling city below. The night was cold, but she didn't feel it. She felt only the fire inside, burning steady and bright. The dance was over, but the war had just begun. The weeks following the masquerade of petals were quiet. Too quiet. Elira felt it in the very air of the palace, a taut, humming stillness that precedes a storm. Cale's obsessive curiosity about the Lady of the Moths had become a popular court whisper. He was hunting for the mystery woman, never once suspecting the answer was right under his nose, draped in grey wool and staring vacantly into space during poetry recitals. His frustration was a small, satisfying warmth in the cold landscape of her mission. Every night, she slipped into the hidden library. The initial rush of power had tempered into a demanding discipline. The magic was a jealous lover, requiring her full attention, her stamina, her very essence. It drained her, leaving a deep, resonant ache in her bones that no amount of sleep could fully erase. Yet, with every exhausting session, her control grew. She could now weave small, intricate illusions, gentle compulsions, and shields of force that could stop a thrown dagger, though the effort left her dizzy and seeing spots. She was meditating one afternoon, ostensibly dozing in a sunny patch of the royal gardens, when the memory struck her. It came unbidden, a ghost from her first life, triggered by the sight of Lord Thorns' two thuggish sons striding across the lawn. Unlucky girl, that princess, a nasty fall in the North Tower, they said. But my cousin who serves in the kitchens heard different. Heard a man from House Thorn bragging in his cups about a job nearly done. It had been servant's gossip. a half-drunken rumor she had overheard and dismissed years ago in her first life. A story about a clumsy accident Dee had around this time, where Dee slipped on a newly polished staircase. It had been laughed off as another example of the Shadow Princess being lost in her own daydreams. But now, with the cold clarity of a survivor, she saw the truth. It hadn't been an accident. It had been an attempt. A bungled, clumsy, but very real assassination attempt. And it was due to happen again. House Thorn. Ambitious, ruthless, and Isolde's staunchest supporters. With Elira gone, the path would be clear for the Queen to broker a marriage for Kael to the Thorn daughter, a plain but ferociously clever girl, cementing Isolde's own power for another generation. They had failed once. They would not be so clumsy this time. Panic, cold and useless, tried to surface. She calmly pushed it down. Fear was a luxury. Preparation was a necessity. She couldn't go to the royal guard. The Shadow Princess. Reporting a paranoid fantasy based on a feeling. They would dismiss her. It would only make her look unstable. She couldn't tell Kael. He would use it as another excuse to smother her in his possessive protection. No. This was a test. An opportunity. She would not just survive this, she would use it. She would turn their dagger back on them, and use it to carve herself a seat at the table of power. That night, she did not study illusions or shields. She delved into one of the darker tomes, one bound in what looked like petrified wood. It spoke of wards of binding, intricate nets of power designed not to harm, but to hold. She spent hours pushing her will through the complex patterns, weaving a silent, invisible thread of her own energy. It was the most complex magic she had ever attempted. By the time dawn threatened the horizon, she was pale and shaking, a single drop of blood falling from her nose onto the silver page. But the ward was set. A shimmering, near-invisible net of her own essence was now woven into the very fabric of the air in her bedchamber, keyed to her life force, and armed with a single command, paralyze. 2 nights later, her trap was sprung. She was feigning sleep, her breathing deep and even, a dagger she had stolen from the armory tucked under her pillow. The night was late, the palace silent save for the distant cry of an owl. She felt at first, a subtle disturbance in the ward, like a fly brushing against a spider's web. A presence on her balcony. The lock on her balcony doors clicked, unnaturally soft. A shadow detached itself from the deeper shadows, a slender, dark-clad figure slipping into her room with the fluid grace of a hunting cat. Her heart hammered a frantic, terrified rhythm against her ribs, but her mind was a block of ice. The figure paused, letting his eyes adjust to the dim moonlight filtering through the windows. He was a professional. Unhurried. Confident. He moved toward her bed, a long, thin blade gleaming faintly in his hand. He was so close she could smell the scent of damp wool and cold night air. He raised the blade, positioning it for a swift, silent thrust to the heart. Now, Elira thought, pouring a sliver of her will into the waiting ward. It was utterly silent. There was no flash of light, no crackle of energy. The assassin simply froze. His body went completely rigid, his arm still raised, the dagger poised to strike. His eyes, wide with shock and sudden, abject terror, were the only part of him that could move. He was a statue of murder, trapped mid-motion, his intent clear for all to see. Elira slid out of the other side of the bed, her own body trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and magical exhaustion. She looked at the paralyzed man, at the horror frozen on his face. She felt a moment of pity, which she immediately crushed. He had come to kill her in her sleep. He deserved no pity. She took a deep, steadying breath. Then, she opened her mouth and screamed. The scream was a masterpiece. It wasn't a cry of rage or defiance. It was a high, shrill, terrified shriek, the sound of a helpless, frightened girl. It tore through the silence of the West Wing, followed by another, and then a convincing, panicked sob. Heavy, running footsteps pounded in the corridor. Her chamber door burst open, and 2 guards spilled in, swords drawn. They skidded to a halt, their jaws dropping at the impossible scene before them, the princess, cowering by her bed in her white nightgown, and a black-clad assassin, frozen in place like a macabre work of art. A dagger held inches from the empty space where her heart would have been. One of the guards was Sir Orin. His flinty eyes took in the scene in a fraction of a second. He saw the assassin, the dagger, and then his gaze locked on Elira. She was playing her part perfectly, trembling, wide-eyed, clutching her hands to her chest, but he saw something else. In the depths of her violet eyes, he saw not terror, but the cold, hard glitter of triumph. More guards flooded the room. Chaos erupted. And then, cutting through the noise like a thunderclap, came Kale's voice. Elira. He stormed into the room, his hair disheveled from sleep, a silken robe hastily thrown over his broad shoulders. He took in the scene, and a look of pure, animalistic fury contorted his handsome features. His eyes fell on Elira, pale and trembling in the candlelight, and his expression shifted to one of intense, possessive concern. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, sweeping past the guards and the frozen assassin, and went straight to her. "Are you harmed?" he demanded, his hands cupping her face, his thumbs stroking her cheeks. She let out a shuddering breath and leaned into his touch, a moth drawn to the very flame that had once consumed her. It was a sickening, calculated act of dependence. "No," she whispered, her voice cracking. I had a nightmare. I woke up. And he was just standing there. He didn't move. I don't understand." She let a single, perfect tear trace a path down her cheek. Kale pulled her against him, crushing her to his chest. His arms wrapped around her like steel bands, his hand coming up to cradle the back of her head. He was a wall of warmth and strength. He smelled of sleep and something clean and uniquely his. In her first life, this embrace would have been her sanctuary. Now, it was a gilded cage, and the bars were his arms. She could feel the violent thumping of his heart against her ear, or perhaps it was her own. "It's all right," he murmured into her hair, his voice a low, dangerous growl meant for her ears only. "I'm here now. No one will ever harm you. I swear it on my life." He held her tighter, his possessiveness a suffocating blanket. "You are mine to protect." Over his shoulder, Elira's gaze met Orin's. The knight was watching the exchange, his face an unreadable stone mask. But she could see the tension in his jaw. He was seeing the golden prince claim his prize, comforting the fragile princess. He was also the only other person in the room who suspected this was all a meticulously crafted stage play, and she was the director. Kale finally released her, though he kept one arm firmly around her shoulders, keeping her tucked against his side. He turned his burning gaze on the still paralyzed assassin. "Who is he?" He snapped at the captain of the guard. "We don't know yet, Your Highness. He carries no markings. It's unnatural. He is alive, but completely rigid. As if struck by lightning." Kale's eyes narrowed. "Get him to the dungeons. Find out who sent him. Use any means necessary." His voice was cold as a grave. "And get the princess to a more secure chamber. I want a full guard on her at all times." As the guards cautiously moved the assassin, Elira let her head rest against Kale's shoulder, playing the part of the exhausted, traumatized victim. He was so focused on the assassin, on the physical threat, that he never questioned the miracle of her survival. He saw her as lucky, divinely protected, fragile. He didn't see the truth, that she had been the predator all along, and the assassin was merely the mouse caught in her expertly laid trap. The interrogation was brutally efficient. The assassin, once the magical paralysis wore off, was no match for Kale's fury. Under torture, he confessed. He had been hired by Lord Theron Thorn. The fallout was immediate and catastrophic for House Thorn. By noon the next day, they were arrested for high treason. The court was in an uproar. In the midst of the chaos, Elira remained in her new, heavily guarded chambers, refusing all visitors except for Serafina, who wept all over her about the awful, terrible ordeal, and Kale, who visited 3 times, each time his concern growing more possessive, his touches more lingering. She endured it all with the patience of a saint. On the 3rd day, a royal page arrived with a summons. Not from Kale, and not from the queen. It was from the king himself. She was escorted to the king's private wing, a part of the palace she rarely visited. The air here was heavy with the scent of medicinal herbs and sickness. Her father, King Theron, was not in his bed, but seated in a large, throne-like chair near a blazing fire, a thick fur blanket over his legs. He was a shadow of the vibrant man she remembered from her early childhood. His wasting illness had leached the strength from his body, leaving him gaunt and frail. But his eyes, the same deep violet as her own, were as sharp and intelligent as ever. "Leave us," he commanded the guards and pages, his voice a reedy whisper that still carried the weight of absolute authority. When they were alone, he beckoned her closer. "Elira." "Father," she said, curtsying deeply. "Come. Sit." He indicated a small stool by his chair. She obeyed, folding her hands in her lap, the picture of a dutiful, shaken daughter. He was silent for a long time, simply studying her. His gaze was disconcertingly sharp, peeling back the layers of her performance. "The court is calling you, the blessed princess," he said finally, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. "They say the gods themselves froze the assassin's hand to protect their chosen maiden. A pretty story." "I was very fortunate, father," she murmured. "Were you?" he asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You have been very fortunate. Of late. Fortunate that Sir Oren was proven innocent of a crime he did not commit, based on evidence you happen to have a feeling about. Fortunate that you woke from a nightmare at the exact moment a blade was at your throat." He coughed, a dry, rattling sound that shook his frail frame. Elira's blood ran cold. He saw it. He saw the pattern. "You remind me more of your grandmother every day," the king continued, a strange, wistful look in his eyes. Elira the wise. She, too, had a reputation for fortunate coincidences. She always knew where the enemy's dagger would fall. She called it intuition. Her enemies called it witchcraft. He leaned forward, his violet eyes locking onto hers with a startling intensity. "I am a dying man, Elira. I do not have time for pretty stories. Isolde is a viper, and Kale is a lion cub, who thinks he is a full-grown lion. He is strong and he is cunning, but he is dangerously ambitious, and his heart is a stone. The kingdom needs more than just a strong hand. It needs a subtle mind. A mind that can see the moves before they are made on the board." He leaned back, exhausted by the effort. "The small council convenes tomorrow at dawn to discuss the fallout from House Thorns' treason. I want you there." Elira's breath caught in her throat. The small council. The nexus of all political power in the kingdom, composed of the king, the prince, the queen, and the 5 most powerful ministers of the realm. It was a place she, as a mere princess, had never been permitted to enter. "Father, You will be there," he interrupted, his voice leaving no room for argument. "You will not speak, unless I ask you a direct question. You will watch. You will listen. You will learn. But most importantly, you will continue to be my fortunate, fragile, little girl for everyone else in that room." He understood. He didn't know how she was doing it, but he understood the game she was playing. And he was not stopping her. He was giving her a seat at the table. "Yes, father," she said, her voice filled with a genuine emotion that surprised her. It was gratitude. "Good?" He wheezed, slumping back into his chair, his eyes closing. "Now go. The performance of a lifetime awaits." She rose and curtsied, her mind reeling. She backed out of the room, her heart a wild drum of triumph and terror. This changed everything. As she walked down the long, silent corridor, back toward her gilded cage of a room, she passed Kale, who was clearly on his way to see the king. He stopped, a question in his eyes. "The king wished to see how I was faring," she explained softly, lowering her gaze in a show of meekness. "Of course," he said, his features softening. He reached out and gently squeezed her arm. "Rest now, Elira. You are safe. I will handle everything." She gave him a small, grateful smile. "Thank you, Kale. I don't know what I would do without you." "You would be free," a voice screamed in her head. She walked away, feeling his eyes on her back. He saw a frightened girl, retreating to her safe harbor. He had no idea she was marching toward a throne room of her own. The king's invitation was more than an opportunity. It was a key. A key to the army of the kingdom. And with it, she would not just lay traps for assassins. She would begin to dismantle an entire kingdom from the inside out. The air in the small council chamber was as heavy and stale as a forgotten tomb. Polished mahogany gleamed under the light of a dozen thick candles, the flames reflecting in the cold, guarded eyes of the men seated around the table. Heavy tapestries depicting ancient, bloody battles absorbed all sound, creating an oppressive, conspiratorial silence. Elira felt 100 pairs of unseen eyes on her as she entered, a small, grey mouse in a den of lions. Queen Isolde was already seated, a viper in crimson silk, her face a mask of cold displeasure at Elira's presence. Opposite her sat Lord Griffin, the aging war master, a man whose face was a roadmap of old scars and whose hands looked more comfortable holding a battle axe than a quill. Beside him, Lord Villainess, the royal spymaster, was a thin, wraith-like man who watched everyone from beneath heavy lids, his expression giving nothing away. Then Kale entered. He bypassed his designated seat and came straight to her side. "You will sit with me," he murmured, his voice pitched for her ears only. It wasn't a request. He guided her to the seat beside his hand lingering on the small of her back. The touch was meant to be reassuring, a public display of protection, but to Elira, it felt like a brand, a marking of ownership for the whole council to see. She took her seat, her head bowed, her hands folded primly in her lap. She made herself small, invisible, a ghost at the feast. When her father was carried in and settled at the head of the table, his breath a faint, rasping sound in the silence, the meeting began. The topic was House Thorn. The words treason, forfeiture, and execution were thrown around with the cold ease of men discussing crop yields. Isolde argued for a swift, brutal public example. Kale, his jaw tight with fury, agreed, his voice hard as iron. He spoke of cleansing the court, of absolute loyalty. Elira listened, a perfect statue of meek obedience, but her mind was a whirlwind of activity, cataloguing every man's reaction, every subtle alliance, every flicker of fear or opportunism. She saw Lord Villainess's penance for making notes when Isolde spoke of the Thorn family's business holdings. An alliance there. She saw Lord Griffin's grim nod when Kale spoke of making the military the true backbone of the kingdom. She played her part flawlessly. When Lord Griffin slammed his fist on the table to emphasize a point, she flinched, a wide-eyed, startled fawn. Kale's hand immediately covered hers on the table, his grip strong and firm. "It is all right," he mouthed silently, his expression one of tender concern. The gesture, so noble on the surface, sent a shiver of revulsion through her. Later, pretending to be nervous, she accidentally knocked her stack of blank parchment to the floor. As she bent to retrieve it, Kale was there beside her, his movements fluid and graceful. As they both reached for the last sheet, he placed a hand on her knee, beneath the table, hidden from the view of the others. "Steady," he whispered, his thumb stroking the wool of her gown in a slow, possessive circle. The touch was a violation. It wasn't chaste or comforting. It was acclaiming. His touch said, "You are mine. Your fear is mine. Your body is mine. I am your strength. You are my weakness." Heat, unwanted and infuriating, flared on her skin. Her mind recoiled in hatred, but her body, treacherous and young, registered the warmth, the strength, the sheer male presence of him. She had to fight the urge to slap his hand away. Instead, she let out a small, shaky breath and looked up at him, her violet eyes swimming with faint gratitude and trust. "Thank you," she whispered. His smile was pleased, proprietary. He believed he was soothing a frightened bird, not stoking the furnace of her rage. When he finally removed his hand, her skin felt cold where he had touched her. The meeting concluded with a dozen new plots set in motion, a dozen new fault lines revealed in the bedrock of the court. Elira had a wealth of new information. She had also never felt so exhausted. Playing the part of a fragile doll was more draining than any spell she had yet cast. That night, sleep would not come. The adrenaline of the council meeting had faded, leaving behind a gnawing unease. The ward she had set against the assassin had been a marvel of defense, but it was reactive. It was a spider's web, waiting for a fly. She couldn't build her entire future on waiting for her enemies to make a mistake. She needed a sword. She needed fire. The memory of the hidden library called to her. It wasn't enough. The spells in those first few books were fundamental, the building blocks of power. She had the sense that they were merely the primer, the introduction to a much larger, more dangerous curriculum. Clad in a simple black tunic and breeches she'd pilfered from the laundry, her hair tied back, she unlocked the passage behind the tapestry. Down the stone steps she went, into the circular room humming with dormant power. This time, she didn't stop at the first niche. Her father had called her Elira the Wise Reborn. Her ancestress wouldn't have stopped here. This was a vestibule, not the sanctum. She ran her hands along the cold stone walls, searching, feeling for another secret. Her eyes fell upon a faint inscription carved into the stone beneath the central niche, words almost erased by time. "Where knowledge sleeps, the serpent follows." The serpent. The crest of House Valerus. Taking the silver pin from her hair, she pricked her thumb once more. Wincing, she pressed the droplet of blood against the carved image of the serpent. For a moment, nothing. Then, a low grinding sound echoed in the small chamber. The entire back wall of the niche receded, revealing not a small compartment, but another passage, blacker and colder than the first. It smelled of profound stillness, of absolute, untouched decay. This was the way to the palace's sealed wing. The journey was long and unsettling. The passage was narrow, the air thick with dust that choked her lungs and coated her skin. Cobwebs, thick as shrouds, brushed against her face, and the sound of her own breathing was terrifyingly loud in the oppressive silence. It was the throat of a forgotten Leviathan, and she was willingly letting it swallow her whole. After what felt like an hour, the passage ended at a heavy, iron-banded door with no handle. She pressed her hand against the cold wood, focusing her will, feeding a trickle of her life force into the rotten timber. With a groan of protesting hinges, the door swung inward. She stepped through and gasped. She was in a vast, ruined library. A great, shattered dome of glass far above let in slivers of cold moonlight, painting stripes of silver and shadow across a scene of magnificent desolation. Towering shelves, their wood warped and grey with age, lined the circular walls. But here, the books were not nestled in safe niches. They were chained to the shelves with thick, rusted iron links, as if they were wild beasts that could not be trusted. Dust lay thick as a fresh snowfall on every surface. The air was frigid and smelled of ozone, old paper, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like blood and old magic. This was the true forbidden library. This was a place of power so great it had to be imprisoned. Her gaze was drawn to the center of the room. On a massive stone lectern stood a single book. It was larger than the others, bound not in leather, but in something that looked like blackened iron, inlaid with twisting patterns of what looked like shadow-spun silk. It was not chained down. It didn't need to be. It radiated an aura of immense, slumbering power that pushed against her senses, a palpable weight in the air. Drawn by a force she didn't understand, she walked toward it. Her footsteps were the only sound in the dead silence. As she reached out a trembling hand, her fingers inches from the cold iron cover, a voice echoed in the cavernous space. It did not come from any direction. It bloomed directly inside her mind. It has been a very long time since one of the blood dared to enter my sanctum. Elira froze, her hand hovering in midair. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The room was empty. There was nothing but dust and moonlight and shadows. "Who is there?" she called out, her voice sounding small and thin. A low, amused chuckle answered her, a sound that seemed to be made of dry, rustling leaves and shifting sand. "There? I am not there. I am here." From the pages of the great book on the lectern, a wisp of black, smoky mist began to rise. It swirled and coalesced, twisting upon itself, slowly taking on a form. It solidified into the spectral, shimmering image of a man. He was tall and unnervingly beautiful, with the cruel, sharp-edged perfection of a winter storm. His form was translucent, woven from smoke and starlight, his long hair the color of midnight, his eyes glowing with a soft, silver luminescence. He was ancient, ageless, and terrifying. "Who are you?" Elira asked, forcing her voice to remain steady, refusing to show the fear that was a cold knot in her stomach. The spirit smiled, a slow, predatory curving of his lips. It did not reach his silver eyes, which were filled with a chilling, boundless amusement. "My name is Elrin. Once, I was called a guardian, a scholar, a librarian. Now I am simply a memory, bound to this collection. And you, little princess, are the first interesting thing to happen in 500 years. His gaze raked over her, and it was a sensation far more invasive than Kale's physical touch. It felt as if he were peeling back her skin, her muscle, her bone, and looking directly at the furious, burning core of her soul. "Ah," he murmured, a soft sigh of appreciation inside her head. "I see now. They burned you." A fine bit of irony. Trying to purify a flame with fire. And in your final moments, you didn't pray for salvation. You prayed for vengeance. How delicious. His words sent a thrill of terror and recognition through her. He could see it. He could see her past, her future, her deepest, darkest desire. "What do you want?" she asked, her hand balling into a fist at her side. "Want?" Elrin floated closer, his spectral form gliding through the air until he hovered a few feet away. "What I have always wanted. To be entertained. To see the great wheel turn. But what you want, little Villainess, that is far more immediate." His silver eyes flickered to the iron-bound book. "You hunger for the knowledge within this tome. You hunger for the power to turn your rage into a weapon that will bring a kingdom to its knees." He was right. She did. The craving for it was a physical ache inside her. "Can you teach me?" she asked, the words a blunt, stark demand. Elrin laughed again, the sound a silken caress in her mind. "Teach you? My dear girl, your latent power is a sputtering candle in a hurricane. With my guidance, I could make it a sun. I can teach you to weave illusions so real they bleed. To command the fears that fester in the hearts of your enemies. To make your will a law of nature. I can give you everything you need to become the queen they fear you are." Elira's breath hitched. It was everything she wanted. It was too good to be true. For a price. His smile widened. "Of course. Knowledge, true knowledge, always has a price." He circled her slowly, a predator assessing its prey. His form was insubstantial, yet she could feel a strange pressure, a magnetic pull, as he passed. "I do not want gold. I do not want promises," he whispered in her mind, his voice becoming a conspiratorial, intimate hum. "The price is a bond. You have the bloodline, the raw fury. I have the knowledge, the finesse. Your power is untamed, unconnected. Let me be your conduit. I will feed you my knowledge, guide your hand. And in return..." He paused, letting the silence stretch, savoring the moment. "In return, you will anchor me to this world again. Your life force, your actions, your triumphs, They will be the threads that allow me to slowly stitch myself back into the fabric of reality. I want more than to be a memory in a dusty book. I want to feel the world again. Through you. It was a devil's bargain, cloaked in poetry. To become his anchor, his window, his lifeline to the physical world. It was a symbiosis, but also a form of possession. And if I refuse? She asked. Then you can spend another decade fumbling in the dark, learning parlor tricks from these lesser tomes. He said with a dismissive wave of a smoky hand. And you will likely end up on another pyre, when your enemies finally outmaneuver you. Your rage is magnificent, little princess, but it is not enough. Not against a man like Kale. He stopped in front of her, his silver eyes boring into her. The choice is yours. Remain a candle, and be snuffed out. Or take my hand, and become an inferno. Elira looked at the smirking, ancient spirit, at the promise of unimaginable power, and at the abyss of its unknown cost. She thought of Kale's hand on her knee, of Isolde's dismissive sneer, of Seraphina's treacherous smile. She thought of the roar of the crowd and the smell of her own burning flesh. Her fear was a distant thing, a cold star light years away. Her ambition and her need for vengeance were a blazing sun right in front of her. I accept, she said, her voice clear and strong in the dead silence of the library. Elrin's smile became one of pure, radiant triumph. Excellent. He gestured to the iron-bound tome. Then let our pact be sealed. Place your hand upon the book. She hesitated for only a second before stepping forward and pressing her palm flat against the cold, iron cover. Elrin floated closer, placing his own shimmering, insubstantial hand over hers. The moment his skin touched hers, the world dissolved. It was not a physical touch, but a spiritual one, a shock that bypassed her nerves and struck directly at her soul. A thin, searing filament of violet light, her essence, her life force, snaked out from her hand and into his form. He seemed to solidify for a moment, his silver eyes glowing brightly as he took a shuddering, ghostly breath, as if tasting air for the first time in an age. Simultaneously, a filament of brilliant, silver-white light, pure knowledge, cold and sharp and overwhelming, flowed from him into her. It was an agony and an ecstasy, a torrent of information, of symbols, of feelings and ancient memories flooding her mind. The bond was forged. The pact was sealed. She had shackled herself to an unknown, ancient power. And as she stood there, trembling, a whole new library of forbidden, terrifying knowledge blooming in her mind, she felt not regret, but the first true, exhilarating taste of victory. Her power was growing. And the cost. The cost was a problem for tomorrow. The pact with Elrin had changed her. It was a subtle, internal shift that no one else could see, but for Elira, it was as profound as the moment of her rebirth. The spectral librarian had become a permanent resident in the back of her mind, a silken, sardonic voice offering unsolicited advice, cynical observations, and most importantly, constant, steady drip of forbidden knowledge. Your stepmother is wearing the Laurier sapphires today. He would murmur in her thoughts as Isolde swept past. A poor choice. They bring out the burgeoning cruelty around her mouth. Rubies would have been far more strategic. Observe how Kale stands. Elrin commented once, as she watched the prince spar in the training yard. He places his weight on his back foot, relying on power over balance. Arrogant. A faster opponent could use that against him. Make a note of it. His presence was both a comfort and a constant violation. There were no more secrets, no more private thoughts. Her mind was their shared library. The bond was a strange, disquieting intimacy, more profound than any physical closeness she had ever known. In return for this psychic invasion, her power grew at an explosive rate. Under his guidance, a simple shield of force became a shimmering, multi-layered ward that could absorb and redirect kinetic energy. A simple illusion became a complex glamour, a phantom image with weight, sound, and even scent. The price, however, remained steep. Every significant spell she cast left her feeling as if her very soul had been stretched thin, leaving her hollowed out and bone-weary. Elira, in turn, seemed to grow incrementally more solid. Sometimes, when she glanced at her reflection, she could almost see his shimmering form standing just behind her shoulder. 2 months after sealing her pact, an opportunity to test her newfound abilities, and to alter the timeline in a more significant way, presented itself. It arrived in the form of a royal decree, read aloud in a listless voice by a court herald. By order of His Majesty the King, and in response to the extended drought in the southern provinces, a relief tithe of 1,000 bushels of grain is to be dispatched to the beleaguered barony of Stonecrest. Elira froze. Stonecrest. She remembered Stonecrest. It wasn't just a place on a map, it was a ghost in her memory. In her first life, the relief shipment had never arrived. It had been waylaid, diverted by a corrupt quartermaster in league with grain merchants looking to profit from the manufactured scarcity. The result had been a famine. Hundreds had starved. The ensuing riots had destabilized the entire southern region, providing Kale with a convenient excuse to march his legions in to restore order, a move that had greatly burnished his reputation as a decisive leader. It had been his first major political victory. How deliciously cynical. Elira's voice purred in her mind. Starve them, then save them. Kale learned that trick early. I can stop it, Elira thought, her heart hammering. This wasn't just about revenge. This was about people's lives. This was a chance to do something good. A strange, unfamiliar feeling. Goodness is a matter of perspective, little princess. Elira countered coolly. But saving a village to deny your enemy a victory. That is a strategic masterstroke. I approve. Her plan was risky, bordering on reckless. It required precision, deception, and a significant expenditure of her limited power. It was perfect. That afternoon, she sought out Sir Orin. She found him where he usually was when not on duty, in a small, dusty corner of the palace armory, meticulously sharpening a blade that was already sharp enough to shave with. His disgrace had been lifted, but the court had a long memory, and he was still treated as a pariah. Kale, in particular, seemed to enjoy assigning him the most menial, tedious duties. Sir Orin, she said softly. He looked up, his flinty eyes widening slightly in surprise. Since the masquerade, a silent, unspoken understanding had existed between them. He watched her. She knew he watched her. But they had not spoken. He stood and gave a stiff, formal bow. Your Highness. I have a task for you, she said, dispensing with pleasantries. It is unofficial, and if you are caught, I will deny any knowledge of it. The risk is entirely your own. He didn't even hesitate. Your wish is my command. The unwavering loyalty in his voice sent a small, complicated pang through her. He wasn't loyal to the fragile princess she pretended to be. He was loyal to the woman he'd seen glimpses of, the woman who had saved him in that dark storage room. A grain shipment is leaving for Stonecrest at dawn tomorrow. She explained in a low voice. The quartermaster, a man named Lucius, has arranged for it to be waylaid by bandits. He will sell the grain on the black market. You will follow the shipment. When the false bandits strike, you will intervene. The guards are in on it, but the drivers are not. Protect the drivers, secure the grain, and ensure it reaches Stonecrest. Orin's brow furrowed. How do you know this, Your Highness? Tell him you overheard a rumor from a frightened kitchen maid whose brother is one of the guards. Elira supplied instantly. Plausible, pitiable, and untraceable. Elira ignored him. She looked directly into Orin's clear, honest eyes. I know because I know, she said simply. You saved me from a lie once, Sir Knight. Now I am asking you to help me uphold a truth. Will you do it? He stared at her, his gaze intense, searching. He wasn't just looking at her face, he was looking into her. And in that moment, she felt a connection that was entirely different from her bond with Elira. It was simpler. Grounded. Real. Yes, he said finally, his voice rough with an emotion she couldn't name. I will. He would need help. One man, no matter how skilled, couldn't fight off 24 mercenaries. Her plan required a second, more delicate touch. For that, she needed to see Kale. She found him in his private study, a room overflowing with maps and strategic treatises. He was leaning over a large table, plotting troop movements on a map of the northern provinces, a familiar, calculating glint in his blue eyes. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting him in hues of gold and blood red. Kale, she said, her voice a soft, hesitant breath from the doorway. He looked up, and his stern expression instantly softened as he saw her. Elira. Come in. She drifted into the room, a picture of shy fragility in a simple lavender gown. Am I disturbing you? She asked, her gaze wide and innocent. You look busy. Never too busy for you, he said, his voice dropping to that intimate murmur he used when they were alone. He straightened up, a tired but pleased smile on his face. He crossed the room and took her hands in his. His were warm and strong, calloused from sword work. What troubles you, my little shadow? It's silly, she said, looking down, letting him see the slight tremor in her hands, a tremor she didn't have to fake. The nearness of him was a physical assault on her senses, a nauseating cocktail of remembered affection and ice-cold hatred. It's just that grain shipment. The one for Stonecrest. His brow furrowed in confusion. What about it? I heard some of the court ladies talking, she lied smoothly, her voice barely a whisper. Laughing about it. They said the convoy is lightly guarded. That it will likely never arrive. They seemed to think it was a great jest, that the southern peasants would be taught a lesson in humility. She squeezed his hands, her eyes beseeching his. But it's so cruel, Kale. The people are starving. You wouldn't let that happen, would you? She had tailored the lie perfectly to his ego. She hadn't accused a specific person, she accused the gossiping, frivolous courtiers he so disdained. She had framed it not as a political problem, but as a moral one, appealing to the noble, heroic image he so carefully projected. A thunderous scowl darkened his face. Cruel. It's treasonous, he growled. These vipers at court would rather see the kingdom burn than part with a single copper coin. He released her hands and strode back to his desk, his mind already working. He saw an opportunity. Not to save people, but to root out traitors, to demonstrate his authority, to be the hero who acted while others idled. Do you know who the escort commander is? He snapped. I believe it is Captain Villainess. Elira said. She knew for a fact it was. The captain was her own distant cousin, an honest but hopelessly naive man, who would follow orders without question. Perfect, Kale spat. An honorable fool leading sheep to the slaughter. He began to scribble a note on a piece of parchment. I'll dispatch a unit of my own men. A surprise inspection. They will shadow the convoy and ensure its safe arrival. And if anyone attempts to interfere, his smile was thin and dangerous, they have my full authority to dispense justice on the spot. Elira let out a sigh of profound relief, the sound delicate and heartfelt. Oh, thank you, Kale. I knew you would do the right thing. He looked up, his expression softening as he looked at her. He saw his beautiful, compassionate princess, her gentle heart troubled by the world's injustices. He saw a future queen whose conscience was as pure as her face. Your heart is too soft for this world, Elira, he said gently. He came to her and cupped her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin. That is why you need me. To be your shield. And your sword. You were the sword that ended me, she thought, forcing herself to lean into his touch. I am glad I have you, she whispered. The lie tasted like ash in her mouth. She had done it. Oren would now have backup, royal legionnaires with the prince's own authority. The corrupt quartermaster's plan was doomed. She had manipulated Kale into saving the very people he had intended to use as pawns. The dramatic irony was exquisite. Brilliantly played. Elira's voice hummed with approval in her mind. You used his own heroic pretensions against him. He believes he is protecting you, when in fact he is doing your bidding. I am beginning to think you have a real talent for this. That night, Elira did not sleep. She climbed to the highest point of the West Tower, a lonely spire overlooking the sleeping capital. She had to ensure the final piece of her plan fell into place. The convoy would be safe, but Lucius, the quartermaster, was a loose thread. If he was captured, he might talk, might implicate others who could trace the plot back in an unexpected direction. He needed to disappear. From the tower, she could just see the faint glimmer of the convoy's torches, as it began its journey south. Now, she closed her eyes, shutting out the world. She reached out with her mind, with the power Elira had awoken in her. It was a terrifying, exhilarating experience, like plunging her hands into a rushing river of pure energy. She sought out a single mind in the bustling city, a mind she had tagged earlier in the day with a sliver of her own will. Lucius. She found him in a cheap tavern near the East Gate, drinking heavily, his mind a muddy swamp of greed and fear. She didn't try to control him. That would be too draining, too risky. Instead, she whispered. With her magic, she wove a complex, multi-layered illusion, a compulsion woven into a waking nightmare. She fed his paranoia, magnified his greed. In his mind's eye, Lucius suddenly saw the faces of the bandits he'd hired turn on him. He saw Kale's royal legionnaires, their swords drawn. He smelled the smoke of a pyre and felt the phantom lick of flames. Then, she showed him a vision of a ship, its sails full, headed for the free cities, its cargo hold laden with gold. Freedom. Wealth. Escape. The mental attack lasted less than 30 seconds, but it left Elira swaying on her feet, a wave of intense nausea washing over her. The world swam before her eyes. The effort had been immense, pushing her to the very brink of her limits. Careful, little princess. Elira's voice was sharp with a new, strange emotion. Concern, you almost unraveled yourself. The mind is a delicate instrument. You cannot simply smash it with a hammer. Gasping for breath, Elira leaned against the cold stone of the battlements, her body trembling. But through the ringing in her ears, she felt a grim satisfaction. It was done. Lucius would flee the city before sunrise, taking his secrets with him, his disappearance written off, as a simple case of a thief running with his ill-gotten gains. 3 days later, the news arrived. The grain shipment had reached Stonecrest. Kale's legionnaires had ambushed a band of exceptionally well-armed bandits, killing them to a man. Sir Orin had distinguished himself in the fight, earning a commendation from the Legion commander. Quartermaster Lucius had vanished without a trace. And the people of Stonecrest, instead of rioting, were celebrating in the streets, hailing Princess Elira, whose gentle heart had moved the prince to action. For the first time, her name was being whispered beyond the palace walls. Not as a shadow, not as a villainess, but as a savior. A ripple. She had sent a massive ripple through the timeline. Kale was furious. He had intended the victory to be his. Instead, the popular narrative had cast him as a supporting actor in her passion play. He came to her chambers that evening, his handsome face a thundercloud. The people are singing your praises in the south, he said, his voice clipped and cold. He paced her room like a caged lion. They are calling you Elira the Merciful. She stood by the window, the picture of serene innocence. It is your victory, Kale, she said softly. You sent the soldiers. You gave the orders. I did nothing. You did everything, he snarled, whirling to face her. You came to me, you planted the idea in my head. You manipulated me. There it was. He saw it. He finally saw a sliver of the truth. Elira let a look of profound, wounded hurt cross her features. Manipulated you, she whispered, her voice trembling. I was worried. I trusted you to do what was right. Is that manipulation? He stared at her, his anger warring with the image of the innocent girl he so wanted her to be. He was confused. Off balance. He began, his fury faltering. He looked at her standing there, so small and beautiful in the fading light, and his anger seemed to drain away, replaced by a familiar, frustrating surge of possessiveness. He crossed the room and took her by the shoulders, his grip a little too tight. Forgive me. I am tired. The court is a nest of snakes. Your honesty is the only clean thing in it. He pulled her into a harsh, almost desperate embrace. But you must be careful, Elira. The people's love is a fickle and dangerous thing. Let them love me. It is safer for you to remain in my shadow. Under my protection. He tilted her chin up, his face just inches from hers, his blue eyes intense and stormy. I will not lose you to them, he vowed. As he leaned in as if to kiss her, she suddenly turned her head at the last moment, so his lips brushed her cheek instead of her mouth. It was a soft, gentle rejection, one he could interpret as maidenly shyness. I am tired, Kale, she whispered, a true statement for once. She gently extricated herself from his grasp. Please. I would like to be alone. He searched her face for a moment longer, then nodded, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He was a prince denied. He didn't like it. He left without another word. Elira waited until his footsteps faded before she allowed her mask to drop. She sank onto her bed, her body trembling with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilarating triumph. Every choice sent ripples across time. The gods were watching. Kale was watching. But for the first time, she felt like she was the one truly in control. She had saved a village, earned the loyalty of common people, strengthened Orin's position, and thrown Kale completely off balance. A very productive week. Elira commented dryly in her mind. But be warned. The more you change, the more the timeline will resist. It is like a bent branch. It will always try to snap back. Or it will simply break in a new, unpredictable way. Elira looked at her reflection in the dark glass of her window. A pale girl with haunted violet eyes stared back. But behind her, she could now clearly see the shimmering, translucent form of Elira, a silver-eyed phantom bound to her soul. She was not just rewriting fate. She was rewriting herself. And she had no intention of stopping. Not until she had an empire at her feet and her enemies in the dust. Kale was no fool. He was a predator, and his instincts were sharp. The Stonecrest incident, as the court was now calling it, had unsettled him deeply. The timid, melancholic girl he had been carefully molding was showing glimmers of something else, something with a dangerously sharp edge. His initial fury had cooled into a deep, chilling suspicion. He began to watch her. It wasn't the overt, possessive watchfulness of a lover. It was the keen, calculating gaze of a spymaster assessing a rival. He noted the new, subtle confidence in her posture when she thought no one was looking. He noticed the way she now met the queen's condescending gaze without flinching. He saw the fleeting, silent exchanges between her and the disgraced knight, Sir Orin. The fragile bird was growing talons, and he hadn't even noticed. He decided a test was in order. A change of scenery. A different kind of board on which to observe his unpredictable queen. A royal hunt, he announced one evening at the king's dinner table, his voice full of forced, hearty cheer. To celebrate the clearing of the Thorn conspiracy, and the return of prosperity to the south. Queen Isolde smiled thinly, seeing a political opportunity. Elira's blood ran cold. She knew where this was going. An excellent idea, my son. The king rasped from his throne-like chair. We will journey to the borders of the cursed wood of Sylvanus. Kale continued, his eyes, full of false warmth, landing on Elira. The air will do us all good. Especially Princess Elira. She has been looking so pale since her ordeal. The cursed wood. Of course. Sylvanus was a place of dark legends. A primeval forest where the laws of nature were said to twist and break. It was rumored to be a place where the old magic, the wild magic still lingered. Most courtiers would be terrified. They would cling to the safe, cleared areas on the forest's edge. Kale was taking her there for a reason. He was taking her to a place of power to see how she would react. It wasn't an invitation, it was an interrogation. A clumsy trap. Elira's voice murmured in her mind, laced with contempt. He thinks to unnerve you by taking you to a place of wild energy. He has no idea he's leading you home. Elira schooled her features into a mask of delicate apprehension. She turned to Kale, her violet eyes wide with manufactured fear. The cursed wood, Your Highness. But aren't their stories monsters? They are just stories, my love. Kale soothed, reaching across the small table to pat her hand. His touch was patronizing, his smile indulgent. But his eyes were cold and sharp as chips of ice. You will be with me. I will keep you safe from any monsters. You are the only monster I see, she thought, offering him a shaky, grateful smile. The royal hunting party was a spectacle of excess. 24 gilded carriages, 100 servants, and a veritable army of knights and nobles trundled out of the capital. Elira rode in a carriage with Serafina, who chatted endlessly about which lord had the most dashing hunting attire. Elira barely listened, her mind focused, her senses on high alert. They made camp in a wide, cleared meadow on the very edge of the ancient forest. Sylvanus loomed before them, a solid, black-green wall of shadow that seemed to swallow the sunlight. The air itself felt different here, heavier, charged with a low, thrumming energy that made the hairs on her arms stand up. It was the same energy she felt in her hidden library, but magnified 1,000 times over, raw and untamed. Elira was silent in her mind, not with disinterest, but with a deep, focused concentration, like a connoisseur savoring a rare vintage. The first day of the hunt was a tedious affair of falcons and pheasants, all for show. Kale stayed close to her side, a perfect, attentive fiancé. He fetched her spiced cider, explained the finer points of falconry, and never let her stray more than 5 feet from his sight. He was watching her reactions, waiting for her to betray some affinity, some fear, some knowledge of the ancient place. She gave him nothing but placid, maidenly interest. That night, after a lavish feast around a roaring bonfire, Kale drew her away from the noise and laughter. He led her to the edge of the camp, where the firelight faded and the immense, listening darkness of the wood began. Are you enjoying yourself, Elira? He asked, his voice a low, intimate murmur against the chirping of crickets. It is very grand, Your Highness, she replied demurely. Kale, he corrected her gently. He stood behind her, so close she could feel the heat from his body. When we are alone, I am Kale to you. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his thumbs beginning a slow, hypnotic massage of the tense muscles there. It was a gesture of calculated intimacy, meant to disarm her, to make her pliant. Is the forest not beautiful? She looked into the impenetrable wall of darkness. Beautiful was not the word she would have used. It was alive. It was powerful. It was hungry. It feels old, she whispered. His hands stilled. Old how? Careful, her own inner voice cautioned. He is baiting the hook. As old as the stories my father used to tell me, she said, her voice soft with manufactured nostalgia. Of a time before the kingdom. A time of wild magic. She turned slightly, looking up at him over her shoulder, her eyes wide and innocent in the moonlight. It makes me feel very small. He smiled, a look of genuine relief crossing his face. This, he understood. This was the reaction he had expected. Fear. Or the response of a normal girl, not a hidden sorceress. The tension in his shoulders eased. Everything was wild once, he said, his voice becoming philosophical. He gestured towards the dark wood. But man tames the wild, Elira. We build castles, we forge laws, we bring order to chaos. That is our purpose. That is my purpose. He turned her fully to face him, his hands sliding down her arms to capture her own. And it will be yours too, at my side. His gaze dropped to her mouth. The moonlight silvered his hair, making him look like a breathtakingly beautiful, lethal angel. For a moment, she saw the boy she had once loved, the boy who spoke of purpose and destiny. A treacherous pang of a long-dead emotion twisted in her gut. She hated him for it. She hated that he could still, even now, look the part of the hero so perfectly. He leaned in, his intent clear. This time, there would be no polite turning of her cheek. She could feel the magnetic pull of him, the sheer force of his will. But before his lips could touch hers, a commotion from the camp broke the spell. A shout, followed by another. Kale stiffened, his head snapping up, the moment broken. A frantic-looking knight came running towards them. Your Highness. A problem in the stables. Kale cursed under his breath, his eyes flashing with irritation. He gave her hand a final squeeze. Wait for me in your tent, he commanded, already turning, his focus shifting instantly from romance to command. Do not leave it. He strode away, and Elira was left alone in the encroaching darkness, her heart hammering not from fear of his kiss, but from the sudden, chilling memory that his departure had triggered. The stables. A problem in the stables. It was another forgotten piece of the past, clicking into place. In her first life, on this very hunting trip, one of the prized royal griffins, a magnificent, volatile creature named Skyfire, had broken free of its handler. In its panicked rage, it had mauled several horses and a stable hand before being cornered, and tragically, put down by Kale's knights. It was an incident that had greatly displeased her father. But Kale had used it to prove how decisive he could be in a crisis. This is it, she thought, her mind racing. This is my opportunity. Kale thought he was testing her in his controlled environment. She would turn his test into her triumph, right under his nose. Ignoring his command, she did not go to her tent. Instead, she melted into the shadows at the edge of the trees, her dark cloak making her all but invisible. She slipped away from the firelight and chaos of the main camp, and made her way towards the auxiliary pens, where the more exotic royal creatures were kept. As she drew closer, she could hear it, a furious, terrifying shriek that was part bird, part lion. Shouts and the frantic whinnying of horses filled the air. She saw the silhouettes of men with torches, running and yelling, their lights creating a maelstrom of chaotic, dancing shadows. She found a vantage point behind a large stack of hay bales, peering through a gap. The scene was one of chaos. A magnificent griffin, its feathers the color of flame, its powerful lion's body tense with fear and rage, stood over the broken body of a horse. Its golden eyes, wide with panic, darted around at the circle of armed men slowly closing in. One of its legs was caught in a length of broken chain, the shackle still attached, cutting cruelly into its scaled hide. It was wounded, terrified, and cornered. A magnificent beast. Elrin's voice murmured in her mind, a tone sword, and he was watching the magnificent, terrified creature not with aggression, but with a look of profound sorrow. He understood. He saw a noble spirit trapped small and hidden in the dark. A moment later, a terrified squeal erupted from the far side of the encampment, followed by the crashing sound of splintering wood. The boar. The prize boar is loose. Someone screamed. Half of the men, including the archers and Captain Rorik, cursed and turned, their attention diverted by the far more agitated horses. Give it to me, she commanded. And buy me a few moments. He stared at her as if she were insane. Walk up to a panicked, 600-pound killing machine with a pouch of herbs. But then he looked into her eyes, and the sheer, unwavering force of her will seemed to silence all argument. He didn't understand it. He just knew he had to trust it. With a grim nod, he unhooked the pouch and handed it to her. Then he turned, drew his greatsword, and planted himself between her and the remaining guards. The prince will want to see the beast for himself before it is dispatched, he announced in a voice that rang with authority. Hold your positions. The men, uncertain and leaderless, hesitated. It was all the time Elira needed. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She took a deep breath, clutching the pouch of herbs. Do not approach it as a human. Elrin's voice instructed calmly in her mind. They sense intent. They feel will. Project peace. Project reverence. It will feel your Valeru's blood. Let it see you are not a threat. Slowly, her every movement deliberate, she stepped into the circle of torchlight. The griffin's golden eyes snapped to her. It let out a low, guttural growl, its eagle head lowering, its razor-sharp beak parting slightly. Elira stopped. She didn't look at it as a monster. She looked at it as a fellow prisoner. She let all the fear, all the anger, all the desperate will to survive that simmered beneath her calm facade rise to the surface. She let the creature feel her. She projected an image into its mind, not a thought, but a feeling. A memory of chains, of being trapped, of fire and pain. The griffin's growl subsided. It cocked its head, its intelligent eyes filled with a new, dawning curiosity. It took a hesitant step toward her, dragging its wounded leg. Elira opened her hand, showing it the pouch of herbs. She moved closer, step by agonizingly slow step, never breaking eye contact. She knelt on one knee in the dirt and mud, a princess bowing before a beast. She held out her hand. With a rustle of fiery feathers, the griffin lowered its magnificent head. Its beak, sharp enough to sever a steel helm, gently nudged her palm. With painstaking care, it picked up the small pouch. The effect of the calming herbs, combined with Elira's own focused, tranquil will, was immediate. The tension seemed to melt out of the creature's powerful body. Its shoulders slumped. It let out a soft, almost plaintive chuff of air. And then, it did something that made the remaining guards gasp in disbelief. It nudged its wounded leg toward her, an offering, an invitation. A plea for help. Her fingers trembling, Elira reached for the iron shackle. The metal was cold and cruelly tight. The locking mechanism was simple, but rusted. As she worked on it, the griffin remained perfectly still, its warm, feathered head resting trustingly on her shoulder. At that moment, Kale strode back into the clearing, Captain Rorik at his side. He stopped dead, his jaw slack with utter astonishment. The scene before him was impossible. His knights were held at bay by a single, stubborn man. And his shy, timid, fragile fiancée was kneeling in the mud, calmly ministering to a deadly, panicked beast that should have torn her to shreds. She was not afraid. She was in command. Her dark cloak had fallen back, and in the torchlight, with the magnificent, fiery head of the griffin resting on her shoulder, she looked less like a princess, and more like an ancient, fey queen. A creature of the very woods he had brought her to. The shackle came loose with a metallic click. A wave of profound relief washed over Elira, as she pulled it free. The griffin nuzzled her neck, a gesture of profound gratitude, its beak gently tangling in her hair. Elira rose slowly to her feet. She turned to face Kale, her face serene, her violet eyes luminous in the firelight. She held the heavy iron shackle in her hand. Kale stared at her, his mind struggling to reconcile the girl he thought he knew with the woman standing before him. The suspicion that had been a quiet spark in his mind now roared into a blazing inferno. This was not luck. This was not compassion. This was power. A power he did not understand and could not control. What is the meaning of this? He finally managed to say, his voice strained. Elira offered him a small, enigmatic smile. It was the smile of the Lady of the Moths. The monster wasn't angry, Kale. She said, her voice clear and carrying across the stunned silence of the clearing. It was just in chains. She let the heavy iron shackle fall from her hand. It hit the muddy ground with a dull, final thud. It was a sound that echoed the breaking of her own chains, the sound of a new legend being born. The legend not of a villainess, but of the woman who could tame beasts, both real and political. The test was over. And she had won. The return to the capital was a triumphant procession, but not for the reasons Kale had intended. Whispers followed Elira like her own shadow, but they were no longer whispers of pity or fear. They were whispers of awe. The tale of the hunt had grown with every league traveled. In the taverns, she was the beast tamer princess. In the salons of the nobility, she was a dangerous enigma. She had walked into the cursed wood a pale curiosity, and emerged a legend. Her pet, a constant, magnificent reminder of her victory, solidified the myth. The griffin, whom she had named Cinder in memory of the fire she had escaped, now resided in the royal mews. By royal decree, an order she suspected her quiet, observant father had issued, only Elira was permitted to handle him. The creature, fierce and untouchable to all others, would eat from her hand like a common falcon, and rest his fiery head on her lap while she read in the gardens. He was a symbol of her strange, inexplicable power, and a beautiful, living warning to her enemies. Kale was no longer watching her. He was studying her. The possessive affection in his gaze had been replaced by a cold, unsettling watchfulness. He saw the way Sir Orin's gaze now followed her, a silent, unwavering shadow of loyalty. He saw the new respect in the eyes of the common soldiers. The board had changed. His most unassuming piece had suddenly become a queen, moving in unpredictable ways, and he was consumed with a frustrated, furious need to put her back in her box. He was not, however, her most immediate threat. That honor belonged to her stepmother. Queen Isolde saw the shifting tides of power with the keen, venomous clarity of a threatened serpent. The pathetic, grief-stricken stepdaughter she had so easily controlled was gone. In her place was a political player of unknown strength. A girl who commanded the loyalty of beasts, and, it seemed, the quiet approval of the dying king. Elira was a threat to her own meticulously constructed future. And Isolde knew exactly how to cage a songbird. The trap was sprung at a formal breakfast in the Queen's sun-drenched solarium, 2 weeks after their return. The room was filled with the clinking of silver, and the scent of honeyed cakes and intrigue. With House Thorns' treachery revealed, so many of our oldest alliances are unsettled, Isolde announced to the gathered nobles, her voice as smooth and cool as river stones. She took a delicate sip of tea, her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanning the room. The king and I have been discussing ways to shore up the foundations of the kingdom, to forge new bonds of loyalty within our own borders. Her gaze, glittering with malevolent purpose, settled on Elira. Our dear Princess Elira has come of age, the queen continued, her voice dripping with false maternal affection. It is time she considered her duty to the crown. A powerful marriage, to bind one of our great houses more closely to the throne, would be a tremendous asset in these trying times. A predatory stillness fell over the room. Elira, who had been pushing a piece of melon around her plate, looked up, her face a perfect mask of wide-eyed, innocent confusion. Serafina, sitting beside her, gasped with performative delight. "Oh, Eli! A wedding! How wonderful!" It was a brilliant, vicious trap. A masterstroke of political chess. Isolde was forcing her hand in public. By offering her up to the noble houses of Ethel, Isolde could tie her to a dull, brutish, and easily controlled lord, a man loyal to Isolde herself. If Elira refused, she would look selfish and unpatriotic, spurning her duty to a kingdom still reeling from treason. If she accepted, she would be shackled, her political future strangled in its cradle. Cale, seated opposite her, watched the exchange with a small, cruel smile playing on his lips. This was a move he approved of. It would put his troublesome fiancée firmly under his, and his stepmother's, control. The old viper still has fangs. Aelrin's voice echoed in her mind, cool and amused. She has boxed you in beautifully. You cannot move forward or backward without walking into a snare. A classic checkmate. It's only checkmate if you're playing on their board, Elira thought, a cold calm settling over her. She lowered her eyes, letting her silver lashes brush against her cheeks. She allowed a delicate blush of what looked like flustered embarrassment to color her skin. "Your Majesty is too kind to think of me," she murmured, her voice soft and trembling, just as everyone expected. I would need time to consider such a thing. My duty is, of course, to the kingdom." Isolde's smile widened. She had won. The girl was flustered, cowed. She would be easily maneuvered into a suitable match within the month. Elira spent the rest of the day in a flurry of quiet, calculated activity. She did not panic. She planned. She retreated to the royal library, ostensibly to read poetry, but instead pulled down dusty atlases and books of mercantile law. She dismissed Serafina's eager questions about potential suitors with sad, gentle smiles, claiming a headache. That night, in the echoing silence of the forbidden library, she laid out her countermove to Aelrin. The Sunstone Archipelago. His smoky form swirled with interest. A curious choice. They are merchants and sailors, not warriors. Rich as sin, but politically isolationist. Precisely, Elira whispered, her finger tracing the island chain on an old, hand-drawn map. They have no standing army to threaten us, so Lord Griffin cannot object. They control the southern trade routes, which our merchants covet. Their coffers are full of gold, but their islands are volcanic rock. They need our timber, our grain, our livestock. She looked up at her spectral advisor. It is the perfect symbiotic alliance. A move that is purely about prosperity and stability. Isolde cannot argue against it without sounding like a warmonger. Aelrin's silver eyes glowed. Ingenious. You reframe the debate entirely. Instead of a cage, you offer a key. But this Prince Cassian. Why him? There are other island princes. Elira's expression softened with a flicker of genuine memory. In my past life. She murmured, the words still feeling strange on her tongue, I met him once. At a trade summit. He was quiet, observant, honorable. He looked at my interest in ancient history not with fear, but with academic curiosity. He treated me like a colleague, not a curse. She took a deep breath. After my execution, he was the only foreign dignitary to send a formal letter of condolence to my father. It was a politically risky, entirely pointless act of decency. He is a good man. A good man. Aelrin mused, the concept seeming foreign and exotic to him. Good men are often predictable. A useful trait in an ally. And a fatal flaw in an enemy. Very well. Let us craft this brilliant proposal of yours. The wording must be flawless. 2 days later, the small council was convened at the Queen's request to discuss the princess's prospects. Elira was not expected to attend, but using the authority her father had granted her, she entered the chamber just as the meeting began. The surprise on the faces of Isolde and her allies was a small, satisfying victory. Elira took her seat beside Cale, who gave her a look of grudging respect mixed with deep suspicion. He leaned close, his breath ghosting over her ear, his voice a possessive rumble. Come to watch them barter for your future like a prize mare. I have come to secure the kingdom's future, your highness, she replied sweetly, not looking at him. Isolde, recovering her composure, began. As discussed, it is vital we secure the loyalty of the great houses. I have prepared a list of worthy suitors for the princess. Lord Marek of the Westlands, for example, whose lands and armies would be a great asset. She continued, listing off brutish, powerful men who were all her puppets. Elira let her speak, her hands resting calmly in her lap. When Isolde had finished, a smug, triumphant look on her face, Elira turned to her father. Your Majesty, may I have permission to speak? The king, looking tired but alert, gave a faint nod. My queen, Elira began, her voice clear and calm, your concern for the kingdom's security is commendable. However, I believe your strategy looks inward, when the greatest opportunities lie outward. She rose and walked to the great map of the known world that dominated one wall. All eyes followed her. Her simple grey gown seemed to transform, in that moment, into robes of state. Our coffers are low after the drought and the thorn upheaval, she said, her voice ringing with a newfound authority. Our great houses bicker and plot, their loyalties as fickle as the weather. Marrying me to one of them will not silence the others, it will merely give them a new target. A new grievance. She tapped the Sunstone Archipelago. But here is a power that does not want our lands. They want our goods. An alliance, a marriage, with Prince Cassian would open the southern sea lanes to our merchants, flooding our treasury with gold. His navy would protect our southern shores, freeing up Lord Griffin's legions to focus on the north. We would gain wealth, security, and a powerful trade partner, all without shedding a single drop of Aethela blood. She turned back to face the stunned council. Why forge a shield with one of our own restless provinces, when we can forge a key to the entire world? I propose we send an offer of alliance and a betrothal contract to Prince Cassian of the Sunstone Archipelago. The silence in the room was absolute. She had not just countered Isolde's move, she had completely dismantled it, piece by piece, with cold, irrefutable logic. Lord Griffin, the grizzled warmaster, grunted. The girl has a point. A southern navy would be damned useful. Lord Vial, the spymaster, looked intrigued. Their networks of information are vast. Yes. A worthy consideration. Isolde's face was a mask of incandescent fury. She had been outmaneuvered, publicly, by the girl she dismissed as a fool. An alliance with foreign merchants. It is undignified. Is poverty more dignified than a wealthy kingdom, my queen? Elira asked, her voice dangerously soft. All eyes turned to Cale. His expression was a storm of conflicting emotions. As a strategist, he could see the brilliance of Elira's plan. It was a masterful geopolitical stroke, one he wished he had thought of himself. As a man, he was furious. She was slipping further and further from his grasp, offering herself to a foreign prince, taking control of her own destiny. Before he could speak, the king's faint, rasping voice cut through the tension. The proposal has merit. Send the envoy. The decision was made. The game was won. Elira gave a small, graceful curtsy and exited the council chamber, leaving chaos and simmering rage in her wake. She was halfway down the corridor, her heart finally beginning to pound with the delayed shock of her victory, when a hand shot out and grabbed her arm, pulling her into a small, shadowed alcove. It was Kale. He slammed her back against the cold stone wall, his body caging hers. He didn't use a hand to trap her, he used his entire presence. His palms pressed flat against the wall on either side of her head, his face inches from hers. The alcove was suddenly suffocatingly small, filled with his scent, his heat, his fury. That was quite a performance. He breathed, his voice a low, vicious snarl. His sapphire eyes were dark, burning with an intensity that was no longer loving or possessive, but purely predatory. My clever, clever little moth. Weaving webs I cannot see. Who has been whispering in your ear, Elira? Who taught you these new tricks? Her heart hammered against her ribs, but she met his furious gaze with a cool, unblinking calm. I have been reading, she said, her voice steady. You yourself once told me a queen must be wise, this is more than wisdom. He hissed, leaning closer. The warmth of his breath ghosted across her cheek. His eyes dropped to the frantic pulse beating in her throat, then lower, to the delicate lace at the collar of her gown. This is a snake's cunning. His gaze was a physical touch, proprietary and invasive, as if he were mentally unlacing her gown, searching for the secrets she kept hidden against her skin. You weave your plots, you tame your beasts, you even suggest your own husband. He murmured, his voice a dangerous, silky whisper. His lips were so close they almost brushed her ear. But do you truly think this foreign merchant prince will know what to do with a creature like you? Will he know how to hold you? How to master you? He drew back just enough to look her in the eye again, his own gaze hot and possessive. You are not a prize to be traded for sea lanes, Elira. You are of Ethel. You are mine. His use of the word mine was a brand, a claim, a chain he was trying to wrap around her soul. The old Elira would have shattered. The new Elira felt a surge of cold, exhilarating power. She had him. She had pushed him past his cold logic into raw, possessive emotion. And emotion was a weakness she could exploit. She did not struggle. She did not look away. Instead, she let a small, enigmatic smile touch her lips. A queen? She whispered, her voice a thread of steel woven through silk, bows to no one, Kale. Not even to her king. She watched the surprise, the frustration, and the unwilling, infuriated flicker of desire flare in his eyes. He expected fear, submission. She had given him defiance. She had challenged his very right to rule her. With a final, lingering look that was both a threat and a promise, she gracefully ducked under his arm and stepped out of the alcove, leaving him standing there, caged by his own fury. She walked away down the long corridor, her back straight, her steps measured. She did not look back, but she felt his burning gaze on her until she turned the corner. There, leaning against a tapestry, as if he had been waiting, was Sir Orin. He had seen the entire confrontation. His hand was white-knuckled on the hilt of his sword, and his face was a grim, thunderous mask of jealousy and concern. He gave her a short, almost imperceptible nod, a soldier acknowledging his commander. The envoy to the Sunstone Archipelago would leave on the morning tide. A new, powerful piece was about to be placed on the board, a piece she had chosen. The game was escalating, becoming more dangerous with every move. Kale's suspicions had blossomed into a full-blown obsession. But as she walked, a fierce, cold triumph coursed through her. She had won this battle. And she looked forward to the war to come. The return to the capital was a triumphant procession, but not for the reasons Kale had intended. Whispers followed Elira like her own shadow, but they were no longer whispers of pity or fear. They were whispers of awe. The tale of the hunt had grown with every league traveled. In the taverns, she was the beast-tamer princess. In the salons of the nobility, she was a dangerous enigma. She had walked into the cursed wood a pale curiosity, and emerged a legend. Her pet, a constant, magnificent reminder of her victory, solidified the myth. The griffin, whom she had named Cinder in memory of the fire she had escaped, now resided in the royal mews. By royal decree, an order she suspected her quiet, observant father had issued. Only Elira was permitted to handle him. The creature, fierce and untouchable to all others, would eat from her hand like a common falcon, and rest his fiery head on her lap while she read in the gardens. He was a symbol of her strange, inexplicable power, and a beautiful, living warning to her enemies. Kale was no longer watching her. He was studying her. The possessive affection in his gaze had been replaced by a cold, unsettling watchfulness. He saw the way Sir Orin's gaze now followed her, a silent, unwavering shadow of loyalty. He saw the new respect in the eyes of the common soldiers. The board had changed. His most unassuming piece had suddenly become a queen, moving in unpredictable ways, and he was consumed with a frustrated, furious need to put her back in her box. He was not, however, her most immediate threat. That honor belonged to her stepmother. Queen Isolde saw the shifting tides of power with the keen, venomous clarity of a threatened serpent. The pathetic, grief-stricken stepdaughter she had so easily controlled was gone. In her place was a political player of unknown strength, a girl who commanded the loyalty of beasts, and, it seemed, the quiet approval of the dying king. Elira was a threat to her own meticulously constructed future. And Isolde knew exactly how to cage a songbird. The trap was sprung at a formal breakfast in the Queen's sun-drenched solarium, 2 weeks after their return. The room was filled with the clinking of silver, and the scent of honeyed cakes and intrigue. With House Thorns' treachery revealed, so many of our oldest alliances are unsettled, Isolde announced to the gathered nobles, her voice as smooth and cool as river stones. She took a delicate sip of tea, her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanning the room. The king and I have been discussing ways to shore up the foundations of the kingdom, to forge new bonds of loyalty within our own borders. Her gaze, glittering with malevolent purpose, settled on Elira. Our dear Princess Elira has come of age, the Queen continued, her voice dripping with false maternal affection. It is time she considered her duty to the crown. A powerful marriage, to bind one of our great houses more closely to the throne, would be a tremendous asset in these trying times. A predatory stillness fell over the room. Elira, who had been pushing a piece of melon around her plate, looked up, her face a perfect mask of wide-eyed, innocent confusion. Serafina, sitting beside her, gasped with performative delight. "Oh, Eli! A wedding! How wonderful!" It was a brilliant, vicious trap. A masterstroke of political chess. Isolde was forcing her hand in public. By offering her up to the noble houses of Ethel, Isolde could tie her to a dull, brutish, and easily controlled lord, a man loyal to Isolde herself. If Elira refused, she would look selfish and unpatriotic, spurning her duty to a kingdom still reeling from treason. If she accepted, she would be shackled, her political future strangled in its cradle. Kale, seated opposite her, watched the exchange with a small, cruel smile playing on his lips. This was a move he approved of. It would put his troublesome fiancé firmly under his, and his stepmother's, control. The old viper still has fangs. Aelrin's voice echoed in her mind, cool and amused. She has boxed you in beautifully. You cannot move forward or backward without walking into a snare. A classic checkmate. It's only checkmate if you're playing on their board, Elira thought, a cold calm settling over her. She lowered her eyes, letting her silver lashes brush against her cheeks. She allowed a delicate blush of what looked like flustered embarrassment to color her skin. "Your Majesty is too kind to think of me," she murmured, her voice soft and trembling, just as everyone expected. I would need time to consider such a thing. My duty is, of course, to the kingdom." Isolde's smile widened. She had won. The girl was flustered, cowed. She would be easily maneuvered into a suitable match within the month. Elira spent the rest of the day in a flurry of quiet, calculated activity. She did not panic. She planned. She retreated to the royal library, ostensibly to read poetry, but instead pulled down dusty atlases and books of mercantile law. She dismissed Serafina's eager questions about potential suitors with sad, gentle smiles, claiming a headache. That night, in the echoing silence of the Forbidden Library, she laid out her countermove to Elira. The Sunstone Archipelago. His smoky form swirled with interest. A curious choice. They are merchants and sailors, not warriors. Rich as sin, but politically isolationist. Precisely, Elira whispered, her finger tracing the island chain on an old, hand-drawn map. They have no standing army to threaten us, so Lord Griffin cannot object. They control the southern trade routes, which our merchants covet. Their coffers are full of gold, but their islands are volcanic rock. They need our timber, our grain, our livestock. She looked up at her spectral advisor. It is the perfect symbiotic alliance. A move that is purely about prosperity and stability. Isolde cannot argue against it without sounding like a warmonger. Elira's silver eyes glowed. Ingenious. You reframe the debate entirely. Instead of a cage, you offer a key. But this Prince Cassian. Why him? There are other island princes. Elira's expression softened with a flicker of genuine memory. In my past life. She murmured, the word still feeling strange on her tongue, I met him once. At a trade summit. He was quiet, observant, honorable. He looked at my interest in ancient history not with fear, but with academic curiosity. He treated me like a colleague, not a curse. She took a deep breath. After my execution, he was the only foreign dignitary to send a formal letter of condolence to my father. It was a politically risky, entirely pointless act of decency. He is a good man. A good man. Elira mused, the concept seeming foreign and exotic to him. Good men are often predictable. A useful trait in an ally. And a fatal flaw in an enemy. Very well. Let us craft this brilliant proposal of yours. The wording must be flawless. 2 days later, the small council was convened at the Queen's request to discuss the princess's prospects. Elira was not expected to attend, but using the authority her father had granted her, she entered the chamber just as the meeting began. The surprise on the faces of Isolde and her allies was a small, satisfying victory. Elira took her seat beside Cale, who gave her a look of grudging respect mixed with deep suspicion. He leaned close, his breath ghosting over her ear, his voice a possessive rumble. Come to watch them barter for your future like a prize mare. I have come to secure the kingdom's future, your highness, she replied sweetly, not looking at him. Isolde, recovering her composure, began. As discussed, it is vital we secure the loyalty of the great houses. I have prepared a list of worthy suitors for the princess. Lord Marek of the Westlands, for example, whose lands and armies would be a great asset. She continued, listing off brutish, powerful men who were all her puppets. Elira let her speak, her hands resting calmly in her lap. When Isolde had finished, a smug, triumphant look on her face, Elira turned to her father. Your Majesty, may I have permission to speak? The king, looking tired but alert, gave a faint nod. My queen, Elira began, her voice clear and calm, your concern for the kingdom's security is commendable. However, I believe your strategy looks inward, when the greatest opportunities lie outward. She rose and walked to the great map of the known world that dominated one wall. All eyes followed her. Her simple grey gown seemed to transform, in that moment, into robes of state. Our coffers are low after the drought and the thorn upheaval, she said, her voice ringing with a newfound authority. Our great houses bicker and plot, their loyalties as fickle as the weather. Marrying me to one of them will not silence the others, it will merely give them a new target. A new grievance. She tapped the Sunstone Archipelago. But here is a power that does not want our lands. They want our goods. An alliance, a marriage, with Prince Cassian would open the southern sea lanes to our merchants, flooding our treasury with gold. His navy would protect our southern shores, freeing up Lord Griffin's legions to focus on the north. We would gain wealth, security, and a powerful trade partner, all without shedding a single drop of Aethela blood. She turned back to face the stunned council. Why forge a shield with one of our own restless provinces, when we can forge a key to the entire world? I propose we send an offer of alliance and a betrothal contract to Prince Cassian of the Sunstone Archipelago. The silence in the room was absolute. She had not just countered Isolde's move, she had completely dismantled it, piece by piece, with cold, irrefutable logic. Lord Griffin, the grizzled Warmaster, grunted. The girl has a point. A southern navy would be damned useful. Lord Vial, the spymaster, looked intrigued. Their networks of information are vast. Yes. A worthy consideration. Isolde's face was a mask of incandescent fury. She had been outmaneuvered, publicly, by the girl she dismissed as a fool. An alliance with foreign merchants. It is undignified. Is poverty more dignified than a wealthy kingdom, my queen? Elira asked, her voice dangerously soft. All eyes turned to Kale. His expression was a storm of conflicting emotions. As a strategist, he could see the brilliance of Elira's plan. It was a masterful geopolitical stroke, one he wished he had thought of himself. As a man, he was furious. She was slipping further and further from his grasp, offering herself to a foreign prince, taking control of her own destiny. Before he could speak, the king's faint, rasping voice cut through the tension. The proposal has merit. Send the envoy. The decision was made. The game was won. Elira gave a small, graceful curtsy and exited the council chamber, leaving chaos and simmering rage in her wake. She was halfway down the corridor, her heart finally beginning to pound with the delayed shock of her victory, when a hand shot out and grabbed her arm, pulling her into a small, shadowed alcove. It was Kale. He slammed her back against the cold stone wall, his body caging hers. He didn't use a hand to trap her, he used his entire presence. His palms pressed flat against the wall on either side of her head, his face inches from hers. The alcove was suddenly suffocatingly small, filled with his scent, his heat, his fury. That was quite a performance. He breathed, his voice a low, vicious snarl. His sapphire eyes were dark, burning with an intensity that was no longer loving or possessive, but purely predatory. My clever little moth. Weaving webs I cannot see. Who has been whispering in your ear, Elira? Who taught you these new tricks? Her heart hammered against her ribs, but she met his furious gaze with a cool, unblinking calm. I have been reading, she said, her voice steady. You yourself once told me a queen must be wise. This is more than wisdom. He hissed, leaning closer. The warmth of his breath ghosted across her cheek. His eyes dropped to the frantic pulse beating in her throat, then lower, to the delicate lace at the collar of her gown. This is a snake's cunning. His gaze was a physical touch, proprietary and invasive, as if he were mentally unlacing her gown, searching for the secrets she kept hidden against her skin. You weave your plots, you tame your beasts, you even suggest your own husband. He murmured, his voice a dangerous, silky whisper. His lips were so close they almost brushed her ear. But do you truly think this foreign merchant prince will know what to do with a creature like you? Will he know how to hold you? How to master you? He drew back just enough to look her in the eye again, his own gaze hot and possessive. You are not a prize to be traded for sea lanes, Elira. You are of Ethel. You are mine. His use of the word mine was a brand, a claim, a chain he was trying to wrap around her soul. The old Elira would have shattered. The new Elira felt a surge of cold, exhilarating power. She had him. She had pushed him past his cold logic into raw, possessive emotion. An emotion was a weakness she could exploit. She did not struggle. She did not look away. Instead, she let a small, enigmatic smile touch her lips. A queen. She whispered, her voice a thread of steel woven through silk, bows to no one, Kale. Not even to her king. She watched the surprise, the frustration, and the unwilling, infuriated flicker of desire flare in his eyes. He expected fear, submission. She had given him defiance. She had challenged his very right to rule her. With a final, lingering look that was both a threat and a promise, she gracefully ducked under his arm and stepped out of the alcove, leaving him standing there, caged by his own fury. She walked away down the long corridor, her back straight, her steps measured. She did not look back, but she felt his burning gaze on her until she turned the corner. There, leaning against a tapestry, as if he had been waiting, was Sir Orin. He had seen the entire confrontation. His hand was white-knuckled on the hilt of his sword, and his face was a grim, thunderous mask of jealousy and concern. He gave her a short, almost imperceptible nod, a soldier acknowledging his commander. The envoy to the Sunstone Archipelago would leave on the morning tide. A new, powerful piece was about to be placed on the board, a piece she had chosen. The game was escalating, becoming more dangerous with every move. Kale's suspicions had blossomed into a full-blown obsession. But as she walked, a fierce, cold triumph coursed through her. She had won this battle. And she looked forward to the war to come. Elira's return to the capital was not a quiet affair. It was a spectacle. She rode through the grand city gates not as a returning envoy, but as a conquering hero. At her side was not a guard of royal knights, but a handpicked honor guard of Ronan's fiercest mountain warriors, their wolf-pelt cloaks and stony glares a stark, savage contrast to the gilded pomp of the city. Behind them, lumbering with a surprisingly graceful tread, was Cinder, her magnificent griffin, who drew gasps and awestruck stares from the crowds lining the streets. The people cheered. They threw flowers. They shouted her new name, Elira Peacebringer. She rode directly to the palace, dismounted, and strode into the throne room, the heavy fur-lined cloak Ronan had gifted her swirling around her like a dark cloud. The court was assembled, their faces a mixture of astonishment, fear, and disbelief. She ignored them all, her gaze fixed on the dais. Her father was there, looking more frail than ever, but with a bright, proud light in his eyes. Queen Isolde's face was a marble mask of fury. And Kale watched her with an expression she had never seen before. It was a terrifying fusion of incandescent rage, unwilling admiration, and raw, undisguised hunger. She knelt before the throne and presented the treaty, bound in wolf hide and sealed with Ronan's own blood-packed sigil. Your Majesty, she announced, her voice ringing through the silent hall. Peace in the north is secured. The Iron Tooth mines are once again providing ore for your legions. A new era of prosperity begins today. The king took the treaty with a trembling hand, a genuine, wheezing laugh escaping his lips. You have done well, my daughter. He breathed. More than well. You have done the impossible. From that day on, Elira was no longer a shadow. She was a power. She had proven her worth not just with whispers and rumors, but with a signed treaty, with iron for the forges and peace on the borders. The foreign emissaries began to seek her counsel. The ministers of the small council began to look to her, not Isolde, for a true reading of the king's will. She had a seat at the table, and now she had a voice. And Kale, realizing that his efforts to control or intimidate her had failed catastrophically, chose a new, far more dangerous tactic. He chose to embrace the inevitable. He found her 3 nights later in the royal aviary atop the highest tower, where she had gone to feed Cinder. The air was cold, scented with night-blooming jasmine and the musky, animal scent of the griffin. Cinder was asleep, his fiery head tucked under his wing, a furnace of warm feathers. They say you prefer the company of beasts to men these days, Kale said from the doorway. His voice was not mocking or angry. It was soft, contemplative. Beasts are more honest, Elira replied without turning. They do not hide their intentions behind pretty words. He moved to stand beside her at the iron balustrade, looking out at the glittering tapestry of the city below. For a long time, he was silent, the tension between them a living thing. I underestimated you, Elira. He said finally, his voice a low, intimate confession. I saw a fragile doll, something precious to be protected and kept safe on a shelf. I was wrong. You are not a doll. You are a sword. A beautifully forged, dangerously sharp sword. She turned to look at him. His handsome face, illuminated by the cold moonlight, was unreadable. This new approach was more unsettling than his anger. "I am the king's daughter," she said simply. "You are more than that." He countered, his sapphire eyes intense. He reached out and took her hand. His was warm, and his touch sent a jolt, not of revulsion this time, but of pure, cold alarm. "You are my equal. The other half of my soul. I see that now." "A lie?" Elira's voice hissed in her mind. "A beautiful, perfectly crafted lie. Do not fall for it. He is reframing the cage, not unlocking it." "The court believed I sought to control you," Kale continued, his thumb stroking the back of her hand in slow, mesmerizing circles. "They thought I wanted to diminish your light so mine could shine brighter. The truth is, I was afraid of it. Afraid of this fire I see in you. Because I knew, even then, that it could burn as brightly as my own." His words were a silken web, each one designed to ensnare her, to appeal to the very part of her that had once so desperately craved his respect. He was admitting his flaw, confessing his fear, painting himself as a man humbled and awed by her strength. It was the most masterfully manipulative move he had ever made. He turned to face her fully, his body shielding her from the wind. He was so close she could feel the heat radiating from him, see the flecks of gold in the dark blue of his eyes. "I do not want to fight you, Elira. I want to rule with you. The Prince of Summer and the Queen of Winter. Fire and ice, together on the throne. We would be unstoppable. We would forge an empire that would last 1,000 years." He raised her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle, reverent kiss to her knuckles. It was a gesture of fealty, of surrender. A complete contradiction to the arrogant prince who had claimed her in the alcove. Then, he went down on one knee. From a pocket in his tunic, he produced a small, velvet box. He opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of black silk, was a ring. It wasn't a conventional betrothal ring. It was a band of twined white and yellow gold, symbolizing their two houses. At its center was a single, flawless diamond that seemed to capture the moonlight and refract it into a shower of cold, brilliant fire. "Elira of House Villainess," he said, his voice deep and resonant with a powerful, false emotion. "Your political alliance with the foreign prince was a brilliant move for the kingdom. But it is not a move for your heart. And it is your heart I seek now. Let the Sunstone Prince have our trade. You, I will have for myself. I am not asking you as a prince to his princess. I am asking you as a man to the only woman he has ever seen as his true equal. Marry me, Elira. Be my wife. Be my queen." The capital, Q. In Queen hung in the air between them. He was offering her everything she had ever wanted in her first life. A shared crown. A shared power. His respect. His love. It was the most beautiful, most perfect lie she had ever been told. "He is offering you a gilded cage with an open door," Elrin whispered. "But the lock is on the outside, and he holds the only key." The world seemed to hold its breath. Here was the man who had sent her to her death, now on his knees, begging for her hand, offering her the world. The poetic justice of the moment was so rich, so overwhelming, it almost made her laugh. Revenge was a dish best served cold, and this was frozen solid. She looked down at him, at his handsome, upturned face, at the brilliant diamond glittering with false promises. A slow, enigmatic smile touched her lips. "Yes," she said. The word was a quiet bomb exploding in the silent night. Kale's head shot up, his eyes wide with genuine shock. He had expected her to refuse. He had expected an argument, a negotiation, a further test of wills. He had his counter-moves all planned. He had never, in 1,000 calculations, anticipated a simple, unqualified, yes. For a second, the mask of the calculating prince fell away, and she saw the real Kale, confused, off balance, and suddenly, profoundly wary. He had offered her his sword, hilt first, expecting her to admire it. He had not expected her to take it. A slow smile of triumph spread across his face, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "You have made me the happiest of men," he said, rising to his feet. He took the ring and slid it onto her finger. It was a perfect fit, cold and heavy. A beautiful manacle. He drew her into an embrace, burying his face in her hair. "I knew you would make the wise choice," he murmured against her ear. His arm around her waist was like a band of steel. He had won. Or so he thought. She rested her head against his chest, a picture of yielding femininity. The first rule of warfare, Kale, she thought, a cold smile on her lips that he could not see, is to let your enemy believe he is winning. Let him believe he has tamed the sword, right up until the moment you slide it between his ribs. The news of the royal betrothal exploded through the court like a firebomb. Queen Isolde was said to have shattered a priceless Mirish mirror in a fit of rage. The Sunstone emissaries, who had just arrived, were left in a deeply embarrassing and confusing position. And Serafina looked at Elira with a new, strange expression, a mixture of awe and something that looked disturbingly like fear. The pathetic girl she had once manipulated for Kale was now his chosen queen. The one person who did not react with joy was Sir Orin. Elira found him in Cinder's mews a few days later. He was currying the griffin, his movements sure and steady, but there was a storm in his flinty eyes. "So, you are to be queen," he said without looking at her. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "It seems so," Elira replied softly. He stopped his work and turned to face her, his expression grim. "He will destroy you, you know," he said, his voice a low, rough growl. "He will not share a throne. He will let you sit on it, until he has what he wants, and then he will melt it down for scrap. You have little faith in me, Sir Knight," she said, a teasing note in her voice. "I have all the faith in the world in you." He corrected her fiercely, taking a step closer. The air between them crackled. "It is him I do not trust. I see the way he looks at you. It is not love. It is appetite. He looks at you the way a dragon looks at a treasure hoard it wishes to sleep on." His raw honesty, his genuine and tempered concern, was a physical blow. Kale had offered her a kingdom. Orin was offering her a warning, a shield, a truth she already knew. And in that moment, the latter felt infinitely more valuable. "And how do you look at me, Sir Orin?" she asked, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. His jaw tightened. He held her gaze for a long, fraught moment, his soul bare in his eyes. In them, she saw not appetite, but a fierce, protective loyalty that bordered on reverence. She saw respect. And she saw a deep, profound, and utterly hopeless affection. "I look at you," he said, his voice rough with emotion, like a man looks at the sun. "I know I cannot touch it. But I am grateful for its warmth." The confession hung between them, more intimate than any kiss. He, the disgraced knight, the truth speaker, the man of unwavering honor. He saw her, not the doll or the legend, but the woman. And he was worried for her. Before she could respond, before she could untangle the knot of complicated emotions his words had tied in her gut, he bowed stiffly. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I have overstepped." He turned on his heel and strode from the mews, leaving her alone with the sleeping griffin, and the ghost of his heartfelt, hopeless words. "The knight has a poet's heart," Aelrin mused in her mind. His voice, for once, was not sardonic. It was thoughtful. And a fool's honesty. Such men are rare. They make the finest allies, and the most heartbreaking of tragedies. Elira looked down at the heavy diamond on her finger. It glittered with cold, brilliant fire. It was a promise of power, a symbol of her imminent victory, the penultimate step in her long, cold path of vengeance. It was the chain she would use to bind Kale, right before she shattered it. But for the first time, as she thought of Orin's fierce, protective glare and Kale's consuming ambition, she felt a sliver of doubt. Not about her plan, but about her own heart. She was a woman playing with thrones and kingdoms, with the lives of men and the fate of nations. She was dismantling the man she once loved, piece by cynical piece. But in her calculated rise to power, she was surrounding herself with new loyalties, new complications. Oren's words echoed in her mind, "The heart is dangerous." She had thought her heart had been burned to ash on the pyre. But she was beginning to suspect that some embers, warm and treacherous, still remained. And embers, if fanned by the right wind, could blaze into a fire just as consuming, just as uncontrollable, as the one she had set out to master. The royal engagement was a whirlwind. Elira found herself at the center of a dizzying storm of court functions, dress fittings, and political maneuvering. To the world, she was the picture of a radiant, happy bride-to-be. She smiled demurely at Kale's public displays of affection, endured Isolde's venomous, honey-laced congratulations, and accepted the fawning well-wishes of the nobility with practiced grace. She was the perfect princess, soon to be the perfect queen. But behind the mask, a profound and unsettling change was taking place. The nights were the worst. Sleep, which had once been a black, dreamless respite, had become a treacherous landscape. She began to dream. The dreams were not of the past she had lived, but of the future she had averted. She dreamt she was 24 again, standing on the pyre, the jeers of the crowd a physical blow. The flames would lick at her feet, and she would look up to see Kale's handsome, impassive face. But this time, when their eyes met, his would fill with a sudden, dawning horror. "Elira!" He would scream, lunging forward, but it was always too late. She would burn, watching him fight against his own guards, his face a mask of agony and regret. She would dream of her executioner, a man with a scarred, grim face. In her first life, she had not known him. But now, she recognized the man's features from the Northern Campaign. He was the father of one of Ronan's honor guard, a man whose life she had indirectly saved. In the dream, he would raise his torch, then hesitate, his eyes filling with a confused, inexplicable grief. The dreams were vivid, sensory things. She would wake with the phantom smell of smoke in her nostrils, her heart hammering against her ribs, her sheets tangled and soaked with a cold sweat. The timeline is fighting back. Elira's voice would explain, a calm, academic whisper in the dark chambers of her mind. You have bent the river of time too sharply. It is trying to flow back into its old course. These are the echoes, the ghosts of what was meant to be. They are symptoms of a greater instability. The ghosts were not just in her dreams. They began to bleed into her waking life. She would catch glimpses of people who should be dead, a maid who had died of winter fever 2 years ago in the original timeline, now humming as she polished the hallway silver. She would see Lord Valois, the man Oren had been accused of murdering, laughing heartily at some courtier's joke, his young, treacherous wife clinging to his arm, the alchemist nowhere in sight. Her actions were not just creating ripples, they were creating fractures. The past was no longer a fixed point. It was becoming a shifting, unpredictable sea, and she was adrift upon it. This instability had a terrifying, tangible effect. Her magic, once a sharp, responsive tool, began to falter. A simple glamour she wove to make a wilting plant seem vibrant would flicker and die within minutes. An attempt to levitate a book left her dizzy and bleeding from the nose, the tome barely rising an inch from the table. The river of power she had once tapped into now felt sluggish, silted, as if something was resisting her draw upon it. Your anchor is dragging. Elrin explained, his presence a constant, cool weight in her mind. The changes you have made are significant. The world's memory is in conflict with its reality. The very fabric of causality is thinning. The magic, which is woven from that fabric, grows weak and unpredictable. Her frustration mounted. She was so close. The wedding was a month away. Kale believed she was his. Isolde was sidelined. Her enemies were off balance. But her primary weapon, her greatest advantage, was failing her when she needed it most. Kale, ever watchful, noticed the change in her. He saw the new dark circles under her eyes, the faint tremor that sometimes appeared in her hands. But he misinterpreted its cause completely. He saw a young girl, finally cracking under the pressure of her impending queenship. He saw the fragile doll he always believed was lurking beneath the surface. He found her one afternoon in the palace library, a place she now went to for genuine study, desperately trying to find answers in ancient texts about temporal mechanics. He came upon her silently, standing behind her chair, as she pored over a dense, difficult manuscript. "You look exhausted," he said, his voice a soft caress. He began to gently massage her shoulders, his strong fingers kneading the tense, aching muscles. His touch was no longer aggressive or possessive, it was a slow, deliberate act of comfort. He was trying a new tactic, kindness. It was, she found, infinitely more disarming than his fury. "The wedding preparations are a great deal to manage," she lied, letting her head fall back slightly, leaning into his touch with a convincing sigh. "Is that all it is?" he murmured, his hands working their way up to her neck, his thumb stroking the sensitive skin just below her hairline. The sensation sent an involuntary shiver through her, a mixture of pleasure and revulsion that left her feeling dizzy. "You have been distant, frightened, like you were before." He spun her chair around to face him and knelt before her, taking her hands in his. His handsome face was a mask of perfect, loving concern. "Talk to me, Elira. Let me share the burden. You do not have to be strong all the time. You do not have to be the peace bringer or the beast tamer. With me, you can just be Elira." His words, his gentle touch, his earnest gaze, it was a performance worthy of the royal theatre. He was offering her a sanctuary, a place to be weak and vulnerable. He was offering her the cage again, but this time, he was calling it a home. And the most terrifying part was, she was so very, very tired. The constant vigilance, the intricate plotting, the nightly terrors, the failing magic, a part of her, a weak, weary part, desperately wanted to give in. To lay down her sword and simply rest in his arms, even if they were the arms of her executioner. "A gilded trap, little princess." Elira's voice was a cold spike in her mind, jolting her back to reality. "He offers you comfort in exchange for your claws. Do not be a fool." She summoned her strength, pushing back the wave of exhaustion. She gave him a watery, grateful smile. "You are kind, Kale," she whispered, stroking his cheek. "Truly. I am just overwhelmed. But seeing you, knowing I have your strength to lean on, it is all the comfort I need." The lie was flawless. It placated him, reaffirmed his role as her protector, her strong anchor in a confusing world. He smiled, a genuine, relieved expression that made him look boyish and heartbreakingly like the man she had once loved. He leaned in and pressed a chaste, gentle kiss to her forehead. "I will always be your strength," he promised. But her weakness was real, and it terrified her. She needed to understand what was happening to her, to the timeline. That night, she took a terrible risk. In the silent, forbidden library, she opened the great, iron-bound tome, the one to which she and Elira were bound. She didn't look for a specific spell. She looked for a way to commune with the timeline itself, to understand the ghosts that haunted her. Elira materialized beside her, his smoky form more solid than she had ever seen it. His silver eyes glowed with alarm. "What are you doing?" To attempt a temporal scrying with the connection, in its current state, is suicide. You could be torn apart, your consciousness scattered across 1,000 broken possibilities. "I have no choice," Elira said, her voice grim. "My power is failing. I am flying blind. I need to see." She found the ritual she was looking for. It was a dangerous, esoteric rite, involving blood, will, and a state of deep meditation. Ignoring Elira's frantic warnings, she began. She sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, the iron tome open before her. She drew a circle of protection with her own blood, the crimson glowing with a faint, violet light. Then, she closed her eyes and reached out, not to the ambient magic of the room, but to the deeper, fundamental currents of time and causality that flowed beneath it. The world vanished. She was adrift in a chaotic, blinding sea of light and shadow. Images, sounds, and feelings bombarded her. 1,000 possible futures. 1,000 fractured pasts, all screaming for her attention. She saw herself as an old woman, dying peacefully in bed. She saw herself on a throne beside a foreign prince, her hair threaded with pearls. She saw Kale, his face ravaged by grief, standing over a small, lonely grave marked with her name. She saw a world consumed by a new, dark war, a war that started with a rebellion she could not foresee. It was too much. The vortex of possibilities began to pull her apart, to unravel her very sense of self. Who am I? The thought was a terrified whisper. The girl who died. The woman who returned. The schemer. The savior, Elira. Elrin's voice was a lifeline in the storm, a solid anchor in the raging sea. He was calling to her, using their bond to pull her back. Focus. Find your anchor. The one constant. The moment it all began. She focused, her mind seizing on the one memory that was truly, undeniably hers. Fire. The searing pain, the suffocating smoke, the pure, incandescent rage. She anchored herself to her own death. The chaotic storm receded, coalescing into a single, terrible vision. She was standing in a burnt-out city. The sky was the color of a fresh bruise, choked with black smoke. Bodies lay in the streets. Buildings were smoldering husks. And in the center of the devastation stood Kale. He was older, his face grim, his golden hair streaked with gray. He wore the black armor of a king at war. He was staring at the city, a city from the southern provinces, with a look of hollow, empty despair. And beside him stood Elira. Her own self. A version of her that had not died. This Elira was clad in elegant, severe black silks, her face hard and cold as a statue's. There was no warmth in her, no mercy. She was the Shadow Princess. She had once been accused of being a necessary sacrifice, the Shadow Elira said to Kale, her voice devoid of all emotion. The rebellion was growing too strong. An example had to be made, an example. Kale's voice was hoarse with disbelief. We burned tens of thousands of our own people alive. This wasn't an example, Elira. This was a massacre. War is a series of massacres, the Shadow Elira replied coolly. You, of all people, should know that. She placed a hand on his arm, a gesture that held no comfort, only control. Do not be weak now, my king. We are so close to unifying the continent under our rule. Kale looked at her, and the love and fear in his eyes had been replaced by something new. Pure, unadulterated hatred. You are a monster. He whispered. I am a queen. She corrected him. I am the queen you forged in the fires of your own ambition. You wanted a partner, Kale. This is what a true partner looks like. The vision dissolved, and Elira was back in the library, gasping on the cold stone floor, the taste of blood and ash in her mouth. She was shaking violently, her body drenched in sweat. Elrin's spectral form knelt beside her, a look of profound, alien gravity on his handsome face. You saw it. He stated, not a question. One of the futures you are creating. I became the villain. She choked out. The villain they always said I was. You became what was necessary to win. Elrin corrected her softly. In that future, your quest for revenge consumed your humanity. You won your war against Kale, but you lost yourself. You became him. The realization was a shard of ice in her heart. She had been so focused on her enemies, on her intricate plots, on her quest for vengeance. She had never stopped to consider what that vengeance was turning her into. She had seen the future, and she was horrified. Not by Kale, but by herself. I can't let that happen, she whispered, her voice ragged. I won't. For the first time since their pact was forged, a flicker of genuine, human sympathy softened Elira's silver eyes. He reached out a smoky, translucent hand and laid it on her shoulder. The touch was impossibly cold, like a draft from an open tomb, but it was also steady. Then you must find a different path, he said. The future is not yet written in stone. You are the one holding the chisel. He paused, his gaze growing distant. There is something else you must know. The reason your power falters. It is not just the fractured timeline. Something is resisting you. An old, powerful will. Another player in this game, one whose presence I have only just begun to feel. Someone is actively working to counteract your changes, to shore up the old reality. A new player. A hidden enemy. The board was more complex than she had ever imagined. She was fighting not just Kale and Isolde, but the very fabric of fate itself, and a mysterious foe who was helping it. She pushed herself to her feet, her body aching, her soul bruised. The ghosts of the future had shown her a horrifying reflection, but they had also given her a warning. Her path was leading to a dark, lonely throne, and she was no longer sure it was a throne she wanted. She had sought power to destroy her enemies. But what if the greatest enemy, the final boss in her twisted game, was the monster she was in danger of becoming? Her quest for revenge had begun in fire and fury. But now, it was tinged with something new. Magic grew worse. Simple tasks required Herculean effort. Elira's presence in her mind felt strained, his advice sharper, tinged with a new organized uprising, but a sputtering, chaotic wildfire. It was led by a charismatic young baron named Rhys, whose lands had been on the losing end of a series of trade disputes that Elira herself had indirectly touch does not extend to all corners of the kingdom, she said, her voice dripping with venom. Perhaps if our princess spent less time taming beasts and more time studying governance, we would not be in this position. The barb struck home. Elira felt a flush of guilt, hot and sharp. The vision of her burning city, flashed in her mind. This was her mistake. Her responsibility to fix. The Baron Rhys is a populist, not a revolutionary, Elira said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her soul. He speaks for farmers who feel they have been ignored by the capital. This is not a matter for legions. It is a matter of restoring faith. Let me go to Silverwood. Let me speak with him. I can de-escalate this, you? Kale laughed, a short, incredulous sound. You would ride into a city held by armed rebels. After your last, diplomatic mission. The West has erupted. I think you have done quite enough. His voice was cold as iron. He saw this as a failure, and he intended to use it to put her back in her place. No. I will lead the 1st and 3rd Legions. We will march on Silverwood, and we will crush this uprising before it can spread. And you will turn a protest into a war. Elira retorted, her control finally snapping. You will create 100 martyrs and inspire 1,000 more to take up arms against us. Is that what you want, Kale? Another glorious victory, another mountain of bodies to stand upon. The raw fury in her voice stunned the council into silence. Kale stared at her, his eyes blazing. In that moment, the illusion between them shattered. They were not lovers, not fiancés. They were titans, locked in a struggle for the soul of a kingdom. The rebellion will be crushed, he said, his voice a low, final growl. That is the order of the Crown Prince. He had pulled rank. The argument was over. He would have his war. And Elira knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was how it began. This was how she ended up standing beside him in the ashes of her own making. She would not let it happen. Kale's legions would take a week to mobilize. Elira knew she had to act faster. She formulated a plan, a desperate, dangerous gamble that would drain her to her very dregs. She needed to cut the head off the rebellion before Kale's armies could turn it into a legend. She had to remove Baron Reese from the board, but not by force. She would use the subtle, intricate magic that was her last, failing resort. Her target was the supply lines. A rebellion cannot survive without food and weapons. Her network of spies, the beginnings of a web Elrin had helped her spin, brought her word. Reese was expecting a massive shipment of smuggled weapons, purchased from mercenaries, to arrive at the docks of Silverwood in 3 days' time. Without those weapons, his farmers would be nothing but an angry mob with pitchforks. She chose her ally carefully. Not Orin, he was too honorable for a mission of sabotage. She needed someone with looser morals and a debt to pay. She summoned the court alchemist, Master Ferren, the man whose life she had saved by exposing his affair and framing him and his lover for the murder of Duke Valois. He was a disgraced pariah now, living on her secret patronage, terrified of her, yet utterly bound to her. She met him in a darkened laboratory, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and strange herbs. I have a task for you, she said, her voice leaving no room for refusal. She handed him a small, lead-lined box. Inside were 3 crystalline orbs, humming with a contained, volatile energy. They were wards of confusion, a nasty bit of spell work that, when shattered, would release a wave of disorienting magic, causing panic, paranoia, and memory loss in a short radius. You will see that these are placed on the 3 ships carrying weapons to Silverwood. The resulting chaos at the docks should be considerable. Ferren's face was pale with terror. Your Highness, this is treason. Your life is yours because of me, Master Ferren. Elira said coldly. Do not make me regret my generosity. He bowed his head, a broken man. It will be done. The night the ships were due to arrive, Elira ascended to her hidden sanctuary, the Forbidden Library. She needed to ensure the chaos was contained, to prevent it from spilling into the city and harming civilians. She had to weave a ward around the entire dock district, a massive undertaking that would test the very limits of her fractured power. This is foolhardy. Aelrin's spectral form shimmered with agitation. The resistance to your will is stronger than ever. The hidden player. I feel their influence concentrated around the West. It is as if they are actively trying to make this rebellion happen. To attempt a ward of this magnitude now could tear a hole in your soul. I started this fire, Elira said, her jaw tight with resolve. I will not let it burn down the city. She began the ritual. The air in the chamber crackled, the dust motes dancing in the charged atmosphere. She poured her will into the spell, pushing against a powerful, unseen current that seemed to fight her at every turn. It felt like trying to swim up a waterfall. Sweat beaded on her brow. The blood that dripped from her nose was black and thick. The room spun around her, the ancient books on their chains seeming to blur and twist into monstrous shapes. She felt a tearing sensation deep within her, a pain beyond the physical. It is too much. Elira cried out in her mind. Let it go, or it will break you. No, she grunted, her teeth clenched. She pushed harder, her rage and guilt giving her a last, desperate surge of strength. She felt the ward snap into place, a vast, invisible dome of power settling over the distant city's harbor. Then, the world went black. She awoke on the cold stone floor, Elira's translucent face hovering over her, his silver eyes filled with an alien concern. Her head throbbed, her body ached, and her soul felt raw, as if it had been flayed. You were successful, he said, his voice a strained whisper in her mind. But the cost? The cost was severe. Your connection to the deeper magic is almost completely severed. You are running on nothing but will and memory now. A messenger hawk arrived the next day. Master Farron's sabotage had been a catastrophic success. The wards of confusion had detonated, plunging the Silverwood docks into chaos. The mercenary captains, overcome with sudden paranoia, had turned on each other. A bloody, pointless skirmish had erupted. One ship had caught fire and sunk, taking a third of the weapons with it. The other two, their crews decimated and terrified, had cut their lines and fled back to sea. Baron Reese's rebellion was crippled. He had no new weapons, and his followers were beginning to lose heart. It was the perfect moment to de-escalate, to ride in and offer terms. Elira prepared to leave, to finally fix her mistake. And then the second hawk arrived. This one was from Kale. His legions, marching with unnatural speed, had already reached the outskirts of Silverwood. He had not waited the full week. Hearing news of the chaos at the docks, he had seen a different opportunity, not for peace, but for a swift, brutal hammer blow against a weakened and disorganized foe. He's going to attack, Elira whispered, the parchment trembling in her hand. A cold, sick dread filled her. The city is undefended. Reese's men are in disarray, his timing is too perfect. Elira said grimly. It is the hidden player. The one who works against you. They wanted this rebellion to happen, and now they are ensuring it will be a bloodbath. They are guiding Kale's hand. A cold fury, stark and terrible, washed through her. She had been outmaneuvered. Her clever plan to prevent a war had instead created the perfect conditions for a slaughter. There was only one person who could stop it now. But he was miles away, at her side, her loyal shield. She needed him to be her sword. She found Orin in the training yard, practicing his forms with a relentless, punishing intensity. He saw the look on her face and immediately lowered his blade. Your Highness. She explained everything, her voice low and urgent, the words tumbling out of her. The rebellion, her sabotage, Kale's advance, the trap that had been sprung on them all. Orin listened, his rugged face growing grimmer with every word. When she was finished, he did not lecture her. He did not judge her. He simply asked, what do you need me to do? The unwavering trust in his eyes was almost her undoing. Ride? She said, her voice thick with emotion. Ride like the wind. Get to Baron Reese before Kale does. You are the truth speaker. He will listen to you. Convince him to surrender. An unconditional surrender. It is the only way Kale will not have an excuse to sack the city. It was a suicide mission. To ride alone into a rebel-held city, carrying a message of surrender, with a vengeful army at the gates. Orin didn't hesitate. He nodded once, a sharp, decisive movement. I will not fail you, he said. He reached out, his calloused hand briefly, gently, covering hers. The touch was warm, solid, and real. Be careful, Elira, he murmured. The shadows are deepest around the brightest flame. He was gone within the hour, a lone rider on a desperate quest. Elira was left behind, powerless, a queen with no magic, forced to wait and watch as the pieces of her broken plan played out. For 2 days, she was trapped in a living nightmare, imagining every possible horror. She paced her chambers, unable to eat, unable to sleep. She felt helpless. It was a feeling she had sworn she would never experience again. The news, when it came, was worse than she could have ever imagined. It came not from Orin, not from Kale, but from a weeping Lord Vael, the spymaster, who delivered the report to the king in a choked, horrified voice. Orin had succeeded. He had reached Baron Reese. He had convinced him to surrender. The Baron had laid down his arms and ridden out to meet Kale under a white flag of truce. And Kale had executed him on the spot. Claiming that the rebellion was a dishonorable breach of feudal law, Kale had declared the truce invalid. He had then marched his legions into the undefended city of Silverwood. And he had made an example of it. There was no massacre. There was simply a burning. He had put the city to the torch. The place she had seen in her vision, the burnt-out buildings, the sky black with smoke, it had not been a possible future. It had been an imminent one. Her actions, her clever sabotage, her desperate attempt to prevent bloodshed, had directly led to this. She had disarmed the city, delivered it into Kale's hands, and he had set it alight. Guilt, hot and acidic, rose in her throat. Rage, a white-hot, blinding fury at Kale's monstrous cruelty, threatened to consume her. She stumbled from the throne room, her ears ringing, the horrified gasps of the courtiers fading behind her. She fled to the stables, to the only source of comfort she had left. She collapsed against Cinder's warm, feathered side, her body racked with shuddering sobs. The tears she had refused to shed on her own pyre now flowed freely for a city of strangers, for a good man she had sent to his death. She had faltered. For the first time, in this new life, she had truly, catastrophically failed. The beast made a low, crooning sound and nudged her with his great, feathered head, as if trying to comfort her. I tried to fix it, she whispered into his warm feathers, her voice broken. I tried to be better than him. And I just made it worse. She felt a presence behind her. She looked up, expecting a guard, a servant. But it was Orin. He stood there, his face covered in grime, his eyes hollow with exhaustion and a deep, soul-shaking sorrow. He had survived. How, she didn't know. He crossed the stable and knelt before her in the straw. It was not your fault, he said, his voice raw. I sent you there, she choked out. I burned that city. No, he said, his voice firm. He reached out and, for the first time, his touch was not one of reverence or respect. It was one of pure, human comfort. He gently wiped a tear from her cheek with his rough thumb. A man who starts a fire is a pyromaniac. A man who pours oil on it when he could have used water is a monster. Kale is the monster here. Not you. She looked at him, at his unwavering loyalty, his stubborn belief in her, even now, in the face of her greatest failure. He was the one constant in her shifting, chaotic world. He was her anchor. And as he knelt there, his hand cupping her face, his gaze steady and true, Elira knew that this moment, this shared grief in the ruins of her plans, was another turning point. The rage and guilt still simmered within her, but for the first time since her rebirth, they were tempered by a new, powerful resolve. She would not become the cold, dead queen from her vision. And she would not be broken by this defeat. She would stand up. She would brush the ashes from her clothes. And with the help of the good man kneeling before her, she would find a way to make the monster, who sat on the throne, pay for every last life he had so casually incinerated. The war for the kingdom had just claimed its first city. The war for her soul had just found its champion. The ashes of Silverwood settled over the kingdom like a funeral shroud. Kale returned not to a hero's welcome, but to a capital shrouded in a grim, fearful silence. He had crushed the rebellion, but his brutality had horrified the court. He had made his point, but in doing so, he had revealed the true, ruthless nature of the man who would be king. The nobles who had once flocked to his banner now watched him with wary, calculating eyes. Elira, however, had no time for politics. Her failure, and Orin's harrowing return, had pushed her to a precipice. The guilt was a physical weight, a stone in her gut. She had tried to be a scalpel, and had instead become the architect of a massacre. The monster she feared becoming was no longer a distant vision, she could feel its shadow clinging to her. And her power, her greatest weapon, was gone, the connection severed by her desperate, failed attempt to hold back the tide of fate. She was defenseless, broken, and running out of time. It was Elira who broke the silence in her mind, his voice for once devoid of its usual sardonic bite. It was thin, strained. He is calling in his debt. The words were a splash of icy water. The price. The bond she had made in the forbidden library. In her grief and frantic planning, she had almost forgotten. You drew too much power. Elira's thoughts continued, faint and distant. You nearly shattered our connection, and in doing so, you tore the veil between worlds. It has made me vulnerable. And the ancient laws that bind spirits like me are immutable. A price must be paid to restore the balance. The magic of this place demands it. What price? Elira whispered to the empty air of her chamber. A soul. Elira replied, the words landing like a death sentence. To anchor me, to mend the tear, the deep magic requires a sacrifice. A life, freely given, or forcibly taken, to be consumed, to replenish what was spent. Elira's blood ran cold. No. The word was a choked gasp. I will not kill for you. I will not be a murderer. I am not asking you to be. Elira's voice was weary. But the debt exists. And until it is paid, I will continue to fade. And you will remain powerless. The hidden player who guided Kale's hand will continue their work unopposed. You will lose, little princess. You will lose everything. She was trapped. To regain her power, she had to sanction a death. To refuse was to remain a broken, powerless girl, waiting for the axe to fall. The ghost of the cold, pragmatic queen from her vision whispered in her ear, one life to save a kingdom. A simple calculation. She recoiled from the thought, horrified. There has to be another way. She insisted. Give me time. I will find another source of power. An artifact. A different ritual. Time? Elira's voice was a dry, rustling sigh, is a luxury we may no longer have. But he relented. He was weakened, his own existence now hanging by the fraying thread of their bond. For the moment, their fates were intertwined. Her quest for a new solution led her back to the bleakest corners of the forbidden library, searching for an alternative to a human sacrifice. She found answers, of a sort, in a crumbling grimoire bound in snakeskin. It spoke of beings like Elira, echoes, they were called. Spirits of immense power, trapped between realms. It also spoke of their origins. They were not ghosts of dead mortals. They were the shattered remnants of gods. Minor gods, ancient and forgotten, patrons of lost arts or forgotten rivers, who had been destroyed during the wars that scarred the world before the age of man. Their divinity had been broken, their power scattered, but their consciousness remained, an immortal memory chained to a place or an object. Elira was a fallen god. A god of knowledge, of secrets, of the written word. A god? Elira confronted him that night, her mind reeling with the implication. You are a fallen god. Elira's spectral form shimmered before her, more translucent than ever. He looked weary. Resigned. A rather grandiose term for what I am now. He admitted, his voice a ghost of a whisper. I was something, once. Before the sky fell and the world was remade. Now I am but an echo, a memory in a cage of dust and moonlight. You seek more than just to feel the world again, don't you? Elira pressed, a sudden, chilling understanding dawning. Your talk of anchoring yourself, of stitching yourself back into the fabric of reality. You are trying to be reborn. You want to use my life force, my power, to gather your scattered divinity and become whole again. The silence in her mind was his confession. Is that so surprising? He finally replied, a hint of his old, bitter pride returning. Would you not do the same? To be a king again, after centuries as a phantom. The scale of his ambition was breathtaking. And the price? A soul. It was not just a toll to mend a magical tear. It was fuel. It was the first course in a banquet that would end with his own apotheosis. And she was the unwitting caterer. And yet, a strange, unexpected thing happened. This revelation did not fill her with fear or rage. It filled her with a profound, aching pity. To be a god, and to fall so low. To be immortal and powerless, a prisoner for millennia. It was a fate worse than any pyre. For the first time, she saw him not as a tool or a threat, but as a being as trapped and desperate as she was. Theirs was not just a pact. It was a partnership of prisoners. We will find another way, she said, her voice soft but firm. One that does not require murder. I swear it on my blood. Elira's silver eyes widened, a flicker of an emotion she could not name, surprise. Gratitude. Shining within them before being extinguished. Your compassion will be your undoing, little princess. He whispered, but there was no malice in the words. Her quest for power and his for rebirth were now one and the same. Their bond, forged in desperation and secrets, deepened into something far more complex. While she wrestled with gods and magic, Kale was wrestling with the consequences of his actions. He was a conqueror in a time of peace, and it sat ill with him. He had expected fear and submission to follow his victory at Silverwood. Instead, he found a court that had turned cold. He was more isolated than ever, and his paranoia grew. His gaze, when it fell on Elira, was now a constant, burning question. He confronted her a week after his return. He came to her chambers late at night, dismissing her guards with a curt wave. He was not wearing his pristine uniform, but a simple, dark tunic, his golden hair slightly disheveled. He looked tired. Human. They look at me like I'm a butcher, he said without preamble, his voice low and raw. He walked to the window, staring out at the moonlit gardens. You burned a city full of your own people, Elira replied, her voice devoid of heat. It was a simple statement of fact. What did you expect? He whirled on her, his control snapping. I did what was necessary. I made an example. It is what a king must do. My father never burned a city, she countered. Ronan, a man you called a savage, rules the north without a single pyre. What is necessary for a king, Kale, or what was necessary for you? He flinched as if she had struck him. He stared at her, his handsome face a canvas of conflicting emotions. You have changed so much. He whispered. The girl I knew, the one I was to marry. She would have understood. She would have stood by me. Here it was. The moment of truth. The girl you knew died a long time ago. Elira said, her voice quiet and steady. What does that mean? He demanded, taking a step closer. On the pyre. You truly believe that ridiculous story from your first life? He had asked her about it before, and she had fed him a careful, edited version, a tale of a vague premonition, a desperate prayer. It is not a story, she said. And then she told him. Not everything, but enough. She spoke of her trial, of her conviction. Of the false charges. She spoke of the scent of burning wood and the jeers of the crowd. And then she delivered the killing blow. I remember standing there, she said, her eyes locked on his, her voice a dead, emotionless monotone. And I remember looking for the one person I thought would save me. But you did not. You stood on the dais, next to Serafina, and you watched me burn. Kale's face went white as bone. He stumbled back a step, as if her words were a physical force. No. He breathed, shaking his head. That's impossible. A fever dream. I would never have let that happen. But it did, Elira said. Or it would have. Tell me, Kale. In your heart of hearts, can you truly say that if you believed I was a threat to your crown, a sorceress who could undermine your rule, that you would not eliminate that threat? His silence was her answer. The blood drained from his face as a horrifying, half-forgotten memory seemed to surface in his own mind. The seed of her words had found fertile ground in his soul. He began, his voice a choked whisper. I remember discussions with the Archmage, with Serafina. They were worried about your power, your influence with your father. They spoke of containing you. He looked at her, his eyes wide with a dawning, soul-shattering horror, not at what she had said, but at what he was finally admitting to himself. He had known. He had known there was a plot against her. And he had let it happen. He hadn't wielded the knife, but he had stood by and watched as they sharpened it, believing he could control the outcome. He had let it happen. He collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hands. The sound he made was not a sob. It was the sound of a man's entire world, his entire self-conception, fracturing into a million pieces. The righteous prince, the noble hero, the strong protector, it was all a lie he had told himself. In the defining moment of her life, her first life, he had been a coward. A willing accomplice. A monster. Elira, he choked out, his voice broken. Forgive me. She looked at him, at this broken man, who had built a throne on her ashes in another life. She felt no pity. She felt no triumph. She felt nothing. A vast, cold, empty space where her love for him used to be. There is nothing to forgive, she said, her voice as empty as her heart. You are what you are. And I am what you made me. She left him there, shattered in the dark of her room, mourning a betrayal he had only just realized he was guilty of. She had unveiled his darkest secret, not just to her, but to himself. She had broken more than his spirit, she had broken his story. The righteous Prince Kale was dead, slain by a truth he could no longer deny. As Elira walked back towards her secret library, she felt a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the world around her. A faint, tingling hum in the air. Her power. It was returning. Not a flood, but a trickle. A single, clear drop of water in a parched desert. She turned to Elrin in her mind. What is happening? Elrin's voice was filled with a sense of profound, scholarly awe. His despair. He breathed. His sudden, catastrophic loss of self. It created a resonance, a fissure in his own reality. It is a source of immense, volatile emotional energy. It is not a soul. But it is enough. Enough to temporarily mend the tear. Enough to repay a portion of the debt. Kale's anguish was literally fueling her magic. The dramatic irony was so perfect, so complete, it was almost divine. Elira stopped in the silent, moonlit corridor, a slow, terrible, and beautiful smile spreading across her face. Kale had betrayed her, had destroyed her, had made her into the weapon she now was. And now, his own suffering, his own guilt, would be the very thing that reloaded her arsenal. He thought he had lost her. He had no idea, he was about to become the engine of her ascension. The price for her power no longer needed to be sought. It would be paid, installment by painful installment, from the broken heart of the man who had wronged her. And she would drain him of every last drop. Kale's confession did not break him, it hollowed him out. The arrogant, self-assured prince was gone, replaced by a ghost who haunted the palace corridors. He moved with a new, somber gravity, his brilliant blue eyes clouded with a deep, inconsolable guilt. He cancelled his public appearances, spent long hours locked in the royal chapel, and avoided Elira with a shame that was almost palpable. The court whispered that the prince was in mourning for the dead of Silverwood. Only Elira knew he was mourning the death of his own soul. His despair was a heady, intoxicating nectar for her power. The trickle of magic had become a steady, cool stream. The connection to Elrin was stabilizing, and with it, her confidence returned, sharper and colder than before. The guilt she had felt over Silverwood did not vanish, but it crystallized into a diamond-hard resolve. She would not make that mistake again. There would be no more collateral damage. Her future moves would be precise, surgical, and utterly bloodless. It was time to cleanse the house. Her network of spies, nurtured by her and guided by Aelrin's centuries of experience in the arts of subterfuge, was now a silent web that stretched across the entire capital. It was made of disgruntled servants, overlooked junior scribes, indebted merchants, and soldiers loyal to the Peacebringer. They were her eyes and ears, and they brought her a treasure trove of secrets. Lord Vial, the royal spymaster, was embezzling funds from the treasury to support his lavish lifestyle. Lord Cadwell, the master of coin, was taking bribes from foreign grain merchants, the same ones whose power Elira had weakened, to manipulate market prices. And Queen Isolde, the serpent at the heart of the court, was engaged in a secret, treasonous correspondence with the rival kingdom of Jada, offering them strategic intelligence in exchange for their support in a future move to oust Elira after the wedding. In her first life, Elira might have exposed them in a grand, dramatic scene in the throne room. But the woman she was now understood that a public scandal was a clumsy, unpredictable weapon. It would destabilize a kingdom already on a knife's edge. There was a quieter, more elegant way. A coup of whispers. Her first target was the spymaster. Lord Vial was a man of expensive, decadent tastes, particularly in art. Elira, using an anonymous proxy, commissioned the city's most sought-after portraitist for a series of paintings depicting the follies of greed. The paintings were masterpieces of subtle allegory. One depicted a magpie, its beak dripping with gold coins, perched on a barren treasury chest. Another showed a skeletal figure in a rich velvet robe, counting coins while the ghosts of starving children watched from the shadows. The magpie, astute observers noted, had Lord Vial's distinctively hooded eyes. The paintings were leaked to a popular gallery in the merchants' quarter. They became the talk of the town. Songs were written. Jokes were made. Vial's name was never mentioned, but everyone knew. He became a laughingstock, his authority eroding with every sniggering comment. Humiliation, Elira had learned, was a far more potent political poison than hemlock. 2 weeks into the Whisper campaign, Lord Vial found an unmarked package on his desk. Inside was a meticulously detailed ledger, a copy of his own secret accounts, detailing every embezzled coin. Tucked into the first page was a single, pressed starlight lily, her father's favorite flower, her unspoken signature. There was no threat, no blackmail note. Just the simple, damning proof. That night, Lord Vial packed his bags, emptied his personal coffers, and fled the city, never to be seen again. He was replaced by a quiet, ruthlessly efficient man whose career had been stalled for years, a man whose loyalty Elira had quietly secured months ago. Next was the master of coin. Lord Cadwell was a devout man, a public pillar of piety. Elira used her now restored magic, a gentle, intricate thread of will, to nudge a confession from one of Cadwell's terrified underlings, not to the guard, but to the kingdom's most rigidly moral, unbribable priest, a man who despised courtly corruption. The priest confronted Cadwell not with accusations, but with a plea for his soul. Cornered, and fearing damnation more than prison, Lord Cadwell publicly confessed his sins before the entire congregation of the Grand Chapel. He begged the king's forgiveness, resigned his post, and announced he would be joining a penitent monastery in the harshest, most remote corner of the frozen north to spend the rest of his days atoning. His departure was hailed as an act of profound piety. Another powerful corrupt noble removed, not with a scandal, but with a surge of religious fervor. With her 2 main pieces off the board, Isolde was isolated, but no less dangerous. For the Queen, Elira saved her most personal, most intimate attack. Using the silent servant passages she knew so well, Elira slipped into the Queen's chambers late one night. Isolde was not there, having gone to a late-night supper with her few remaining allies. The room was opulent, decorated in shades of crimson and gold, and it smelled of Isolde's signature jasmine perfume. Elira moved with the silence of a phantom, her heart a calm, steady beat. She didn't steal the Queen's treasonous letters. That would be too crude. Instead, she rearranged them. She took a flirtatious, suggestive passage from a letter from an old, discarded lover, and, using a spell of mimicry Aelrin had taught her, painstakingly replicated Isolde's elegant script. She inserted the passage into a dry, political letter destined for the grim, puritanical Judarian ambassador. Then, she took a passage from one of the Judarian letters, a cold, analytical discussion of Ethel's naval weaknesses, and inserted it into a seemingly innocent letter of thanks destined for Isolde, a foppish, gossip-loving cousin in the south. It was an act of masterful, psychological warfare. She was not exposing a traitor, she was portraying a fool. An incompetent, sexually careless woman who couldn't even keep her correspondence in order. She was weaponizing Isolde's own pride against her. Finally, before she left, Elira performed one last act. On the Queen's pristine vanity table, amidst the jewel-encrusted combs and pots of expensive cream, she placed a single, perfect white rose, the symbol of the first Queen, Elira's own mother. A reminder of who was truly in charge. The results were catastrophic for Isolde. The Judarian ambassador, horrified by what he perceived as a decadent and unprofessional overture, cooled his relations with the Queen immediately. Isolde's cousin, a notorious gossip, gleefully spread the contents of the misdirected military intelligence all over the southern courts, making Isolde look like a dangerous, treasonous idiot. Her reputation, the bedrock of her power, crumbled into dust within a fortnight. She became a joke, a tragic figure, the once fearsome Queen reduced to a flustered, politically clumsy woman whose secrets were fodder for court jesters. She hadn't been executed. She had been erased. The silent coup was complete. In the space of a month, Elira had dismantled her stepmother's entire power base without a single drop of blood being shed. The kingdom began to whisper of her, not as a villainess or a peacemaker, but as something else entirely. A force of nature. A quiet, terrifyingly efficient savior, who purged the corrupt and elevated the worthy, all with a strange, untouchable grace. Her relationship with Chaol during this time transformed into a strange, tense dance. His guilt had given way to a quiet, wary awe. He watched her operate from a distance, seeing her moves, but not understanding the hand that made them. He saw the corrupt fall and the competent rise, and he knew, with a certainty that both thrilled and terrified him, that it was her doing. He found her one evening in the royal gardens, tending to her roses, Cinder dozing in a patch of sunlight nearby. Chaol approached her not with the arrogance of a prince or the guilt of a penitent, but with the quiet curiosity of a student approaching a master. "You did it," he said, his voice a low murmur. "Vial, Cadwell, my mother. It was all you. Wasn't it?" Elira did not look up from her task, carefully snipping a dead leaf from a perfect white rose. "The corrupt have a way of exposing themselves," she said, her voice noncommittal. "Not without a nudge," he countered. He knelt beside her in the dirt, a gesture that would have been unthinkable for the prince of a few months ago. He reached out and gently touched the petals of a deep indigo rose, the same color as the gown she'd worn to the masquerade. "They fear you now, you know. The whole court. They say you are like the moon, beautiful, silent, and you control the tides without ever seeming to move. And do you fear me, Chaol?" she asked, finally turning to look at him. His gaze was intense, searching. "Yes," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "But I think perhaps I am supposed to." He looked from her face to the heavy diamond ring on her finger. "When we marry, when we rule, will this be my fate? To be a king who is terrified of his own queen?" She saw the raw vulnerability in his eyes, the genuine fear and confusion. He was a man adrift, his entire worldview shattered. He was looking to her for an anchor. A part of her, the old, vengeful part, wanted to press her advantage, to twist the knife. But the new Elira, the one who had seen the ashes of Silverwood and the steadfast loyalty of Orin, hesitated. She reached out and laid her hand over his on the rose bush, her fingers brushing his. His skin was warm. "Fear is for enemies, Chaol," she said, her voice softer than she intended. Partners should inspire respect. The touch, the gentle word, seemed to break something in him. He captured her hand, lacing his fingers through hers. "Teach me, Elira," he pleaded, his voice raw with a desperate sincerity she had never heard from him before. "Teach me how to be a king worthy of a queen like you. Not the king I thought I was meant to be, but the one you would have stand beside you." It was the ultimate surrender. Not of his power, but of his pride. He was placing himself in her hands, not as a prisoner, but as a student. He was giving her the one thing she had never imagined he possessed, his own broken, malleable will. "He is offering you a new kind of power," Elira observed in her mind, his tone one of pure, intellectual fascination. "Not just to defeat him, but to remake him. The possibilities are staggering." Staggering, indeed. She could shape him into a just ruler. She could forge a true partnership from the ashes of his arrogance. They could, together, build the empire he had spoken of, but this time, it would be built on a foundation of her own design. Forgiveness was still impossible, but a partnership. A useful, strategic partnership with a king who was utterly, completely in her thrall. It was a temptation she had not anticipated. Her path was no longer a straight, vengeful line. It was a complex web of possibilities, each more dangerous and more enticing than the last. She looked at the handsome, broken prince kneeling before her, offering her his very soul to be remolded. The desire to do it, to take this ultimate act of control and shape her once greatest enemy into her perfect puppet, was a dark and seductive melody. She smiled, a slow, enigmatic expression that gave nothing away. "Stand up, Kale," she said gently. "A king should never kneel for long." He rose, his eyes full of a desperate, pleading hope. He believed he was being given a second chance. He had no idea he was merely stepping into a new, far more intricate cage, one forged not of steel, but of his own desire to be redeemed. The coup was over, but the true conquest had just begun. The king was dying. It was a slow, inexorable fading, like a watercolor painting left in the sun. The wasting sickness, which had been a quiet guest in the palace for years, now took center stage. The king's breaths grew shallow, his moments of lucidity fewer and farther between. The court held its collective breath, a grim vigil for a setting sun. Kale was a man transformed. His confession had shattered him, but Elira's strange, conditional mercy had begun to remake him. He followed her lead like a planet caught in the gravitational pull of a new star. He no longer sought to control her, but to understand her. He attended the small council meetings not as a prince preparing to rule, but as a student, watching with a quiet, intense, or as she dismantled arguments with cold logic and navigated the treacherous currents of politics with a grace he had never possessed. Their interactions became a new, stranger dance. In public, he was the devoted fiancé, his adoring gaze a constant fixture on her. In private, he was a penitent, seeking her counsel on matters of state, his questions earnest, his deference absolute. He would bring her maps and dispatches in her private study, kneeling at her side, not as a lover, but as a squire to his knight. One evening, he found her staring into the fire, a cup of untouched herbal tea growing cold in her hands. The air between them was thick with unspoken things. "He doesn't have much time," Kale said softly, referring to her father. "Are you prepared for what comes next?" "Are you?" she countered, not looking at him. He moved to stand behind her chair, his hands resting on the high back, his presence a familiar, complicated weight. "I am prepared to follow your lead, Elira. I burned a city because I thought strength was the only language a king should speak. You brokered a peace with a treaty and an act of trust. I am beginning to understand which is the true form of power." His voice was low, laced with a sincerity that was still jarring to her ears. He came around the chair and gently took the teacup from her hands, placing it on the table. He then knelt before her, taking her hands in his. The gesture, once a plea for forgiveness, was now a quiet ritual of fealty. "They say I will be king," he murmured, his gaze fixed on their joined hands. "But a crown is just a circle of gilded metal. The power. The true power of the throne. It will be yours. I know that. Let me be your sword, Elira. Your shield. Your consort. Whatever you wish. Just do not cast me aside. His vulnerability was a weapon, more potent than any blade he had ever wielded. It disarmed her, confused her, tempted her. To have him at her feet, this golden prince who had orchestrated her doom, utterly broken and remade in her image. It was a victory more total than she had ever imagined. She looked down at his bowed head, at the spun gold hair that caught the firelight. A strange, dangerous impulse, born of power and a deep, buried memory of pain, rose within her. She reached out and, with a slow, deliberate touch, stroked his hair. It was as soft as she remembered. He stiffened at the contact, a shudder running through his powerful frame, but he did not pull away. You speak of servitude, Kale, she whispered, her voice a silken thread in the quiet room. But a queen needs a king, not a servant. She needs a partner who is strong, but who understands that his strength is hers to command. She let her fingers trail down from his hair to the side of his neck, her touch light as a moth's wing, tracing the line of his tense jaw. Can you be that man? He looked up, his sapphire eyes dark with 1,000 complicated emotions, guilt, awe, hope, and a deep, burning spark of his old fire. The king he had been was dead, but the man was still there, and the man desired her, not just as a prize, but as the source of his new faith. I will be whatever man you command me to be, he breathed. It was an intoxicating power. To have this beautiful, dangerous man so utterly in her thrall. A darker, more selfish part of her wanted to explore the new dynamics of their relationship, to test the limits of his submission, to make him pay for his past sins not with death, but with a lifetime of devoted penance. It was a tempting, private kind of revenge. He is clay in your hands. Aelren's voice murmured appreciatively in her mind. You could shape him into a saint. Or a slave. The thought was both thrilling and horrifying. Shaking her head to clear it, she gently withdrew her hand. Go now, Kale. It is late. We will need our strength for the days to come. He rose, his gaze still full of a hopeful, desperate light. He bowed, not as a prince to a princess, but as a supplicant to his deity, and left her alone with the fire and the ghosts of her own conflicted heart. 3 days later, the bells of the capital began to toll. The slow, deep, mournful sound echoed off the stone buildings, a single, solemn heartbeat for a kingdom. The king was dead. The palace moved with a quiet, grim efficiency. The funeral arrangements, the proclamations, the transfer of power, all were set in motion. According to 1,000 years of tradition, Kale was now king. His coronation was scheduled to take place in a week. It was all proceeding as it should. But Elira had other plans. She had not come this far only to be a consort, even a powerful one. Kale, in his current state, was pliable. But guilt was a fickle emotion. Power, once held, had a way of healing old wounds and rekindling old arrogances. She would not risk it. The crown would not be his alone. She convened her own silent council in the dead of night. It was not held in a grand chamber, but in the relative anonymity of the royal mews, the air thick with the scent of hay and horsehide. Her allies were few, but they were loyal. Sir Orin, his face grim, his hand never far from his sword. Lord Greymanere, the man she had installed as spymaster, a shadow who moved and spoke with an economy that bordered on unnerving. And Ronan, the chieftain of the north, who had come to the capital for the king's funeral and stayed, his presence a looming, savage threat to the court's decorum. Kale will be crowned king in 5 days. Elira stated, her voice low. Cinder, perched on a high beam above them, let out a soft coo, his golden eyes glowing in the lantern light. We will not let that happen. You mean to challenge his claim? Orin asked, his brows knitting in concern. It would mean civil war. No, Elira said, a small, cold smile on her lips. I will not challenge his claim. I will amend it. I will not be the power behind the throne. I will be the power on the throne. Her plan was audacious, borderline treasonous, and entirely reliant on her understanding of the kingdom's deepest fears and desires. It was a political masterpiece of manipulation. The day before the coronation, a series of anonymous pamphlets appeared all over the city, as if scattered by the wind itself. They were printed on cheap paper, but the message they carried was potent. They did not attack Kale. Instead, they praised him as a righteous sword of the kingdom, a fiery sun who had burned away rebellion. But, the pamphlets argued, a sword needs a steady hand. A sun can scorch the fields it means to warm. They spoke of the need for balance. Fire needs ice. A sword needs a shield. Then they spoke of Elira, the peacebringer, the beast tamer, the woman who had won a war without a single battle. They did not suggest she replace Kale. They suggested she rule with him. A king of summer and a queen of winter. Two rulers, two powers, to keep the kingdom in perfect, harmonious balance. The very words Kale had used to woo her were now being used to subvert his sole claim to the throne. The idea spread through the city like wildfire. It was a novel concept, radical, but it resonated with a populace that was proud of its new, merciful princess and terrified of its new, ruthless prince. The idea of them ruling together was not a compromise, it seemed like salvation. Kale was furious, but also helpless. He could not openly condemn the pamphlets without looking like a tyrant who feared sharing power with the woman he claimed to love. Isolde, a ghost of her former self, was powerless to stop it. The small council, now largely populated by Elira's quiet allies, listened to the will of the people with thoughtful, serious expressions. The day of the coronation arrived. The grand chapel was packed to overflowing with every noble, cleric, and foreign dignitary in the kingdom. The air was thick with the scent of incense and tension. Kale stood before the high altar, dressed in magnificent coronation robes of white and gold, his handsome face set like stone. He was about to achieve his life's ambition, but it felt like a hollow victory. The Archmage, his voice booming through the cavernous space, began the ancient rite. We are gathered here today to witness the ascension of our one, true king. A moment, Your Grace, a voice boomed from the back of the chapel. It was not a voice used to courtly pleasantries. It was the voice of Ronan, the northern chieftain. He stood, a giant in dark furs amidst a sea of colorful silks. The North has a word to say on this. A shocked gasp went through the congregation. The chieftain continued, his voice echoing off the stone pillars. We know Prince Kale to be a mighty warrior, a lord of fire. But fire, untempered, burns the hand that wields it. The North will not bend the knee to fire alone. We require ice to temper the flame. We require the Princess Elira, our peacebringer, to stand with him. Before the court could recover from this bombshell, another voice spoke, this one cold and precise. It was Lord Greymaner, the spy master. The network of the kingdom's intelligence agrees. The common people are fearful of a solitary rule. They clamor for a dual monarchy. For balance. One by one, like dominoes falling in a perfectly arranged line, other voices rose in support. A powerful merchant guild leader. A decorated legion commander. Key members of the small council. It was a silent, bloodless rebellion, taking place in the heart of the kingdom's most sacred ceremony. It was a perfectly executed political assassination of Kale's sole authority. Kale stood at the altar, trapped. He was surrounded. He looked at Elira, who was seated in the front row, a picture of serene, sorrowful innocence. He saw the truth in her calm, violet eyes. This was her move. Her checkmate. She had used his own court, his own people, against him. All eyes turned to him. The choice was his. He could refuse, plunge the kingdom into a constitutional crisis, and risk a civil war with a North that now stood firmly behind his fiancée. Or he could accept, and swallow the bitter pill of a shared crown. A long, agonizing silence stretched. Kale's jaw worked, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Then, slowly, as if moving through deep water, he turned to the Archmage. "It seems the will of the people, and of the gods, is clear," he said, his voice strained but steady. "The kingdom requires not one ruler, but two. A king and a queen, to rule as one." He turned, his gaze locking with Elira's. The love and guilt in his eyes were now mingled with a deep, grudging, and utterly terrified respect. "Let Princess Elira come forward." Walking on a cloud of stunned silence, Elira rose and ascended the dais. She stood beside him, her simple mourning gown a stark contrast to his opulent robes. They were night and day, winter and summer, ice and fire. The Archmage, looking deeply flustered, had no choice. He took the ancient crown of Ethel, a heavy, intimidating band of gold, and held it aloft. With trembling hands, he placed it not on Kale's head, but held it between them. "Then by the will of the gods and the people," he stammered, "I proclaim you Kale, King of Ethel, and Elira, Queen of Ethel. Long may you reign." A cheer, at first hesitant, then thunderous, erupted through the chapel. The kingdom had a king. And, for the first time in its history, it had a ruling queen. Elira looked out at the sea of faces, at the lords who had scorned her, the ladies who had mocked her, the kingdom that had sentenced her to death. She had not just survived. She had conquered. Later that night, in the royal bedchambers, their bedchambers, a room vast enough to hold a feast, Kale stood by the fire, the heavy crown sitting on a table beside him. Elira stood by the open balcony doors, letting the cold night air wash over her. "It was you," he said, his voice flat. "It was all you. The pamphlets, Ronan, the council. You orchestrated the entire thing." "The people were afraid, Kale," she replied, turning to face him. "They feared a king who burns cities. They love a princess who brokers peace. I merely gave their fear a voice." He crossed the room to stand before her, his nearness no longer a threat, but a deep, resonant question mark. "I offered you my heart, my sword, my undying devotion. I knelt before you, and you repaid me by gutting my authority in front of the entire world." "I repaid you," she corrected him, her voice quiet and deadly, "by not letting you rule alone. By saving you from your own worst impulses. I gave you not a lesser throne, Kale, but a longer one. A stable one." He stared at her, the truth of her words washing over him. She hadn't done it to humiliate him. She had done it to save him from himself. She had tied him to her not just with a betrothal, but with the very chains of state. "And now what?" he asked, his voice a raw whisper. "We are king and queen. Husband and wife, in all but name. We will share a throne, a life, a bed." His gaze flickered to the massive, curtained bed that dominated the room. The air grew thick with a new kind of tension, not political, but deeply, dangerously personal. He had been her executioner, her student, her subject. Now, he was to be her husband. The final intimacy. The ultimate battleground. Elira met his gaze, her own unreadable. The kingdom was divided. War loomed at the border with the rival kingdom of Jada. Her enemies were temporarily silenced, but not gone. And she was now shackled to the man she had sworn to destroy, their fates now legally and divinely intertwined. Her greatest enemy was now her closest partner. A slow smile, the first truly genuine smile he had seen from her in months, touched her lips. It was a smile of pure, exhilarating danger. "Now, my king," she said, her voice a seductive purr that sent a shiver down his spine, "the real games begin." The dual monarchy was a fragile, glittering thing, a spider's web laced with morning dew, beautiful and treacherous. Kale and Elira ruled in a tense, silent harmony. He was the sword, the public face of the kingdom's strength, his orders carrying the weight of royal authority. But every order, every decree, was first discussed in the quiet of their shared royal study, his impassioned arguments met with her cool, irrefutable logic. He was the fire, but she directed the flames. Their nights were a far more intimate and complicated battlefield. They shared a vast suite of rooms, but slept in adjoining chambers, connected by a heavy oaken door that was never locked, yet never opened. It was a silent testament to the chasm of distrust and memory that lay between them. Some nights, Elira would lie awake, staring at that door, feeling the sheer force of his presence on the other side. She knew he was doing the same. It was a nightly standoff, a game of chicken played by two monarchs in their nightclothes, each waiting for the other to make a move. The unspoken tension was more potent than any kiss. Aelrin, now restored to a semblance of his former power by the ambient despair of the court and Kale's simmering guilt, was a constant, sardonic presence. For two people, who will soon be legally required to produce an heir. His voice would purr in her mind, "You show a remarkable dedication to chastity. It is, I must say, fascinatingly inefficient. He is a means to an end, not a source of pleasure." Elira would think back, her cheeks flushing in the darkness. "My dear queen," Aelrin would reply, his mental voice dripping with amusement, "have you considered that he could be both?" Her focus, however, was not on her impending marriage bed, but on the storm gathering at their borders. The kingdom of Jada, their old rival to the east, had taken the news of Ethel's internal strife and dual monarchy as a sign of weakness. Their new queen, a ferociously intelligent, ambitious woman named Lyra, had begun to mass troops at the border. War was no longer a possibility, it was an inevitability. Elira studied the reports from Lord Greymanere, her spymaster, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She knew Queen Lyra. In her first life, Lyra had been a minor, shy princess from a vassal state, a girl she had met once at a diplomatic ball. They had bonded over a shared love of ancient history, and corresponded for years. Lyra had been her friend, her pen pal, her sister in all but blood. When Elira was executed, Lyra's heartbroken father had rebelled against the Ethel Empire. He had been crushed, and his kingdom absorbed. Lyra, it was said, had taken her own life rather than be taken as a political hostage. But in this new timeline, everything was different. Lyra had not died. She had, through a series of brilliant political marriages and ruthless power plays of her own, ascended to the throne of Jada. Her peaceful little kingdom had, under her command, swallowed its neighbors and become a formidable military power. She had become what Elira herself was becoming, a queen forged in the fires of grief and ambition. And now, her oldest friend from another life was her greatest enemy in this one. "We must strike first," Kale insisted during a war council, his voice ringing with his old, familiar certainty. He paced before the map, a golden lion eager for the hunt. A preemptive assault on their eastern fortress at Nightfall Keep. "We catch them off guard, secure our flank, and sue for peace from a position of strength." It was a sound military strategy. It was also, Elira knew, exactly what Lyra would be expecting from the butcher of Silverwood. "No," Elira said, her voice cutting through the murmurs of agreement from the generals. She stood and walked to the map, her silk gown whispering against the marble floor. She placed her hand not on the border, but deep within their own territory. "We will let her come to us. Let her invade." Lord Griffin sputtered, his face purpling. "It is madness." "Is it?" Elira asked, her gaze sweeping the room. "Queen Lyra is not a fool. She knows our army is the finest in the world. Why would she risk a conventional war she cannot win? Because she does not intend to fight a conventional war." Elira turned to Kale. "She expects you to be a hammer. She will not meet you on an open field. She will bleed you with 1,000 cuts. She will use insurgency, sabotage, poison in your wells and assassins in your camps. She will fight a war of shadows, Kale, a war you do not know how to win. But I do." Her words hung in the air, a direct challenge to his authority, but also an undeniable truth. He was a general of battlefields. She was a general of shadows. "We will withdraw our forces from the border fortresses." Elira continued, her voice radiating a chilling confidence. "We will leave the road to the capital open to her. You would invite an enemy army to the gates of our city?" Kale asked, his voice a low growl of disbelief. "Yes," Elira replied. Because her greatest strength is also her greatest weakness. She has built her empire too quickly. The kingdoms she has conquered are not loyal to her, they are terrified of her. The moment her grand army is drawn deep into our territory, its supply lines stretch thin, its back exposed, we will send our own message. Not of war, but of liberation. She looked at Lord Greymaner. Your agents will contact the disgruntled lords in her vassal states. We will offer them gold, autonomy, and our military support if they rise up against her. We will light a fire at her back, and when she turns to deal with it, trapped and far from home, we will destroy her. It was a plan of breathtaking audacity and risk. A defensive war fought with offensive tactics. A psychological game on a continental scale. Cale stared at her, his expression a mixture of awe and horror. He was seeing, for the first time, the full, terrifying scope of her strategic mind. He was playing checkers. She was playing three-dimensional chess. We will do it, he said finally, his voice full of a grudging, absolute respect. The council, stunned into silence, had no choice but to agree. The waiting was a torment. The Aethel legions withdrew, and as Elira had predicted, Lyra's army poured across the border. They took the abandoned fortresses with ease. Their advance was swift, confident. To the world, it looked like Aethel was crumbling, its dual monarchy a failure. The court was rife with panic. Only a handful of people knew the truth, that the trap was being set. Elira worked herself to the bone. She slept only a few hours a night, spending her waking moments in a flurry of coded messages, troop movements, and supply logistics. Cale worked beside her, a true partner, his military genius finally directed by her subtle, strategic hand. They found a new, strange rhythm in the late nights over maps and candlelight. One night, as dawn threatened to break, she finally slumped back in her chair in their study, utterly exhausted, her eyes burning from lack of sleep. You should rest, Cale said, his voice softer than she'd heard it in a long time. There's no time, she murmured, rubbing her temples. He came to stand behind her and, hesitantly, began to massage her shoulders. His touch was no longer possessive, but gentle, tentative. You cannot save the kingdom if you collapse, Elira, he said. He worked the tense knot of muscle at the base of her neck, his thumbs stroking in slow, soothing circles. The tension began to melt out of her, replaced by a warm, liquid languor that was both deeply welcome and profoundly dangerous. She leaned her head back, her silver hair spilling over the side of the chair. She looked up at him, her eyes heavy-lidded. His handsome face was etched with a genuine, weary concern. In this moment, stripped of their titles and their schemes, they were just two tired people trying to stop a world from falling apart. His hands stilled. His gaze dropped from her eyes to her mouth. The air in the room grew thick, heavy with unspoken things. He leaned down, slowly, giving her every opportunity to turn away. She did not. His kiss, when it came, was nothing like the ones before. It was not a brand, not an act of possession, not a claim. It was a question. Tentative. Gentle. His lips brushed against hers, soft and uncertain, asking for permission. And Elira, in a moment of profound weakness, of sheer, soul-deep exhaustion, granted it. She tilted her head up, meeting his kiss, her own lips parting slightly. A small, soft sound, a sigh of surrender, escaped her. The sound seemed to break something in him. The gentleness vanished, replaced by a surge of pure, raw, desperate hunger. The kiss deepened, becoming a conflagration. It was the taste of ancient history, of betrayal and rage, of a desperate, broken hope. It was a kiss that held all the tangled, tragic weight of their 2 lifetimes. His arms went around her, lifting her from the chair and onto his lap without breaking the kiss. She wrapped her arms around his turn back and fight her way through a rebellious countryside to save her crumbling empire. But Elira knew Lyra. She knew the prideful, brilliant woman she had become. She would not retreat. She would not accept defeat. She would choose a third path. She would try to cut the head off the snake. A parley. Lyra with worry. She means to assassinate you. I know, Elira said calmly. Then you cannot go, he commanded. I forbid it. Elira turned to him, her violet eyes glinting with a familiar, dangerous light. You forget, my king. She said softly. You do not command me. She would go. This was her battle, her war of shadows. It had to end face to face. The peace summit was held in a neutral, abandoned monastery halfway between the two armies. Elira arrived with only Orin at her side. She wore a simple, unadorned gown of white wool, the color of surrender. In a hidden pocket, she had a single, complex warding crystal, pulsing with a faint, contained energy. Lyra was waiting for her in the monastery's ruined chapel. She was as beautiful as Elira remembered, but her shy, gentle eyes were now hard as diamonds, her face framed by a crown of braided black hair and cold iron. She stood alone. Hello, Elira? Lyra said, her voice devoid of its old warmth. Hello, Lyra? Elira replied, her own voice quiet. The two queens, friends from another lifetime, stared at each other across the dusty, sun-drenched ruins. You have become quite the player. Lyra said, a bitter smile on her lips. I confess, I did not expect it of you. Nor I of you, Elira said. I read of your conquests. You have done well. I did what was necessary, Lyra countered, her voice sharp. My family was destroyed, my kingdom stolen. I took it back, and I will not let it be threatened by a fractured, unstable regime led by a butcher and a ghost. The memory of their old friendship was a palpable thing between them, a shared ghost of a better time. Elira could feel Lyra's pain, her rage, her grief. It mirrored her own so perfectly. They were two sides of the same tragic coin. Elira saw the choices laid out before her. Peace through surrender, which would betray her own people. Total domination, destroying Lyra and becoming the monster from her vision. But she saw a third path. Not peace. Not war. Sacrifice. There is another way. Elira said softly. A way that does not require one of us to lose. There is no other way, Lyra insisted, her hand inching toward a small, ornate dagger hidden in the folds of her gown. Only one of us can walk away from this field. You are right, Elira agreed. And she closed her eyes. She didn't reach for a weapon. She reached for the bond in her mind. Aelrin. She whispered. Do it now. The world shimmered. From the crystal in her pocket, a complex, spiraling pattern of violet and silver light erupted, not in the real world, but in the space between heartbeats, between thoughts. It was not a ward of protection or an attack. It was a binding. A spell of fated destiny, pulled from the deepest, most dangerous pages of her ancestor's book. It latched onto the threads of both their lives, weaving them together. Lyra gasped, stumbling back, her eyes wide with shock as she felt the surge of alien magic. What have you done? She cried. I have tied our fates together. Elira said, her voice echoing with a strange, otherworldly power. Your victory is now my victory. My defeat is yours. If your kingdom thrives, so does mine. If my people starve, yours will go hungry. We are now balanced. One kingdom, with two queens. Forever. It was a total, absolute, and insane gamble. A forced alliance, bound by the deepest magic. Lyra stared at her, her mind struggling to comprehend the sheer, unbelievable audacity of the act. She could still kill Elira. But to do so would now be to wound herself, to cripple her own kingdom. Their war was over. And nobody had won. They had both been shackled to a shared, unavoidable peace. As Lyra stood there, frozen in shock and dawning, horrified respect, Elira knew that this was the truest victory she could have achieved. She had not become a conqueror. She had not sacrificed her soul. She had chosen a third path, a path of sacrifice, binding herself to her enemy to save them both. It was the move of a true queen. The magical binding settled over the two kingdoms like a silent, unbreakable frost. Queen Lyra, her army trapped and her empire now magically shackled to her greatest rival, had no choice. She agreed to the terms of a formal truce. Her army withdrew from Aetherless soil, humbled and confused. The war was over, won not by swords or sieges, but by a single, insane act of fated magic. Elira returned to a capital that celebrated her as a goddess incarnate. She had averted a devastating war, checkmated a rival queen, and achieved the impossible, all without a single major battle. The tales of her wisdom, her strange powers, and her unearthly calm spread to every corner of the known world. She was no longer just a queen, she was a legend. But the legend felt like a shroud. The binding spell had taken a terrible toll. The trickle of power she had regained from Kale's despair was gone, poured into that final, desperate act. Her connection to Elira was once again a faint, strained whisper. She was a powerhouse on paper, but in reality, she was exhausted, drained to the very dregs of her soul, and more vulnerable than she had been in months. Kale received the news of her victory with a quiet, solemn awe. He had been preparing for a final, bloody battle. He had been ready to be her sword. Instead, she had rendered his sword obsolete. She had won the war with a weapon he could not comprehend. His respect for her deepened, but so did a new, chilling fear. She was not just his equal, she was his superior, a player in a game whose rules he was only just beginning to understand. This fear, this final realization of her true power, festered in the darkness of his broken pride. He had surrendered his will to her, offered himself as her student, her consort. But the old Kale, the arrogant prince who believed in his right to rule, was not dead. He was merely wounded, sleeping. And Elira's godlike victory was the clarion call that began to wake him up. The peace summit was arranged to formalize the truce between the two kingdoms. It was to be held on neutral ground, at the same abandoned monastery where Elira and Lyra had first met. It was meant to be a symbol of a new era. For Kale, it was an opportunity for one final, desperate move. Be careful, little princess. Elira's voice warned, a faint, staticky whisper in the back of her mind. He was weak, his senses dulled, but his instincts remained sharp. His guilt has turned to fear. And a cornered, frightened beast is the most dangerous kind. Elira knew Elira was right. She had seen the shift in Kale's eyes. The worshipful awe was being replaced by a flicker of the old, cold calculation. He had come to a conclusion: he could not control her. He could not equal her. Therefore, he had to eliminate her. The final betrayal, the one she had averted in her first life, was circling back around, drawn by the scent of her victory. The day of the summit, the air was crisp and clear, the autumn sky a brilliant, cloudless blue. Elira chose her gown with meticulous care. It was a deep, kingly blue, embroidered with silver thread that mirrored the patterns on Kale's own formal tunic. They would present a united front, a perfect picture of the dual monarchy. But sewn into the hem of her gown, almost invisible, was a tiny, wafer-thin crystal. It was dormant, powerless on its own, but it was a focal point, an anchor for a spell she had prepared long ago, when her power had been at its peak. It was a trap she had set for a future she had prayed would never come. They rode together in the royal carriage, a silent, tense journey. Kale was a mask of regal charm, pointing out landmarks, discussing the terms of the treaty with a feigned casualness that made the hairs on Elira's arms stand up. "It is a brilliant treaty," he said, his sapphire eyes meeting hers over the fine upholstery. "To bind your fates together. No one but you would have ever conceived of such a thing. You have saved us all, Elira." "We saved each other," she corrected him softly. Yes? He said, a strange, sad smile on his lips. Of course. The monastery chapel was prepared for the signing. Neutral guards stood sentinel outside. Lyra was already there, her expression unreadable, a queen forced into a partnership she had not chosen. Oren stood by the door, his hand resting on his sword, his flinty eyes darting between Kale and the exits, a wolf scenting a trap. The treaty lay on the stone altar, a thick scroll of parchment filled with elegant, binding words. All that was needed were the signatures. Kale, as was his right as the elder monarch, stepped forward first. He picked up the quill, dipped it in the pot of black ink, and signed his name with a confident flourish. He then turned, a warm, husbandly smile on his face, and offered the quill to Elira. "My queen," he said, his voice ringing with false affection. Elira took the quill. She looked at Kale, at his handsome, smiling face, the face of her lover, her fiancé, her partner, her executioner. This was the moment. She could feel the coiled tension in his body, the way his eyes were looking at her, but just past her, towards Oren and the door. She stepped up to the altar, her back to him. She leaned forward, the quill hovering over the parchment. In that instant, she felt it, a surge of murderous intent behind her. The subtle shift in the air, the soft rustle of cloth. He moved with the speed of a striking viper. A thin, wicked-looking dagger, hidden in his sleeve, flashed in the sunlight streaming through a high window. He lunged, aiming for the spot between her shoulder blades, a swift, silent, untraceable death. But Elira was already moving. She didn't try to dodge or run. Instead, she spun around, not away from him, but towards him. The dagger, instead of finding its home in her back, plunged deep into the flesh of her left shoulder. Pain, white-hot and blinding, exploded through her. A strangled cry escaped her lips. Lyra screamed. Oren roared with rage and drew his sword, lunging forward. "No!" Elira cried out, her voice sharp with command, even through the haze of agony. Oren skidded to a halt, his face a mask of furious confusion. Kale stood frozen, his face a grotesque picture of shock. The dagger was still in his hand, embedded to the hilt in his fiancée's shoulder. Blood, a shocking, vibrant crimson, blossomed across the deep blue silk of her gown. He expected her to turn. He had planned for a clean, silent kill. Now he was a murderer caught red-handed, in front of two rival sovereigns, and a dozen neutral witnesses. "Kale? Why?" Elira whispered, her voice a broken, wounded sound. She looked at him, her violet eyes wide with a perfectly feigned betrayal, filling with tears of exquisite, theatrical pain. She slumped against the altar for support, her hand going to the hilt of the dagger. This was her final masterpiece. She had not avoided the dagger. She had welcomed it. She had turned his final betrayal from a hidden assassination into a public, unforgivable atrocity. She was not his victim. She was his prosecutor, and his own dagger was her star witness. "You," he stammered, his mind reeling, unable to process what had just happened. "You knew, I knew." She agreed, her voice growing stronger, colder. She looked at her own blood staining his hand, which was still holding the hilt of the dagger. "I knew that in your heart, you would always choose power over love. That you could not bear to be the consort of a queen who was stronger than you. I knew that you were, and always would be, the man who would watch me burn to protect his crown." She gripped the dagger's hilt with her good hand, and with a guttural cry that was a mixture of agony and triumph, pulled the blade free. She collapsed to the floor, blood pouring from the wound, a crumpled heap of blue silk and spilled life. "Seize him!" Lyra shrieked to the guards, finally finding her voice. But Kale didn't resist. He simply stood there, staring at Elira's bleeding form on the cold stone floor, the bloody dagger falling from his nerveless fingers. He was defeated. Not by her magic, not by her armies, but by her willingness to embrace the pain he had dealt her and turn it into a weapon more devastating than any sword. He had tried to make her a martyr, but she had made him a monster, in front of the whole world. Oren rushed to Elira's side, tearing a strip from his cloak to press against the gushing wound. "Elira, hold on," he pleaded, his voice thick with a desperate terror. Elira looked up at him, a faint, bloody smile on her lips. Then her gaze shifted past him, to Cale, who was now being surrounded by the chapel guards. She had him. He was finished. Her revenge was complete. She had plotted, schemed, and bled for this moment. But as she lay there, the smell of her own blood filling her nostrils, a strange and terrible emptiness washed over her. She felt no joy. No satisfaction. Just a profound, soul-deep weariness. She looked at Cale's hollowed-out face, and she didn't see the monster who had condemned her. She saw the ghost of the boy who had brought her starlight lilies, the man whose kiss had, just for a moment, made her feel alive. She had destroyed him, utterly and completely. And it had brought her nothing but pain. Love is not weakness, she thought, a tear tracing a clean path through the grime and blood on her cheek. But holding onto its ghost is. Wait! She gasped, her voice a faint, reedy whisper. The guards paused. All eyes turned to her. She looked at Cale, her executioner, her lover, her greatest enemy, and her most intimate partner. It was time to let him go. She touched the tiny, forgotten crystal sewn into the hem of her gown. It was linked to one final spell she had prepared, a piece of magic so complex and draining she had never believed she would use it. A temporal prison. A pocket dimension, a cage outside of time itself. I loved you once, Cale, she whispered, and for the first time, it felt like the truth. The past tense of it was a release. I loved you more than my life, and you repaid me with a pyre. A soft, violet light began to glow from the crystal. The air in the chapel grew thick, the light from the windows seeming to bend and distort. The guards cried out in alarm, stumbling back. I give you now a new kingdom. She continued, her voice growing stronger, imbued with the last dregs of her ancient power. A kingdom of one. A prison of your own memory, where you can relive this moment, this choice, for an eternity. Perhaps, in 10,000 years, you will finally understand what you have lost. The violet light erupted, enveloping Cale in a silent, shimmering cocoon. He looked at her, his eyes wide with a final, dawning comprehension, a look of profound, eternal regret. And then he was simply gone. The light faded, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of ozone and the bloody dagger lying on the floor. He was not dead. He was erased from time, locked away forever in a prison of his own making. The chapel was silent. Elira lay in Orin's arms, the world starting to fade to black around the edges. She had done it. She had won. She had let go of the past. But the cost had been everything. Elira, Orin's voice was a desperate, frayed rope in the darkness. Stay with me. She looked up at his fierce, loyal, worried face. He was her truth, her anchor, the one good thing she had found in this second, broken life. Perhaps, she thought, as the darkness finally took her, perhaps the story wasn't about revenge after all. Perhaps it was about what you choose to build, once the ashes of the old world have finally cooled. Elira woke to the scent of lavender and clean linen. For a disoriented, terrifying second, she thought she was 14 again, waking up for the second time. But the body she inhabited was not a weak, girlish thing. It was a body that ached with a deep, profound weariness, and a sharp, throbbing pain emanated from her left shoulder, a constant, unwelcome reminder of her victory. She opened her eyes. She was in a large, unfamiliar bed, in a room filled with cool, indirect sunlight. The architecture was not of the Elira palace. The lines were cleaner, the wood paler, the air tinged with the faint, salty scent of a distant sea. It was the monastery's infirmary. A figure was asleep in a chair by her bed, his head slumped forward onto his chest. Sir Orin. His dark copper hair was a messy tangle, and a rough stubble shadowed his strong jaw. He looked exhausted, but even in sleep, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He had not left her side. A wave of an emotion she could not, or would not, name washed over her. It was a quiet, gentle thing, like the first rays of sun after a long, bitter winter. It felt peaceful, and it terrified her. She stirred, a soft rustle of sheets, and his eyes snapped open instantly. The bleary exhaustion was replaced by a sharp, immediate clarity. He saw she was awake, and the relief that flooded his face was so profound, so nakedly honest, it was like a physical blow. "You reawake?" he breathed, his voice rough from sleep. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the arms of his chair, as if to stop himself from reaching for her. "How long?" she asked, her own voice a dry whisper. 3 days. He replied. "The healers said the dagger missed your heart by a whisper. They called it a miracle. It was not a miracle. It was a calculation." She had known precisely how to turn, how to angle her body to take the wound in a place that would be bloody and dramatic, but not fatal. A stage play for an audience of kings and queens. "Where is Lyra?" Elira asked, pushing herself up, wincing as a fresh spike of pain shot through her shoulder. Oren was instantly at her side, his strong hands gently helping her, propping pillows behind her back. His touch was sure and impersonal, yet she could feel the contained energy in him, the desperate desire to be gentle with something he considered infinitely precious. She returned to her army the same day. He said, his expression grim. "She left a detachment of her own royal guard here, to ensure your safety. I think she is afraid you might be a ghost who will vanish in the morning light." He handed her a cup of water, his fingers brushing hers. The brief contact was warm, steady. An anchor. The story of what happened here has spread through both armies. The Ethel legions are demanding to be sent home. Lyra's vassal lords are suing for peace. Your binding spell. It worked. You ended the war. She had. But the victory felt hollow. And Kale. Oren's face hardened. He is gone. As if he never existed. The official story, crafted by Lord Greymanor and Queen Lyra, is that in a fit of grief and madness over the king's death, he attempted to take his own life after wounding you, and vanished in a flash of divine light. A tragic, mad prince, taken by the gods he offended. It is a neat, clean story. The kingdom will accept it. He was a footnote, erased from history, while she was the living legend. The villainess who had died in another life now wore the mantle of a savior. But the crown of a savior, she was discovering, was as heavy as a crown of thorns. She felt tired. A soul-deep weariness that no amount of sleep could cure. The fire of her rage, the inferno that had fueled her for so long, had burned itself out. And in its place was a quiet, echoing emptiness. "What happens now, Elira?" Oren asked softly, using her name in a way that was both familiar and respectful. He was no longer just her knight. He was her co-conspirator, her witness, the only person alive who knew a fraction of the truth. "Now," she said, her voice finding some of its old steel, "I go home. And I take what is mine." Her return to the capital was a formal, somber affair. The cheers had been replaced by a reverent silence. She was no longer just the peacebringer. She was the sole, undisputed ruler of Ethel. Her journey to the throne room was a coronation march in all but name. She stood before the empty throne, the assembled court watching her with a mixture of fear and awe. Her arm was in a silk sling, a stark white slash against her simple black gown. She looked fragile, yet her presence filled the vast hall. She did not need a crown to be a queen. "King Kale is gone," she announced, her voice clear and carrying to the furthest corners of the room. His grief undid him. "He has left the kingdom in my care." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the nobles, the same faces that had once jeered at her pyre. "I will not fail in that duty." There was no one to challenge her. Isolde, a broken and forgotten woman, had been quietly exiled to a remote country estate. Lyra was bound by magic to be her partner, not her rival. Kale was a ghost in a timeless prison. The board was hers. In the weeks that followed, Elira ruled. She did not rule with fire or fury, but with a quiet, relentless efficiency that was far more terrifying. She solidified her alliances. She promoted the competent and honorably discharged the inept. She used her encyclopedic knowledge of the kingdom's secret corruptions to secure favors, enforce laws, and slowly, piece by piece, begin to reshape the world. And at her right hand, a constant, unwavering presence, was Orin. She elevated him, raising him from a disgraced knight to Lord Commander of the royal armies, the highest military position in the kingdom. The move shocked the old guard, but the soldiers, who already revered him as the truth speaker, roared their approval. He was her sword and her shield, her most trusted advisor. Their late-night sessions over maps and dispatches continued, but the dynamic had shifted again. The formal space between them had eroded, replaced by the easy familiarity of two veterans who had survived a long and brutal war together. One night, they were alone in the vast, silent royal study, a single candelabra casting flickering shadows on the walls. The treaty with Lyra's rebellious lords was finally complete. The last loose thread of the war was tied. A deep, profound silence fell between them. "It is done," Orin said, his voice quiet with wonder. "You have truly done it." Elira looked up from the treaty, her eyes tired but clear. "We did it," she corrected him. She looked at him, truly looked at him, for the first time, without the weight of an imminent threat pressing down on her. She saw the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the new silver threads at his temples, the unwavering strength in his gaze. She saw a good man. A man who had seen her at her worst and had never once looked away. The emptiness inside her, the echoing void left by her extinguished rage, stirred with a new, tentative feeling. It was warm. It was quiet. It was frighteningly real. She rose from her desk and walked to the window, her left arm still stiff at her side. "When I was a girl," she said, her voice soft, contemplative, "I dreamed of being a queen. I thought it meant wearing beautiful gowns and attending lavish balls." Orin came to stand beside her, his presence a familiar comfort. "And now? Now I know it means signing death warrants, even for men who deserve it," she said, her voice tinged with a weariness that went beyond her years. "It means sleepless nights and impossible choices. It means wearing a crown of thorns and pretending it is made of gold. You wear it well," he said simply. The admiration in his voice was absolute. She turned to face him. The space between them was suddenly very small. She could see the flicker of the candlelight reflected in his dark, honest eyes. She could smell the faint, clean scent of leather and steel that always clung to him. "He loves you, you know." Elrin's voice whispered in her mind, a rare, unbidden observation. In a hopelessly idealistic, tragically human way. It is rather touching, in its own primitive fashion. Elira reached up with her good hand and gently touched the scar on Orin's brow, a souvenir from some long-forgotten battle. Her touch was feather-light. He flinched, not in pain, but in sheer, sharp surprise. He stood perfectly still, as if carved from stone, his breath caught in his chest. "I have used you, Orin," she whispered, her voice thick with a guilt that had nothing to do with war or politics. "I have used your honor, your loyalty, your trust. I am not the saint the people believe me to be." "I have never thought you a saint," he replied, his voice a low, rough murmur. "Saints are for praying to. Queens are for fighting for." His simple, unwavering faith was her undoing. The last of her carefully constructed walls crumbled. She looked at him, this man who had stood by her through everything, who had asked for nothing in return, who saw her not as a legend or a monster, but as a queen worthy of his sword. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his. It was not a kiss of passion, not a conflagration like the ones with Kale. It was quiet. It was hesitant. It was a question and a confession. It was the taste of weariness, of shared grief, of a tentative, fragile hope. His lips were chapped from the wind, a little rough, entirely real. For a moment, he remained frozen, his shock a palpable thing. Then, With a low groan that seemed torn from the depths of his soul, he responded. His arms came around her, one hand tangling gently in her hair, the other settling with infinite care on the small of her back, mindful of her wounded shoulder. His kiss deepened, but it was not demanding. It was a kiss of profound relief, of a long-suppressed hope finally finding release. It was a promise of sanctuary. It was a kiss that healed, where chaos had only ever wounded. She melted against him, the exhaustion of 2 lifetimes washing over her, and for the first time since she had opened her eyes in her 14-year-old body, she felt safe. Not protected, not owned. Just safe. When they finally broke apart, they were both trembling. He rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed. Elira. He breathed her name like a benediction. This time, she did not pull away. She did not erect her shields. She simply stayed, wrapped in the warmth of his embrace, her head resting on his steady, honorable chest. From the darkest corners of her mind, Aelrin's presence was a profound, watchful silence. The fallen god, the master of secrets and bargains, was for once utterly speechless. Elira, the villainess, the survivor, the schemer, the queen, looked out the window at her silent, sleeping kingdom. She had taken the throne. Her vengeance was complete. But her story, she was beginning to realize, was far from over. Beneath the heavy, thorny crown, a new, fragile seed had been planted. And she was terrified and thrilled to see what would grow. The queen was dead. Long live the queen. 5 years passed. They passed not in a rush, but in the slow, deliberate turning of seasons. The kingdom healed. Under Elira's quiet, firm hand, trade flourished. Alliances solidified. The old, corrupt nobility was replaced by a new generation of competent, loyal ministers. The whispers about the beast-tamer queen faded, replaced by the steady, respectful title of Elira the Wise. The name her ancestress had once held was now hers, earned not by magic, but by shrewd, compassionate governance. The magic in the world began to change, too. With Elira on the throne, the old fear began to dissipate. She unsealed portions of the Forbidden Library, founding a royal college of ancient arts, a place where magic was studied not as a weapon, but as a discipline, an art form. Its chancellor was a quiet, unassuming scholar whom no one recognized as the disgraced, and supposedly exiled, alchemist, Master Ferren. He owed Elira his life, and he served her with a silent, unwavering devotion. Aelrin, the fallen god chained to her soul, was a quiet but constant companion. His desperate hunger for rebirth had subsided, replaced by a strange, scholarly contentment. He found a new kind of existence in advising her, in watching the great, intricate game of history play out through her eyes. He was her secret counsel, her most trusted advisor, and perhaps, in a strange, spectral way, her truest friend. Their bond was no longer a pact of desperation. It was a partnership. And Orin. Orin was her rock. Her Lord Commander. Her steadfast anchor. Her love. Their relationship was the kingdom's most beloved, open secret. They were not yet married. The demands of state, the rebuilding of a nation, had always taken precedence. But their devotion was a tangible thing, a quiet, unshakable truth that formed the bedrock of the new court. They were a study in contrasts, the pale, silver-haired queen with her sharp mind and quiet grace, and the rugged, copper-haired warrior with his blunt honesty and unwavering strength. The passion they had discovered on that night in the study had not faded. It had deepened, matured, settling into a comfortable, profound intimacy that was both public and intensely private. He was the only one who could make her truly laugh, a sound that was still rare and precious. She was the only one who could soothe the deep, restless melancholy that sometimes still clouded his gaze. One crisp autumn afternoon, Elira found him not in the training yard, but high in the royal mews, grooming Cinder. The griffin was now a magnificent, full-grown adult, his feathers a blinding blaze of fiery gold in the sunlight. He lowered his great head to nuzzle Orin's shoulder, a gesture of affection he showed to no one else but Elira. "He likes you," Elira said, her voice soft as she approached. Orin turned, a slow smile warming his rugged features. He knows I would die for you. Animals appreciate such simple truths. He put down his curry comb and came to her, wiping his hands on a cloth. He took her hand, his calloused palm warm and familiar against hers. You seem thoughtful today. I am always thoughtful. She teased gently. More so than usual. He corrected, his gaze searching her face. He knew her moods better than she knew them herself. Is it the Jadarian trade negotiations? No. She said, her smile fading slightly. It's the anniversary. He did not have to ask which one. 10 years. It was 10 years to the day since she had awakened in her 14-year-old body. 10 years since her second chance had begun. A day for celebration, then. He said softly, though he knew the memories of that time still haunted her. Or a day for reflection. She murmured. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and his arm came around her instantly, holding her close. It was a familiar, comfortable embrace, the safest harbor she had ever known. I was thinking about the girl I was. So much anger. So much pain. She set out to burn the whole world down. And instead, Orin said, his voice a low rumble against her ear, you rebuilt it. She looked up at him, her violet eyes serious. Did I, Orin? Or did I just rearrange the furniture in a burning house? Isolde is exiled. Kale is gone. But the world still turns. The greed, the ambition, the capacity for betrayal. That never goes away. No. He agreed. But now, there is a queen who knows how to fight it. Not just with swords, but with wisdom. With mercy. He stroked her cheek, his touch gentle. You did not become the monster, Elira. You became the one who tames them. His simple, unwavering belief in her was a balm to the old, scarred parts of her soul. She rose on her toes and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his lips. I could not have done it without you, she whispered against his mouth. You were my conscience when I had none. He deepened the kiss, a silent expression of all the things that still went unsaid between them. The desire was still there, a warm, steady flame, but it was woven now with a deep, abiding love that was more precious than any crown. There is one last piece of the past I must put to rest, she said when they finally parted. A letter I need to write. That evening, Elira retreated to her secret, ancestral library. The room was no longer a dusty tomb, but a place of quiet power. The chained books had been freed, and their ancient knowledge was slowly, carefully being reintroduced to the world. Elrin's spectral form materialized beside her, as she sat at a simple wooden desk. His form was almost solid now, the details of his face sharp and clear. A sentimental journey? He asked, his tone curious, as she pulled out a piece of pristine parchment and a pot of silver ink. A final report, she replied. To the person who began this journey with me. She began to write, her quill scratching softly in the quiet. It was a letter to her other self. To the terrified, betrayed girl who had burned on the pyre. To the girl consumed by fire. She wrote, I am writing to you from a future you never lived to see. I want you to know that your rage was not in vain. It was the spark that ignited a new world. But I also want you to know that revenge is a cold and empty feast. It will sustain you, but it will not nourish you. She wrote for hours, filling page after page. She told the story of the last 10 years, of Kale's downfall, of Orin's loyalty, of her victories and her failures. She wrote of the crushing guilt of Silverwood and the strange, quiet joy of watching a harvest come in. She did not write a history. She wrote a confession. When she was finished, her hand ached and the sky outside was beginning to pale with the first hints of dawn. She rolled the thick sheath of parchment and sealed it with her personal seal, the Valeru serpent, now entwined with a single, perfect white rose. And what will you do with this testament? Elrin asked. You cannot send it back. The timeline is stable now. To tear it open again would be to invite chaos. I know, Elira said. She held the scroll in her hands. She stood and walked to the iron-bound book on its great stone lectern, the grimoire that had once served as Aelrin's prison. She laid her hand on its cold cover. The power within it still hummed, a deep, resonant bass note. It was a power of binding, of time, of memory. The girl on the pyre made a prayer to any god who would listen. Elira said, her voice soft but filled with a new, quiet power of her own. Her rage was so great it bent time itself. It created a paradox. A loop. She looked at Aelrin. That's why her spirit never passed on. A part of her is still trapped there, she. In that single, eternal moment of her death, forever fueling the prayer that gave me my second chance. Aelrin's silver eyes widened in dawning comprehension. By my forgotten name. He breathed. You mean to answer her? Every prayer deserves an answer, Elira said. She held the scroll over the book and closed her eyes. She reached out, not with the fierce, commanding will of her younger self, but with a quiet, compassionate intent. She did not seek to bend time, but to whisper to it. She poured her memories, her peace, her hard-won wisdom, into the scroll. The sealed letter began to glow with a soft, silver light. It shimmered, its edges growing translucent. And then, with a sound like a single, soft sigh, it simply vanished. Not sent back in time, but placed into the temporal loop, a message in a bottle for a ghost trapped in an eternal sea of fire. At that exact moment, 1,000 lifetimes away, a girl was burning. The flames consumed her mind filled with a rage so pure it warped reality. But just as her consciousness was about to dissolve, a new thought, not her own, bloomed in her mind. It was a wave of quiet understanding, of peace. It was the story of a future she had created. It was an answer. And for the first time, the burning girl's soul found peace. The paradox was resolved. The loop was closed. In the library, Elira felt a profound shift. A great weight she had been carrying, a weight she hadn't even been fully aware of, lifted from her soul. The ghosts were gone. She was, for the first time, truly, completely free. She looked at Aelrin. He was smiling, a genuine, sorrowful smile. The circle is complete, he said. And my time here, I think, is drawing to a close. The magic that binds me to you, the debt. It has been paid in full. His form began to flicker, growing more translucent. No, Elira said, a sudden panic seizing her. Don't go. Stay. The college needs a new head librarian. Aelrin chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. A tempting offer. But my story is over. It is time for a new one to begin. His silver eyes met hers. Thank you, Elira Valerus. You have given a forgotten god a most interesting epilogue. And you have taught me something I had long forgotten, that a soul is not something to be consumed, but something to be redeemed. And with a final, brilliant flash of silver light, he was gone. The library was just a room full of books. The air was still. The magic was quiet. She was alone. But not for long. She turned to find Orin standing in the doorway, a look of quiet understanding on his face. He held 2 steaming mugs in his hands. I thought you might be cold, he said simply. He came to her and handed her a mug. The warmth seeped into her cold hands. She looked up at him, at his strong, kind face, at the unwavering love in his eyes. The villainess was dead. The schemer had retired. The beast tamer had freed her beasts. The lonely, angry girl was finally at peace. All that was left was Elira, Queen of Ethel. A woman who had been given a second chance not just at life, but at love. Orin, she said, her voice suddenly shy, the voice of a girl asking a question for the first time. I believe there is still the small matter of finding the kingdom a king. A slow, brilliant smile spread across Orin's face, a sunrise after a long night. He set his mug down, took hers from her hands, and placed it beside his. Then he took her face in his hands, his touch full of a reverence that made her heart ache with a joy she had never known. "I thought you'd never ask, my queen," he murmured. And he kissed her. Not as a knight to his queen, or a lover in the shadows, but as a man kissing his future, his wife, his home. Her story had begun in fire. It had been forged in betrayal and tempered by rage. But it did not end in ashes. It ended here, in the quiet peace of a new dawn, with the promise of a love that was truer and stronger than any magic. A love that was, in itself, the ultimate, most satisfying revenge of all. The story was over. And a new, better one, was just beginning.